we can still make it. I think it's just about finding ourselves. We know what went wrong.
Top 4 at Worlds is going to be our goal. Anything below that is going to be devastating.
TSM going to complete the ace here as ambition goes down to Honza.
Like I said, TSM should be very proud. Excellent controlled display against the Samsung team.
생각보다는 많이 그렇게 영향을 안 끼친 것 같은데 저희가 딱 졌을 때 이제 환호성이 좀 들리더라고요. 그래서 되게 좀 분했고 복수하고 싶고.
Here it comes, MLXG, no CC to speak of, does get the javelin, Core JJ, the flash, the heal bait, the outplay, 2 kills for Samsung's jungler.
지금 좀 세 팀 경쟁 체제가 됐는데 그 두 팀을 꼭 이긴다라는 생각을 가지고 있고요.
就是希望3场都能赢。
Looking for it on the hand, good. Oh my goodness!
Recovery man knockup! TSM are getting destroyed! That's a double kill for Senkai. That's 1 for Kobe. Splyce, they've turned it around.
The stun's gonna land, and can they get him? Yes! First blood comes through for Ambition.
Vince Garrett has found Xiaohu, delivers the shockwave.
Uzi is tearing apart this team. Quadra kill for Uzi. Hello and welcome to San Francisco, California, where we're broadcasting live to bring you the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. Now we've got half of our quarterfinal bracket filled in, and today 2 more teams will fight their way into the knockout round. The weekend has arrived. The fans are out in force. As you can see here, signs are waving, thunder sticks are clapping. There's plenty of energy in this building. I'm sure the roof is going to fly off at some point. Now earlier, TSM moving with purpose, heading into the battle in just a few minutes against Samsung Galaxy, who you see here. The guys are keeping it loose before their first match of the day. Splyce hard at work preparing to fight for their first win at Worlds, and Royal never give up. They'll be a tough opponent for the Europeans in Game 2 of the afternoon. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson on the analyst desk. Alongside me, I have Alberto Crumbs Rangifo, Zach Rusty Pie, and Martin DeFicio Lunga. Gentlemen, the weekend is here. We've got 2 more days of games. Are you ready?
They brought me back in to watch CSM kick some ass. I'm ready to do just that.
There it is. He's here rooting for the hometown crowd. Zach, it's the first time I've got you on the desk with me.
That's right, and I'm half ready to be here. I'll say a lot of faith in RNG is very hard to actually play. So excited to be here, but a little bit scared for what's about to happen.
And after yesterday, are you still riding the high for Europe?
I mean, I'm just here to cheer for Splyce, of course, and getting that 4-0 one more time. But also, I want to see what the other teams can do.
All right, well, let's start off by taking a look at how the tournament stands. Group A quarterfinalists are Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox Luna. Group C wrapped up yesterday. Their quarterfinalists are H2K and EDG. Today, Group D goes at it, and it's anyone's to win with Samsung Galaxy, TSM, and RNG in a 3-way tie. Today, the 4 teams in Group D play all of their remaining matches. We'll begin the day with Samsung Galaxy versus TSM. Each team will play their 3 scheduled games, and any ties will be decided following the end of the last scheduled match. Now, before we get into discussions around today's group, let's talk a bit about yesterday's match, where H2K went on a 4-0 streak to take down the #1 seed of EDG.
Yeah, it's hard not to be super happy and honestly proud of the team. They showed up big time after a sloppy week 1, not only H2K, but the rest of the European teams. But really now, the last European hope was H2K to get out of that group realistically, and they did it. Obviously, Splyce can still do it today, but we're not expecting that much from them.
No, you have to give a lot of credit where it's due for H2K to even get out at all, but you have to contrast this with EDG. Coming in as the first seed from the LPL, a lot of expectations for these guys, and honestly, an underperformance in every single aspect except late game team fighting. This isn't the same EDG we're used to seeing.
And if there's one thing we learned from yesterday, it's just how important the laning phase is. I mean, these guys just come out ahead in the laning phase for H2K and then just crush it. And that just means that if you're a weak laner, you're going to be a liability for your team. And that's going to help us look onto this group and tell which teams are really the ones that are going to make it far.
Well, with laning phase and early game in mind, let's talk about today's group, starting with a team that is praised for their strong lanes and individual strength in RNG.
Look, there's a lot of flavor behind this team. They're always exciting to watch. They do have that early pressure that EDG seem to have dropped off on, but you don't know which side's going to show up on the day. Is it the world-class, potentially world's winning RNG, or is it the team that will lose to anybody, including Splyce within this group? It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, it's a lot of positives. If we look at the bottom lane, obviously Uzi and Mata, I feel like it's almost an H2K story for Given and Vander doing well down there. Problem for RNG, I feel, is the fact that the solo laners are not doing well enough. You know, yeah, you can have a winning bot lane and MLXG can go off in certain games, but Xiaohu and Looper have not been playing as well as we expected. Actually, I think maybe even Xiaohu was expected to struggle a little bit, and he's still doing it. Yeah. The guy is not getting any resources on this team, and he suffers big time versus players like Bjergsen and Crown.
Now that Uzi game on Ezreal was absolutely dirty, but tied with RNG, our North American sweethearts in TSM. And how will these guys fare in our matches today?
When we saw them against Samsung before, they just whooped them. We had 18-1, just a crushing victory. But unfortunately, in their other two games, they didn't look that crisp. They were making mistakes that were uncharacteristic of them. You know, they're a team that's used to playing very fast and getting really far ahead in the laning phase. But against the world caliber of these teams, they're struggling with that. So I'm looking to see them being able to tighten those spaces up and just show what we know they can do.
Yeah, I think they were still adapting in week 1 to the faster pace from the enemy team as well, where suddenly the support reacts on an Alistar and catches your AD carry out. But we have to look at some of the individual players. We talk about the strong laning phase. Well, if we look at Hanzo, if we look at Doublelift, and of course Bifrost down the bottom lane, we don't see the strongest laners specifically. Like, look at someone like Uzi Mata, there's definitely a stronger bot lane. So I think TSM has to win, you know, in the mid to late game more than just stomping early game. I don't think they're going to get a Samsung game again where the enemy team picks 3 losing lanes.
Yeah, you definitely saw Splyce there in the beginning of these clips being a bright spot for TSM, helping those solo lanes, helping all of his lanes really get ahead. But then a couple of those uncharacteristic mistakes from the regular season in Doublelift getting caught out, and that can definitely create problems for TSM later down the road. Now, TSM is NA's hope in this group, but Samsung Galaxy are the third team tied at 2-1, and they're going to make it a tight race for those top 2 spots.
You have to say, I doubt they'll do the exact same things they did in the TSM game, as you mentioned. They should not pick themselves 3 losing lanes. They should be able to correct the drafting errors they had in week number 1, but they are still a reactive team. They're never really taking it to you, and it does create possibilities for other teams within this group to give it to Samsung, actually put them on the back foot and try and pressure them out. However, if they show up, they can capitalize on your mistakes incredibly well.
Yeah, and the best game we saw from them was against RNG last week, where they played Core JJ, and he's starting again today. And I think this is super, super smart, because when they use Core JJ, they seem to pick much more for the laning phase. QE gets some counter picks up in the top lane. Bot lane does really well. Core JJ is a very strong laner. So I actually like this from Samsung. It's more focused on winning laning phase from the draft, and then actually use that early game power to win the games.
You can always count on X-Dignitas talent.
All right. Yeah. All right. Moving on.
Move on.
Last, we have Splyce, who struggled in week 1 and have yet to secure a win, but they've had a week to review their opponents and can still influence this group greatly.
And honestly, it's really hard to say that Splyce can make it out. Not a lot of expectations. They have to go 4-0, which, although H2K did do it yesterday, it is unlikely, as the team did start 0-3. So most likely they're going to be playing spoiler. And that just means that any team that loses a game against them, they're just going to be stuck in their quicksand and unable to advance in the group. So they have to take these guys seriously. And they're just going to be looking to ruin anybody's chances. And honestly, they're going to be really happy if they just find one team and say, you're not making it out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's been some interviews where they talked about, you know, they wanted to learn as much as possible, and they knew it was going to be tough to get out of the group. I'm a little bit disappointed in Splyce. Obviously, easy to say when they're 0-3, but I actually thought they would be much better in the late game than they have been. But we saw against TSM, they couldn't match them. They actually lost the game after being so far behind. So they don't really shine early on, and they don't really shine late either. They've had to fix a lot of problems the last few days if they want to come in here and start beating a lot of teams.
And that is actually a hard thing to fix. The limited amount of time they've had between weeks 1 and 2 is not enough to fix a fundamental issue within this team. But what I will say is they're a dangerous side, because a team with basically nothing to lose is the most dangerous to play against.
Very much so. A little bit of a preview of the excitement that's about to unfold in front of us. Now remember to click over to Riot Games 2 for an alternate look at the tournament. We're calling it the Player Experience Stream. Today, our team of casters, along with special guests Inori and Froggen, bring you a rotating focus on different individual matchups and game concepts. They'll deliver a gameplay-centered cast and take your questions live on air. Now, TSM hopes to lift the Summoners Cup in 2016, while Splyce lifts his team up along the way.
Being in TSM is like, you just get a lot more love when you do well. But you get a lot of hate as well if you do bad.
Splyce is chased down, and TSM throw the game away.
But it's just like more motivation to actually improve.
I think everyone on the team has their sort of fire. But Dennis, he is competitive in his own way. To him, like, a bad performance is
disappointing us as his friends and his teammates. Like, he doesn't want to let us down, and that's his primary motivator.
It's going to be a big test for SK Gaming. They have that roster swap in the jungle thanks to FLICKR's suspension.
If we look at SK's weakness right now, it's a sub-jungle.
There's just no synergy between the mid lane and jungle, obviously.
That's it for SK Gaming. You know, as a team, as a whole, they feel that like you've wasted a whole year.
I think last time at Worlds I had a pretty bad mentality and I was like more joking around and not really taking life as seriously as I am now. Like, looking back at it, I'm super disappointed in myself that I didn't give it my all to my teammates. Coming into this year's Worlds, it's just like everyone is just giving it like 110%, so I don't want to let my teammates down another time.
I had never really had that perspective before I met him. And now that I've realized like what fuels him the most, it's really endearing. Like, it's really nice to have a teammate that really cares about you and like our relationship as teammates and friends.
He's kind of the heart of the team. You know, he always makes people laugh if we're like feeling sad or had a stressful day of scrims. Sven is always the guy to make everyone kind of laugh and cheer up.
I've never had a teammate that really cared that much about everyone on the team having a good time. And to us, having a good time is winning. So that's why he cares so much.
Moving away to a new country and like meeting a lot of new people, losing weight as well, like kind of just helps my personality, I guess.
Almost that physical change indicates like the mental state of mind that he was in at the time. You know, he like let himself go and he wasn't playing well and he was like not in a good shape mentally or physically. But when he started working out, it sort of signified more than that, like his willpower and determination to be a better person, a better teammate. It just like all went up at the same time. So part of that was like his play improving as well.
FLICKR getting to it again, right to the queue. Ward hops over, they've got Cube, first blood.
Getting a second chance at playing at Worlds, like to redeem myself. I think I was a super good player last time, but I didn't really get the opportunity to show it to the world. And this time I just really want to show the world that I'm actually a world-class player. I just really want to make a difference at Worlds.
And he's going to get his chance right now. Hello, welcome to the Castle Desk, everyone. I am David Freak Turley, and here my cast in arms are Mitch Krepa-Vorspels and Joshua Leisman. I got your name out of order.
I think it's fine.
I think we're good.
I think we have plenty of games to cast. We'll get over it.
I agree completely. So let's get to our first game to cast, and it's going to be the Samsung Galaxy versus TSM match. We're going to look at Samsung's lineup here. Kuve in the top lane, Ambition in the jungle, Crown in mid, Ruler their AD carry, Core JJ on support with Coach Edgar.
And their opposition in this game, the first of the day, is TSM with Hanser in the top lane, FLICKR, who we just saw featured out in the jungle, Bjergsen mid, a double AD carry, Firefrost on support, and Coach Parth calling the picks and bans.
And honestly, TSM looking for a repeat for what happened last time. It was a complete smash by 20 minutes. It was one of the largest gold leads, if not the largest in the tournament so far. And if it's up to TSM, it's going to be the exact same way.
Yeah, they'd love to have another 18-1 victory, I believe the scoreline was last time around. So, as you mentioned, in their first meeting, yes, TSM blew Samsung Galaxy out of the water, the Korean third seed, though. Definitely hoping to change things up. Picks and ban might be one of the big reasons why.
Exactly, and Samsung's draft phase, even though their play was poor, really hurt them because they picked 3 losing lanes against TSM's strong laners. And TSM is such a strong macro team that they got closed out on very quickly after a huge early game gold lead. You mentioned, Krepo, 8.6 thousand by 20 minutes, the second largest lead of the tournament.
Yeah, and if we look at what happened in the regular season, TSM with a lead is just devastating. They're so good at closing out games here, so definitely the priority for Samsung is to get a draft that allows them to be competitive in the early game.
And you're seeing the bans here. Syndra is gone from Bjergsen, Lee Sin is gone from FLICKR, and no Deadly for Ambition.
And the only other thing they'd have to ban would be the cannon. They would have taken out both solo laners as well as the jungle that TSM ran against Samsung in that victory last week.
Yeah, definitely a really good approach, banning out certain comfort picks. Obviously, we're all frowning a little bit at the Zyra here, aimed at, I guess, Core JJ on that support role, just a heavy poke supports.
That's interesting. I mean, I do love Zyra support. I think she's very good. It just feels very strange to see that when we haven't seen her play so far at Worlds.
Yeah, this has to be some type of inside knowledge from TSM in scrims. You'd have to wonder, maybe they played it against them super early in the boot camp before they're drawn in the same group.
Very early, or maybe he's just been spamming it in solo queue. You know, it's very likely. It's also support that does extremely well in the solo queue environment. So if you can ban it out, it looks so good when people start smashing with it, and people are just not used to playing against it. It's a very different lane pattern than most conventional supports.
And I gotta say, I love teams that do bring out the new things. You know, the Aurelion Soulban, who he brought it out of MSI last year, and no one had played against a champion before, early this year, I should say. The Zyra, again, can be something like that. But let's move on to the picks we actually do have, with a Karma flex pick in for TSM, as well as the Olaf jungle for FLICKR.
Yeah, and with the Lee Sin banned away, you wonder what the second jungler is going to be. Some people prefer the Elise. Here, because they can synergize the Olaf with the Karma for the move speed, they have that.
Maybe because they're also looking forward. With Samsung Galaxy locking in the Jhin early, it's so likely that Double F will pick up the Sivir, complement that with the Karma, and slot in the Olaf right there, and you're already building your composition ahead.
Yeah, I do think the Jhin first pick is very interesting. TSM seemed to prioritize the Jhin above all other AD carries last week, so I think Samsung recognizes that and took it away.
But were they as successful? I feel like there was definitely holes in Double F's Jhin play that he could patch up with a more utility-oriented AD carry and let other people on his team shine.
Sure, I agree. I think there's been definite criticism about Double Lift's Jhin in particular, but there's always the thought of if it fits the composition, even if you're only 80% good of the champion, it's still the right choice. That seems to be what TSM thought about it, and we'll see how well that actually works out. It's time for their turn to pick a few more champions as they're up against a Rek'Sai and a Victor.
And if we're looking at lane pressure here, the early lock-in with the Victor does mean that you're going to yield the lane from 1 to 6 here. Victor has an incredibly weak early laning phase, and we could look for a counter pick later on from Bjergsen to really punish that.
Yeah, that's the question. Crown did get his Victor, though, was by far and away his most played champion, and his most successful champion at Worlds as well. The game he had against Splyce in the first week was exceptional. And I like that Double Lift is going back towards Lucian, actually, only because that was far and away his most played in the regular season. And they've had a little bit of trouble, I'd say, in the laning phase to be able to pick them on very comfortable champions. Karma, Biofrost most played, Lucian, Doubleist most played in this critical game is very important.
And we have seen, especially from yesterday's results, that just winning lanes can be enough to win you the game if you can push it through. TSM, one of the very best teams here at Worlds of transitioning a laning phase win into closing games out. They are quick winners if they get ahead.
Yeah, but if I'm mentioning TSM's comfort picks, I have to mention Samsung's comfort picks. QV loves playing Mage's top lane. I'd say Kennen and Rumble are his top 2. The top 1 for Crown is Victor, and even Core JJ's best champion may even be Tom Kent. So Samsung also getting a lot of comfort picks.
Yeah, interested to see how that Rumble matchup into the Kennen plays out, because Rumble has a very pushy nature in the lane, but Kennen can definitely punish that, especially when Olaf starts ghosting in the lane. If QV is pushed up and he doesn't get the necessary support from Ambition, both in terms of vision and just lingering around the lane, that could be TSM trying to enable Hanzo.
Yeah, I think top lane can be very volatile in TSM's favor. Haunter's a fallback pattern. I feel like he will generally be able to survive Rumble and Rek'Sai together, but if you get up on this Rumble, he doesn't have a lot of ways out, and I can see TSM snowballing top lane instead of bot lane if they wanted to.
And they also have the potential to chain some CC with the Kennen and Zilean. Bjergsen is one of the best Zillions I've seen.
Yep.
He was undefeated on it in the regular season. It is one of the picks that TSM kind of has in their deep pockets, and they use it as a counter pick fairly often.
But the composition kind of tells you already what they want to do. They want to just put some bombs on the Svenskar and send him into deep, have him assassinate either the Jhin or the Victor, who are incredibly low mobility champions. Only one of them can be devoured by the Tahm Kench, and then if Olaf goes too deep, it's a very simple revive that makes it very stat efficient, because he's the one that's going to be building tank and relying on his base damages over and over to take down these low mobility carries.
Yeah, overall, ton of haste on TSM. Get the frontliners in there. The Kennen, a great recipient of the movement speed as well, and now going to see how well they can do on the Rift. And it's time for you guys at home to also throw your support behind the team of your choice on Twitter. The fans, the audience have been cheering for TSM, but if you want to let us know who it's going to be online, it's hashtag SSGWin or hashtag TSMWin for the Koreans of Samsung Galaxy, or the North American squad of TSM here in San Francisco, cheering on their home team. But here we go. Day 7 of Worlds begins now as Samsung Galaxy takes on TSM.
Krepo, I loved your point about hasting in the Olaf in this game. As is customary in TSM games, in the USA, they get the chant. A lot of this early game will hinge, though, on whether or not Svenskar can get some items early, because being able to revive an Olaf with 3,000 health is much more valuable than an Olaf that's behind it dying right away.
He is the pivotal piece in this composition, but if we look at week 1, for me, he was also a standout player. He went above and beyond in his Lee Sin performances. He really understands jungler right now, especially in a standalone meta. TSM as a team seem to be very unified in their approach, especially when it comes to counter jungling.
Yeah, and so many of these games have been decided by who has the pushing lanes. Oftentimes, if you can get 2 out of your 3 lanes pushing, that's enough. Here, though, TSM is most likely going to have a push-a-bull lane in the top lane and the bottom side. Mid lane, though, is going to be pretty difficult to push in a Victor, so it'll be interesting. It's much harder to capitalize on having your top and bottom lane pushing rather than mid and another lane.
And this is Samsung. To get early control of the lane, they need control of that second brush, and that is exactly why TSM is defending that, because in a vacuum, Lucian Karma will always win the push. The mid lane matchup is quite fascinating, because Victor, while he can hit all the creeps at once, is quite poor at trading unless he can spam Q trades, but then he obviously has access to laser later. Early levels, Victor has one of the weakest pushes in the game, but once you hit, obviously, that augmented hex score upgrade and you go further into the game, Victor can just one-shot waves.
The first back for Victor is incredibly important. You need at least 1,250 gold in order to upgrade your hex score first. Then you can get to level 7 and start clearing the minion wave with one spell. And up until that point, it's really all about being elusive for these guys because their trade spell is the same as their wave clear spell. So it's a choice of whether you want to harass or shove the lane.
We'll see which one they end up doing as we get ourselves into the beginning of this game. Svenskeren unleashed for his red buff here. Unusual pathing we've seen several times now at Worlds. Junglers picking very different openings than we normally see in the regional leagues coming here at Worlds.
Well, just yesterday we actually saw Olaf starting blue side because that's the expected, and then you see the enemy jungler invade the red because you almost know the Olaf is going to start blue. So Svenskeren's trying to change the expectation, and when you do start red side, you get to do one more camp and then go immediately to blue, otherwise you run out of mana.
Yeah, definitely need that blue buff early, especially if your smite comes off cooldown. The little extra bonus you get from smiting the blue also makes your jungle path more sustainable rather. Bjergsen taking some early poke here. Crown is definitely one of the best Victors in the world. He goes above and beyond in terms of what he can get out of the champion. When you see the damage per game numbers, he is much higher than the average Victor.
And he's dodging so many of these time bombs as well. Finally gets a chunk of his health down this time, but definitely doing a very good job mechanically of predicting where Bjergsen's putting the spell down, running the other way, and letting it time out without him nearby.
Now both teams have information what side the jungle started on because top laners came late to lane, missing HP. It could have been a fake leash, but these teams are operating under the assumption that both junglers were at least for this period of time centered in the bot side of the map.
Which when Svenskeren starts running back towards top side, means Doublelift and Biofrost need to get that ward in the river. I actually feel like it's potentially a little late where Biofrost was getting that ward, but they have it down now, and they're a little bit more safe.
And it's also very dangerous to ward Tribrush there against the Rek'Sai. He could go for the double tunnel over. We'll look at that later as Svenskeren is approaching a pushing rumble.
Yeah, and right away, Kube turns around and Sven says, okay, this was warded. He sees me. I know there's vision around this area and says, ooh, but look at this. Ambition hasn't taken his blue buff yet. Spots it. Is on top of a ward, though. Could get collapsed upon.
Yeah, this would be very dangerous for Svenskeren, but Hanser calls missing. It's still going to be dangerous.
Okay, dodges the first praising, but now getting slowed down by Kube. Then flash knockup. That's not enough life for Svenskeren. First blood comes through for Ambition. Nicely played stop at the counter jungle.
And Jad, this exactly echoes the point you were making earlier, how it's so important to have pushing lanes, because in between pushing lanes, you can invade. And right now, Hanser may not be safe.
He's so low. 300 HP, Ambition. There's the knockup. He pulls Zagger. Kube to follow up. The Sun's going to get him to trade the kill, but it's still advantage Samsung Galaxy 2-1 with assists on both kills.
Exactly. It's a big advantage, too, because the wave is going to die to the turret, and Hanser is going to miss out on that experience. Not to mention, Kube still got a kill, so it's not like Hanser is going to have any gold advantage in that lane. And as you mentioned, really a poor invade by Svenskeren. Yes, they thought Rek'Sai might be bottom side, but they had their mid and their top lane pushed in, so that's not the time you want to be going for the invade.
And so at this exact moment that Svenskeren knows he's screwed up, so all he can do is maybe juke out. He's running a flashless jungler as well, ghost only. Gotta be bold move here now. Bjergsen!
Oh, he dodges the bombs, Crown with the chase, and a solo kill in the mid lane at level 5.
You miss your bombs on Zilean and you have nothing left. Crown steps forward where Bjergsen expects him to step back, takes a big risk in lane and falls.
Also the aggressive flash. Bombs are never guaranteed if the opponent wants to flash aggressively, and that is one of the weaknesses of Zilean. That's why generally you go for safety and wave push, and you always have to calculate the possibility of aggressive flash here. Crown completely changing the matchup. I'm sure Bjergsen actually has never played against a Victor that is this practiced on the champion.
And Crown definitely wanted revenge for the last game when he played against Bjergsen Syndra and was down 46 CS at some point in the game. This time, gets the solo kill and a whole lot of revenge.
This means so much for TSM later on because, again, the crux of their composition was Svenskeren getting ahead, you know, hasting him into the team fight, maybe dropping some bombs on him, having him isolate the carries.
So the one advantage TSM does have is this bottom lane. You're seeing the fruits of it right now. A 9-ish minion lead right here for Doublelift and Biofrost. They went for their most comfortable champions, their lane-dominant champions. The very beginning of the game went well for them. Of course, every other lane is losing and needs to somehow resuscitate themselves, but there is 1 point of pressure for TSM to the 3 points of pressure of Samsung.
And Samsung has been super good when they're ahead in games, especially in Korea and even in the group stage here. And not even with that, at Worlds, we see the early snowball often translate into victory. So it's still just 6 minutes in and the gold hasn't quite equalized yet, but there's a chance that Samsung can run away with this game since they have advantages in multiple solo lanes and they have this jungler who is ahead.
Have the advantage right now, going in, equalizer. Bit of a waste. I think Hanser's actually happy that tagged a few creeps too, so it's gonna force the push. It's up to Ambition right now to move up. Crown has the push in mid, so they could technically go for a 3-man roam top.
See if they can, absolutely. Of course, with the Rumble ulti down, Hanser, though, is missing his own flash, which makes him a more diveable champion. Thankfully for Hanser, is slicing Maelstrom is up, which will hurt the chance at diving. And now, finally, very late into the game, Ambition will take his first blue buff and probably hand it over to Crown, giving him even better pressure over the mid lane. There'll be another minute at least until Bjergsen can get his.
Yeah, and we talk about how the small early game leads can transition to bigger leads. A lot of that happens because they take control of the river. If you're thinking of just the fog of war that TSM can see right now, they see very little, which makes it incredibly hard to get a lead back. Whereas Samsung has a whole bunch of vision, so they can actually think about the plays they want to execute and then actually pull them off.
And look at that, Sven pushed out of his own jungle. He saw that Kube was running out of the top lane after getting priority there. Again, we talked about winning lanes, helping your jungle, counter jungle. Because Kube is winning top lane, he gets to steal the red buff away from Svenskeren.
And this will be a true test for TSM because they'll need to be flexible because the game is not playing out the way they wanted. Bjergsen in week 1 was 5-1-5 combined 315.
They want to dive. They don't have the Rumble ultimate though.
So with Bjergsen not actually getting ahead in this game and not being a point of pressure, TSM has to completely change the way they play around the map. Maybe actually start putting more focus on the bottom lane or put out a rotation here. Maybe Karmalushin goes top. They need to change up something.
Yeah. There's also the chance that they just try and farm this one out a little bit until they can try and get an objective fight because, yes, they did suffer deaths in both of their solo lanes, but they are staying even in CS and maybe just trying to slowly snowball the bottom side because for 3 kills to 1, it's still only an 800 gold advantage.
Right, exactly. The very first trade at the very top of the map, actually, you count all the kills overall, it should be a 1,050 gold lead for Samsung. First blood, assist gold, the math is that much, and the gold lead is less than that, meaning TSM are on average out farming. If this continues, the game gets maybe even a bit closer in gold, and the transition can happen later on.
They've definitely shown that they can play good team fights with that Zillia and catching teams off guard by the well-timed resurrections, you know, a couple zoning bombs placement, especially if they can posture around objectives. The threat of a almost turbo Olaf is really weird to play around, especially if you have such low mobility carries.
And oftentimes, watching where the vision is a better indicator of who is winning than the actual goal lead. And contrary to 3 minutes ago, where Samsung had almost all the river vision, TSM is starting to fight a little bit of it back. They got a ward over the wall, and they have some pink wards in river, not to mention double lift.
Love this play here from double lift. The second the support leaves lane and you're playing Lucian, aggressive dash into Cullen gives you so much lane pressure. Yes, they may not be able to translate that into kill or chip damage, but now they have control to move into the river, just like we were talking about earlier. Vision control is step 1 into everything.
Exactly, and because they had the pink ward in the river, when Crown started to roam down bottom, TSM was able to ping it out and back away a little bit. But if they lose that control in the river, all of the harass is for naught because it means they can't safely push up without fearing death.
Well, but you talk about safe vision and pushing up successfully. Well, Ambition kind of wresting control back of this bottom side river, kills with a Scuttle Crab, has a ward, finds his pink as well, and Biofrost not going to push him off of it, so now it's darkness once again for TSM, and they can't play up as they were before.
Yeah, and that means there's a little bit of space in the lane, at least for Ruler to walk up. Again, CoreJJ, if he can use that Fog of War later on, he can path into different lanes and bring up his AD carry to the mid lane, so Bjergsen sometimes has to be careful as well if the bot lane suddenly disappears.
Threat once again, Equalizer used pretty much on cooldown. It looks like Kube says, I'm not going to get gank attention here. Cannon hard enough to dive. I'll just ult to zone you out. Maybe kill your pink ward. That kind of stuff is working out. Biofrost looking for a trade on a CoreJJ. Plenty of damage onto the Tom Kinch, then back onto Ruler. Nicely traded. Burns the exhaust, and Double gets rooted up now. Someone's got to take the curtain call. Biofrost walking into range. He can eat off the flash. The chop comes in, and a nice flash to get out of range. CoreJJ overextended. What an outplay by TSM. Ruler forced to flash away, and now Bjergsen running for his life. Ambition looking for the knockup. Can't quite get it. And TSM finally get a kill answered back.
What a huge outplay there by TSM, and very surprising that no one teleported to that fight because everyone else was skirmishing elsewhere on the map.
And Samsung Galaxy was definitely planning that move. They knew they had the back end of that trade locked down. CoreJJ sadly overextended a little bit, and it leaves Ruler exposed.
Why is Ruler staying under the turret? That's going to be a free kill picked up. Perfectly executed by TSM. Biofrost pulls the aggro, and TSM are now winning the game.
And specifically with the supportive mid laner like Zilean, it is so critical that one of your damage dealers snowball. Not only does TSM get 2 kills, but they get them on the right person. 2 kills for double solution, plus the CS advantage, plus what should be the first turret goal if he stops trying to be greedy and deny all these minions. She just get it and go back.
They knew Victor recalled. CoreJJ's here now. This is 650 gold to Doublelift himself, 1,000 gold to the team. Big lead TSM.
Yeah, and it was a really beautiful trade. Look how CoreJJ steps into Karma Q here, because he doesn't want Bifrost to cut off the exit path. Right then, after Doublelift's spells are on cooldown, they realize they actually have Curtain Call to do damage, so it's paramount to block. But if you're blocking that closely, it gives access to the Devour, but the Grey Health runs out right there, and suddenly CoreJJ is kind of surprised, like, I thought I had way more health than this.
And also the timing almost worked out for them. If they were able to spit Doublelift out of Tahm Kench as the final Jin shot was going, he wouldn't have been able to flash backwards, but they messed up the timing.
And now you've got to fight in the top lane. Hansa versus Cuvée, plenty of damage.
Rek'Sai's here.
Left, but here comes Ambition. The flash knockup, the flash run from Hansa, and there's the equalizer to get the kill back up. TSM losing one, Samsung Galaxy 4-3.
Definitely feels like Hanser got baited there. Really good play by Cuvée and Ambition. Ambition, knowing there was a bunch of action bottom side, immediately tries to take control of the other side of the map, and Cuvée, who had been kind of freely using his ultimate before, saves it for the last hit.
Yeah, he saves for the last hit. He kind of got surprised by overheating a little bit, got a little scared there, but in the end, hang on, Bjergsen, not again, right?
Not under that much. That pops the ult. He's going to walk into turret range to get the revive.
Oh no!
He's not going to now.
Biofrost shielded him, so he didn't pop the revive.
Kills him, and it's going to be Crown taking him out. Huge misplay by Bjergsen. Doesn't get the revive off, and now Samsung with control.
That was the misplay by Biofrost. Doublelift Bjergsen ulted himself because there's no way Crown could stop the damage from his Chaos Storm for ticking, but Biofrost came in and shielded him so that ultimate didn't kill him. But now CoreJJ way out of position.
Rooted, caught out. He's going to go down.
Yeah,
another kill to Doublelift.
Both these teams so smart sometimes in terms of cross-map and awareness of where people are on the map, and then suddenly they forget. CoreJJ just wanders into the mid lane, not aware of any enemy positioning right there. It started so well with Ambition in the top lane. That was a really smart cross-map play. Then Bjergsen pushing his limits on the Zilean, but Bifrost clearly wasn't ready to just let Bjergsen die there.
Oh, he moved! Doublelift gave it away. He was antsy.
Yeah, and now Crown can also move towards this with a fully upgraded Hex score.
Smite fight. Ambition smites early, but Sven, no, actually, I can't tell. They both have a red buff. I think, yeah, okay, it's a fresh red buff. Thank you, Observer. Sven with a recently refreshed red, got the last hit despite the smite from Ambition.
And I think this game is at a really interesting point right now, because Crown can beat up on Doublelift in team fights. Lucian is a shorter range AD carry, and in order to do damage, he has to get into combat range of the victor. So Crown is in a position to also carry this game.
But a good flank from Hanser or just a Bjergsen-Svenskr combination can take down Crown. Once Svenskr gets a little bit more tanking, gets access to some magic resistance, he can just run down Crown, force him to use all those abilities on the enemy jungler, and then Doublelift can step into the fight.
There's also so much pressure on these teams right now, and you can see it in some of the plays. A lot of these guys have actually been going for the big play, which is why we've seen 9 kills in the first 14 minutes. Whether it's CoreJJ in the bottom lane flashing to eat Doublelift, or Bjergsen in the mid lane being so aggressive and getting outplayed by Crown a couple of different times. You definitely tell these teams aren't hoping the game comes to them, they're trying to take it themselves.
Yeah, but Ambition is definitely staying even with Svenskr. A level ahead right now. Svenskr in week 1 was aggressively counter jungle with his team. He had 30% jungle proximity with Bjergsen because they were working together as a unit, consistently attacking the enemy jungler, but that has been thwarted both due to the early mistake from Bjergsen and Svenskr being found out in his jungle a couple times by Ambition. So Samsung Galaxy having a much better performance here in week 2.
Close game. Only 1,300 gold apart. Here comes the play. Equalizer gets a little bit of damage on Hanser, but I feel like that could have been aimed better by Cuvée.
TSM was ready for this. They knew they disappeared, and the counter teleport comes out.
3 versus 3. How good is it going to be? Bjergsen is in. Doesn't get a stun just yet, but plenty of damage onto Ambition. Slicing Maelstrom comes through. They will kill off the Rek'Sai. 1 for 0, and now Doublelift versus Crown. Biofrost to help the culling. Knocks him down. Gets away from everything else. The shields get him away. 2 for 0 TSM with control over the top lane.
Yeah, massive exhaust from Bifrost. Delays the damage from Crown, and he drops before he can take out Doublelift.
And also, Crown was trying to match Bjergsen up top lane, but they didn't account for the AD carry roam. Ruler was down bottom. He may get some turret pressure, but Doublelift getting the shutdown onto Crown only catapults him further ahead of the rest of the game in gold pacing.
And in essence, this was a macro mistake from Samsung because they moved their support to the top lane, but bot tier 1 was already taken. It is so likely for bot lanes to switch up the side of the map that they're playing on, especially when they're playing with a hard CC in a top lane like a cannon.
Exactly, and the mistake is that Samsung goes aggressive here in the first place while they're trying to freeze the bottom side. So TSM's actually very patient with the way they go here. They know Ambition doesn't have flash, but they don't want to engage all the way in on the turret. Meanwhile, they catch Crown in the roam with the shielding support so that he can't actually one-shot the double lift. And that's 4 kills for TSM right there.
That's TSM's strength as a team. They play the map as a unit. They look at all the resources available and they make the right map choice very often, whereas Samsung right now, they seem very divided. 4 people on the top side of the map looking for an aggressive play, while they still don't even have the pressure as a counterplay on the bot lane.
But this is the thing, is TSM won bot lane so hard that despite everyone else losing, they were able to kill the turret, shove the wave, get out of bot lane, and be on the other side of the map of Ruler, a guaranteed 5v4, and you saw the fruits of that.
I absolutely agree, and Samsung need to kind of take a breath, realize they have a scaling Victor, realize the QV should be a little bit more patient with his Rumble ultimates. He seems to be wasting them in lane a fair bit, which has allowed Hauntzer to actually get ahead in CS and set up around a Drake. They have 2 incredibly high-impact mid-game AP power spikes right now with the Victor and the Rumble. They should try and utilize that, in my opinion.
And they have a lot of zone control in these champions, because imagine a world where FLICKR kind of goes in for the rush, but an Equalizer cuts up the remaining support from the team, then suddenly Samsung Galaxy are in control of the team. But if they can set up first for an objective, they can punish you for walking in. Equalizer on one side, the Victor's ultimate on the other side.
It's very scary. There is so much damage from the Samsung Galaxy lineup. Victor and Rumble, 2 of the very best team fighters in League of Legends on their role. And these 5v5s are always going to be scary for TSM. As you're mentioning, Samsung Galaxy can always win these games if they play it right.
Ambition, though, walks over top of a pink ward when going for this evade. And at this point, TSM is closer to defending, so FLICKR can finish that off. But I wanted to talk about Double Lift being over 2,000 gold ahead of the opponent AD carry. And looking at Samsung's team composition, they don't have great backline access. So if Double Lift is able to juke around and not get basically popped by a Crown Laser or baited into dashing forward, he will be an absolute force in this matchup. 7,600 gold already.
There's a minor point I want to bring up about Double Lift. I love Runes and Masteries. He's only got 35 MR. He actually cut several magic resist glyphs for either attack speed or mana regen, which against double AP Rumble Victor is actually going to be very scary. Right now, though, it's a battle for the red buff. Ambition, chomped up by Core JJ, gets away. The Devourer keeping him safe, but the bomb still blows up. Battle for the red buff, and FLICKR steals his 2nd red in a row.
But to touch on that point, Freak, it actually all ties in together because they won lane super hard, having slightly better trade. Forgiven is also an AD carry that will forego the magic resistance in lane and put it more into raw damage, hoping he can acquire more gold that way by getting 2v2 kills. This was Double Lift's and Byrefall's first 2v2 kill in the tournament, and they're showing that with a small advantage, they can actually snowball and become the pressure point for TSM.
As long as he can survive the team fights against Crown and Kuve. There's not the greatest hard engage on him, but the damage does exist. If he mispositions, he can get popped.
Yeah, and Hauntzer hears the Rek'Sai, doesn't know where that tunnel's going to be, and he's already sitting at half health under his turret. Hauntzer is actually being fairly greedy just to clear that out until he sees the pink ward. Now he knows he's safe to recall.
Yeah, good job by TSM keeping wards up in their jungle. That's the 3rd pink ward there that's been killed, but they're keeping the vision. Now they walk right into Ambition. They predicted him being over there. They had the ward on the brush as well to jump in, and that's him taking several tunnels and a flash to get away.
And they keep swapping sides here. They keep Samsung Galaxy on the back foot here. Double Lift and Bifrost were bot lane, suddenly top lane. They surprised. If somebody goes for a dive, they could run into that Convolution at any time.
Yeah, I will say, though, that's going to be the turret going over to Samsung, which is a bit of a gold return. And now will TSM be able to take advantage on the bottom side since they have the numbers advantage? Time to go.
You expect TSM to get top turret, but can they get more with their pressure? FLICKR is still looking for the bit of a chase. Ambition jumps over the wall, and they chase everyone out of the area. Kuve running down as well.
They trade an already chipped tower for top lane control, maybe getting access to that top tier 1, but they also get vision control here. And TSM has shown that they know exactly what to do once they get the deep vision into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, this play still is another minute in the making. Baron is alive right now. Kuve, though, burned Equalizer to kill the top lane wave, so this turret so far is unanswered. The wave coming in right now will be the one TSM kills the turret with, but gave a lot of time for Ruler and Core today to run around the map.
Yeah, and a small criticism, TSM keep baiting on pink wards while walking back and forth against direct size, so it's kind of giving up the vision advantage they have on the pink.
And it's just a habit for pro players that are in a game to keep their mouse moving constantly because they want to be ready to make any split-second decision-making, like flash reactions. When they get surprised, they want to be ready, but it's such a bad habit to have when you're playing against a Rek'Sai, and you never really see it happen. You never see a Rek'Sai notice you, so you never kind of get mentally punished for that behavior.
We see the payoff actually not working out right now for TSM. It's only going to be vision because Ruler and Core JJ able to roam up top in time again, thanks to Kuve's Equalizer, cleared the wave that would have given them the turret kill, and it's just a 1-for-0 turret off TSM's rotation.
Yeah, 2-item spike right now on Doublelift. He really wants to open that fight with a max range crawling, wait for some cooldowns to get used, preferably by Crown, and then dash in aggressively. Maybe relying on the revive if Svenskeren doesn't need it himself.
Yeah, and it is kind of on TSM to try and play around that Doublelift power point. They had this setup in the bottom side, but their pink ward vision is lost. They backed away from the play because of a overactive mouse movement, pretty much. And now it's just Doublelift alone up there, so a little bit of a stall almost until the mountain break spawns.
I like that they're willing to sacrifice some objectives to help a struggling laner out, though. Hauntzer was stuck under that top tower, and many teams would fall into the pit of like having to keep the tier 1 bot tower alive. And they actually go for a proactive play where they at least make sure that they defend Hauntzer from a dive and turn it into some aggressive vision, potentially with some bonus at the end in the pick, but they botched that one.
Yeah, and they're right back at it again. They see that Rumble is trying to push up on the other side. Svenskeren goes and acquires vision in the jungle, and they get it second time around.
There we go. Dragon gone long enough that there's no worry about putting your lane assignments close to the Drake itself. And TSM do finally with their
teleport bot from Bjergsen.
Ooh, looking for a bit of a play onto Kube. Slicing Maelstrom gets a bit of CC, can get the second stun. Once the Q comes back up from cooldown, gets that one. Here's the Equinox looking for the chase down. Hauntzer running low on health, gets away from one of the bombs, and it's going to be the quick revive. Hauntzer will be fine. Bjergsen lands the time bomb. That should be the kill onto Kube, and it is enough damage. The 1-for-0 off the teleport.
And once again, a little bit strange by TSM, actually. Hauntzer could have stayed on the equalizer and revived, but he ran off of it and didn't revive. Fight in the mid lane with 2 solo laners from TSM gone.
Svenskeren quite low, pops the ulti late. He's running out of health. The chase down, and a nice shot from Ruler. Now into Biofrost. One more shot will kill him. And Doublet does not even block the shot. Died to Crown anyway. Control of the mid lane, a 2-for-0 to Samsung, and that's going to be a very low, almost dead turret.
But it shows you the value of that 2-item spike on Victor. Nobody can get out of that Chaos Storm because it applies continuous slow from the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and now Bjergsen way too far forward.
Overstepping, chased down by Ruler. Doublet was exhausted. The chase, a couple more autos would kill him, but he does get out of range. TSM hemorrhaged 3 kills in a row.
And it kind of shows that Samsung Galaxy are no slouches to play against. If TSM overcommits, which they did on the bottom side of the map, Samsung will punish them, and then they overstay yet again. Hauntzer has teleport, but no ultimate, and they have no vision over this early Baron by Samsung.
They just found out with a boot trinket, but it seems too late for Hauntzer to react here. No ultimate, so he can't really do much, even if he teleports. And TSM, really bad read in that fight. They all tried to protect Svenskeren, and in doing so, they lost Biofrost, and then Bjergsen walked in later. I think the Rylai's Crystal Scepter pickup from Victor this early in the game completely surprised them. Because look at how Svenskeren and Biofrost kind of hug each other, and they both get stuck into this fight.
And Sven takes so long to realize he should ult out of this one. Takes so much damage before he finally starts running away.
Yeah, and they'd use the Montrix shield very early, and at that point, Biofrost and Doublelift actually just need to completely bail out on the play, but you can tell TSM was in a very defend-focused mentality, not thinking that Samsung would be able to make the play without the Rumble. But Crown is the guy with all the gold, and Jin is always effective when he opens up with Curtain.
But at this point, why walk up here if you're Bjergsen and Doublelift? Very odd for them.
That's the bigger mistake.
TSM is not used to playing from behind because they were smashing the league in summer all the time, but this mistake, you can't say that's not like not knowing how to play from behind. It's just simply walking up 2v4. Major blunder here from TSM.
Definitely agree. TSM now letting Samsung back into this one, and a great capitalization by the Korean squad. Just to keep everyone updated, these are 2 teams that are tied for first in the group right now at 2-1. This is an incredibly important game to make the quarterfinals, and Samsung Galaxy off some great plays in the mid lane, now up almost 1,000 gold, wearing a blue buff. Mountain Drake going to be theirs as well, and are in the driver's seat.
And let's not even underestimate the effect of the combat stats Baron gives you this early on into the game. Yes, the gold is even, but Samsung is much more powerful right now. A basically uncontestable Drake for TSM, and they're going to struggle to wave clear this early in the game.
And this is also Samsung's wheelhouse. Svenskeren might actually have to burn ulti if he gets hit here. Good juke.
Ghost.
Gets away from the root that could have come out from Ruler, but still about half HP. And yeah, as you mentioned, missing a summoner spell now.
Samsung so comfortable. If they can go into any game, even in the mid game, they'll be happy because they're a mid to late game team. Really good shot calling, really good team fighting, and their composition is also built for this moment in the game. Both Rumble and Victor are very strong at this point.
Incredibly so. We're seeing them try to siege the bottom lane, not getting a ton done. Bit of damage from Doublelift, dodges away from the root, but really only makes Samsung walk away. But really, all TSM are looking to do is buy time until that Baron buff times out. Less than 2 minutes left on it, but look at this, the rotation to the mid lane, 3 members strong. Samsung Galaxy gonna knock down mid lane tier 2 and bring that gold lead up to about 2,000.
And this is approaching the point of the game where Samsung is getting very comfortable from a historic perspective as well as a team composition perspective. TSM snowballed so many of their games and had the lowest average game time of teams at Worlds. But also, a composition with Zilean, Olaf, and Lucian is all about hitting the 2-item power spikes and then trying to run over the enemy team. Except as soon as TSM hit the 2-item power spikes, they were disjointed and gave up Baron. So Samsung's going to actually have this Baron throughout when TSM should be strongest and then actually have a goal lead after the fact.
Is pressed over. Here comes the attempt at a dive. Bomb goes off to the side, looking for Ambition. The root's going to land, but do they have the damage they need?
Juve has no teleport.
Hanser coming in from the side, but he's going to get rooted, and that could be Hanser dying. Gets the revive, so he'll wait for a second. Ambition is dead, but here's the re-engage on towards Hanser. The snipe's going to land. Ruler getting a ton of damage, forcing the flash out. So far, it's just the 1-for-0, but Rumble is still pushing the top lane, and TSM could lose another turret. Core JJ not getting hit by the culling bullets here for double lift, and that means actually total gold up for Samsung Galaxy.
But this was a 5v4 here in the bot lane because QV already had top lane priority, which means Hanser teleported out of an already pushed lane. QV just takes a tower in the top lane, potentially chip the tower there in the base as well here, and it's becoming very rough for TSM because the teleport flank was the only way they could get out of this chokehold because Rumble is continuously beating Kennen in the side lane. The remaining 4 members were so much stronger here and successfully thwarted the engage here.
Yeah,
Samsung.
And that fight was also an example of why so many teams banned Victor against Samsung. Crown has total command of that champion, and he solo defended Hanser's flank where it looked like he was going to be able to come in and clean up the fight. Landed the Rylai slow right away, almost killed Hanser and ended up prompting the ultimate from Bjergsen Zilean. So this guy, he is hard to deal with.
3,000 gold puts Samsung Galaxy ahead in this one. A nice gold lead to have, 28 minutes in. Certainly not insurmountable, but TSM have had a rough last 5 or so. We'll see if they can turn this back around. The occasional kills not doing enough to keep them in this one.
And also what came with that push was just a wealth of deep vision here, top right side of the map here. So Samsung have so much information. They either see people on the right side of the map or they see them clearing minions. Or they know they have to be hiding in the top left side. So they know exactly where everybody's going to be, which means on this foundation, they can build more wards again if CoreJJ refreshes the side drone.
And here comes the play. Teleport coming in for Kuba. The team has got to run away. Svensker going to be in the front lines, takes the equalizer, and a flash by Biofrost to stay alive. Ambition takes the stun, but he is very durable on this Rex side. Sven running out of health. The ulti from Jin hitting Hanser a few more times, but the re-engage for double lift. Half his health bar is down. Sven into the front lines. Stunned up, haunted around. Ambition still looking for a snipe. They can't quite get anything done for it. Just low health bars on both sides and a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, loving the little side steps here from Svensker and really dodging those deadly flourishes.
And those bombs were nice, and Hanser was actually able to kind of stay in the bottom lane and get some farm, shove the lane back out. Samsung's wards will time out eventually, so a bit unfortunate for them to get nothing out of this. They lose the teleport cooldown, and then in about 2 minutes, Hanser will be the one with the TP advantage, and maybe TSM can make that flank play again.
Yeah, and right at the end there, you saw a missed opportunity by TSM. Those are the bombs that Bjergsen needs to be able to land. And these team fights themselves are very troubling for TSM because that was an ultimate that Cube completely whiffed, and there was an opportunity, you think, to turn the fight around. But Crown casts one spell on Doublelift, takes him to half health and eliminates him from the fight.
Yeah, that Victor ultimate, once Doublelift steps in too close for culling, obviously hits Lucian with a couple of nerfs over time. Culling 1200 range right now, I believe. So Victor can easily match that, walk forward, put a storm on Doublelift's face, and he has to dash out then, so he can't even follow up on his own culling, making it very difficult for TSM to play this comp from behind. Went ahead, a Zilean kind of blitzkrieg comp is fantastic to play, but if you fall behind, there's very little defensive tools. The only really hard CC is centered on Hanser, but he kind of just gets blown up if he engages because he didn't build his own yet.
Exactly, he decided Proto Belt and Magic Resist was what he needed, and then he wanted the Void Staff to cut through some Magic Resist. If anything, he should have skipped the Void Staff for Zhonya's only because he can't get into this fight in this situation.
I think it's him building aggressively, hoping that Bjergsen's Chrono Shift is the defense that he needs. They hope it's only focused on one target, and they're building high damage to try to chip that one target out.
And TSM was hoping for a 32-minute victory. That's what their team composition was built around, but we're cresting over that point now, and Samsung, from a compositional perspective, gets much stronger from here on out.
This is the threat once again. Look for the dive and a beautiful equalizer across all of TSM. Svensker and holding the front line with the Guardian Angel, and TSM stay alive. Now, how's the re-engage going to be? It's Doublelift running out of health, and oh, already the Chrono Shift is burned. TSM going to have a miserable time next 5-on-5, which means Samsung runs right for Baron.
And because the Chrono Shift is down and Doublelift is low, they can just take this Baron. This is actually a Baron that TSM shouldn't try and contest. They're expecting Samsung to do it. This could be real bad for TSM.
Sees a Tom Kench, wards over the wall. Here comes the engage, the flash knock about a Biofrost, and TSM running out of health. That's already Guardian Angel down. Biofrost the first casualty of it, but nowhere for Sven to go. That's 2 for 0. Re-engage for Hanser. Damage on the Crown. Can't quite get the damage. He's gonna survive it, and even Kuve's gonna live. Well played by CoreJJ. No kills, but Double If wants back in. These health bars are negative right now, but TSM cannot turn in any of the kills, and it's a 2 for 0 to Samsung.
If Double If had vision there, he would have flashed E, double tapped in for a double kill, but he wasn't sure where they were exactly, and he's so afraid of engaging on this Victor. TSM learned their lesson the hard way at the start of that entire phase. You can never contest a Victor Rumble in a choke point.
Yeah, but what was nice is that Hanser was able to get a bunch of damage in after Samsung had burned most of their burst. So that's the situation in which not having Azonias can actually be good. All told, though, it's a very positive play for Samsung. They get 2 kills and continue to have vision control of Baron. Plus, Double If already low before this fight even starts.
TSM a bit afraid of a Baron bait. They're going to run in and see, hey, it's Ambition right in the front. Another good equalizer, but it splits TSM for a few seconds. Hanser jumps over it. He'll stay alive, but half HP here on this cannon.
Man, CoreJJ doing a good job on Tom Kench, really devouring low HP targets or targets that are carrying a bomb, making sure they get dragged out of the fight.
Yeah, gotta say, beautiful stuff so far for Samsung Galaxy's Tom Kench support player here, CoreJJ. Mid lane siege again is up, but Crown doing such a great job clearing the minions. No amazing turret damage to speak of here for TSM.
Yeah, and this is the breaking point of the game right now. Samsung can secure another Baron. I think they're scaling as well as their gold can take over. They also have vision control towards the Baron buff, so it's incredibly risky every time TSM steps forward.
They may have to fix the bot lane though, because that wave is stacking up and building pressure, and TSM get access in the shallow part of the river. That's enough usually to stop teams from completely starting naturally here, so we'll see a map reset. TSM gets Scuttle Grab too, so a breathing moment for TSM in the next 2 minutes.
Yep, and the Mountain Drake is live as well, which is great in the late game. You blitz down objectives. Samsung Galaxy already has 1. If they get 2, Baron dies in the blink of an eye later on in this game. Crown safely getting his own blue buff. Kuve had run down to that bottom lane wave. TSM were not able to punish that, or the fact that Kuve had no ultimate for the last 2 minutes.
And TSM's going all in on this Baron bait, because usually you would send your top laner to the bottom lane to already catch that wave that's being pushed in, but they're hard committing here, looking for a vision bait here. They know they're out of time here. Their composition is getting outscaled, so they're hard committing, hoping to find a way to trap Samsung Galaxy.
Now, Hanser does have Flash. He would need to be able to get onto Crown, who doesn't have Magic Resist or a QSS with no Mikhails or Cleanse on that team. That's the way they'd have to do this, because if Crown is untouched, he has so much zone control and presence on that Victor. I don't see TSM winning the fight.
Yeah, just like earlier, the second Ambition burrows, he gets all the information he needs, despite there being a complete lack of vision in the river.
Fighting over the wards, those going to go down. TSM keeping this brush under control. You're seeing these 2 pink wards. Crepo, I know you love ward talk and Baron control. Those are 2 of the very important first step wards that keep everyone out of the river.
If there was no Rek'Sai, this would be a fine bait, but it's just so easy for Ambition to get information. But right now, he may have
done, though. He
bit
does.
clutch.
That's CoreJJ. Look at that. The stun doesn't matter. Spits him right back out. No big problem. The damage dealt, it doesn't stick to tanks like that. So TSM not getting anything for all their time. The minion waves go back and forth. Hanser gets the top lane. Bot lane is okay, I guess. TSM clear mid, and back up to the river they go.
It shows how clutch the Tom Kench has been in this game for Samsung. Goal difference over time. It did seem like TSM was going to get that mid-game snowball at 23 minutes, but then Samsung made the macro play and now continue to have the control with this vision battle.
Yeah, because Samsung realized there was a massive bot wave a minute and a half ago, they sent Cube to fix that, slow push that out. TSM did not preemptively send Hanser to kind of start dueling for minion control. He now has to catch that massive wave. The vision bait failed because yes, TSM had perfect vision, but they were playing against a very smart and slow Samsung Galaxy with a Rek'Sai radar. And now Hanser has to catch this massive wave in the bot lane, which result in a free dragon again for Samsung Galaxy. So these guys are so solid when it comes to map play.
Exactly, and in situations like this where you see more of the value of Rek'Sai, because a lot of times you look at the scoreline or the damage or the teamfight impact and not see the whole picture. It's vision battles like this where Rek'Sai actually has the most value.
It's so frustrating to play against Rek'Sai because you want to tell your team to stand still, but standing still against the likes of a Victor or a Rumble, if suddenly a blue orb falls out of the sky and you're all in that brush kind of frozen in place,
you lose the game.
Yeah, flash R from Victor and it's over.
Well, Crown hoping to get that ultimate from the sky and maybe do all the damage he needs right now. Gets himself another blue buff. He's stolen that one away from Bjergsen, so it will be a lower mana Zillion, less cooldowns, less ability power. We'll see what the next play ends up being. TSM still trying to play for some of this Baron control, and to their credit, they've still got more of the vision there. It just doesn't seem to matter. They can't capitalize on it.
And they're still trying to play a dangerous game. Bjergsen is building towards Death Cap, no magic resist items. Doublelift actually built an Infinity Edge on this Black Cleaver Illusion, when normally when they're ahead, he'll go a Bloodthirster for more durability.
Yeah.
He feels like he has to carry the game right now, but he's also up against a Victor who can actually one-shot him right now. We mentioned he didn't bring magic resist runes. He's not building magic resist either, so it's a dangerous game.
It could be a change in TSM's approach, saying, you know what, we're no longer going to revive Svenskr, and he brings his own GA to the table. Doublelift, we're looking for you to dash in aggressively, maybe over a skill shot, take out one of the targets, and then revive him, and hope to win on the back end on the 5v4.
Yeah, and just now Hanser finishes his Zhonya's Hourglass, so theoretically all the good targets can be controlled. That is the ulti down, and TSM able to kite back reasonably well. No more damage is going to come through. TSM may need to heal it up, but at least the curtain call is down, as so is Crown's ultimate.
But they took Crown out of the fight. Bjergsen could teleport back if something happened, but plays like that don't have the immediate payoff when TSM is behind like this, because they do not have the lead to just go and force Baron, especially against a Rumble.
You can definitely see how the Jhin and Victor have a really unique combination there. The second Jhin ulti comes out, everybody likes bunching up to block bullets for each other, you know, spread out the damage, don't give access to the percent punish. But then the Victor ultimate goes up in value, especially since it slows.
Yeah, slows help other skill shots land, which also slow, which helps the rest of the skill shots land. It's a nice vicious cycle of, oh dear, Samsung does a lot of damage, ow, my face. And that's been the situation for TSM since minute 20 here, hoping to maybe get some control back. Looking at the mid lane, they've got the inside track, actually. And if they play it right, they can make this happen. Now Bjergsen is the one attack, getting away from the equalizer. The chase on a Biofrost is Kube. That's the flash forced out. Now here's the teleport to join in. Hanser in the back line, but gets exhausted. How much is the follow-up damage? Perfect shield from Core JJ. That's going to be Kube burning down. The chase in, and Doublelift gets one. He gets two. He's looking for three, and Crown will keep his kingdom for now, but TSM with the 3-0.
Doublelift.
Oh, and it gets deleted. Looks for the play, turns right back around on him. Samsung saving it with the big burst out of the mid laner.
He must have assumed that Crowd had to have used his ultimate already in this fight. It started so great because everything was right. Svenskr has a GA, check. Hanser has TP flank with Zhonya's, check. And Doublelift was always surrounded by Bjergsen, which meant he could play super aggressively and rely on a frame-perfect Zillion revive.
Yep, they made the first 4 steps right and the 5th step wrong, but here the initiation doesn't quite catch on to TSM. We talked about the lack of backline access from Samsung, and they finally get the teleport engaged from Hanser. The Unburrow was early from Ambition, the exhaust does hit, but the CC lands, and Crown is zoned out of the fight, not to mention the patience from Bjergsen on his Chrono Shift.
And I'm going to want to see a Team 5 breakdown of this fight here, because Doublelift perfectly skirts around the edges of this fight here, just hitting whatever's in front. And then he knows once he dashes in, he has the backup from Bjergsen with the Zillion ultimate.
7-1-1. The scoreline here for Doublelift. Infinity Edge, as you had mentioned before, came out 4th item. Now Quicksilver Sash. He is building to hard carry, to rely on his teammates to keep him alive. A Locket from Biofrost, the shields from Akarma, the revive from Bjergsen, the haste as well. It's a level 18 Zillion now. Doublelift is the damage source of TSM.
And Crown is also the damage source of Samsung Galaxy. He's also building to one-shot. That's going to turn into a Lich Bane.
Oh, wow.
When a Victor hits that item threshold, I actually don't even think he cares about Doublelift. He cares about Bjergsen, because he will be able to one-shot Bjergsen if he's able to get into Lich Bane range.
The second Crown sees a bomb animation, he's just going to flash forward. There's one bomb he doesn't care about. It's only about the double stun. So if he actually flashes forward, then there's QER with the Lich Bane proc. It's just death. Bjergsen just dies on the spot, or has to ultimate himself in such a bad spot that Crown can follow up. TSM can't come into a fight because there's no flash on Doublelift, no heal, and double aggressive summoners on Crown right now.
Yeah, and it's a lot of double-edged swords for these carries going so aggressive, because yes, Crown could do that, but he could also get caught by Hanser and completely killed with the low magic resist Victor build.
Both teams just playing for minion wave control, using that to dictate map movements now out of the front line. Hanser just getting rid of a tunnel. And both teams just getting rid of these poor hapless minions that just do not stand up to the might of these champions.
And this is the first time in Worlds we've seen two teams so aggressively fight over these two brushes, because they know it's literally the first step to a Baron bait here. Despite Scuttlecraft being right there in front of them, they still bait aggressively, and they still force vision out.
Biofrost gonna make Ambition go, but he's still gonna get rooted. Svenskeren gonna get hit up as well, pops the ulti. That's gonna be down for the rest of this fight though. Sven gonna be a slightly better target, but here comes Kurt Call looking for a Doublelift. Plenty of damage here. Sven's gonna block it, but Doublelift's running out of HP. Bjergsen flashes to rejoin his team, but he's at half health. This is Samsung Galaxy controlling now the map as they walk up to the mid lane.
Such nice use of Jhin right there, getting total control of not only the Baron area, but if they wanted the Elder Drake. Instead, they push mid lane knowing the TSM is segmented to the side of the map, and they get this turret.
It's a partial flank, but you've got Olaf and Kennen coming in from the lane itself. They're looking for a bit of a play. Sven slowed down, dodges the root,
no
but
ultimate on
Haunter's in the wings. Here comes the attempt at a fight. Jumps in, they look for Crown, plenty of damage, and Haunter does not pop the Zodi as he gets deleted. A 1-for-0 TSM missing their top laner.
And that's the burst that Samsung can bring to the table. That was mainly Ruler, I think, getting a 4th shot crit on a Haunter before he was able to pop his Zhonya's.
There was also a Q proc here and an E from Crown in there, not even having to use his ultimate. So quick on the target selection. Most teams flinch when they see a Kennen. Very few think about just one-shotting it.
Here comes the Baron steal attempt. Sven gonna get knocked around. 2,000 health left on Baron. They can finish during the Guardian Angel. Double Frentzen gets revived, but the health bars are so low. Sven, what's he gonna choose? Is it Baron or is it the fight? Double gets the trade kill on a Crown. The Baron steal, no, it's gonna go to Samsung Galaxy, and they've got complete control. That's a dead Biofrost. The shutdown comes through to Ruler. It is 4 versus 1 with a Baron buff.
And in such a chaotic moment, Samsung focuses on exactly the right things. They burn the Guardian Angel. They immediately make sure the Crown is damaging Doublelift, and they eliminate the damage sources before getting Baron.
Even little things, just waiting for the dash post-revive from Doublelift. Crown held his laser until Doublelift was already moved to a different location and then traded his life for him. And at that point, Samsung Galaxy had convincingly won the fight.
Now they're looking for the fruits of their labor. They've won the fight now for the spoils of war. Mid lane inhibitor going to be theirs. Bot lane opened up as well. And Bjergsen's got to dodge away. The flash knockup, it forces his self-revive. The Chrono Shift going to be on cooldown, and he's got nowhere to go. An easy kill to pick up. 5 kills in a row now for Samsung Galaxy. Haunter alone to defend. Looking for damage, picks off Ruler, and Crown's already dead. It's a 3 versus 1. Haunter loses his life, does not pop Zhonya's there either to buy the time, but it does mean that bottom inhibitor is now open. That's going to be grabbed. TSM do have their bot lane back up, and they're hoping for the big play. CoreJJ with a nice one. The attempted root, no, a flash away from Kube keeps him alive. The haste back onto Doublelift. Can he reach his target? And the answer is yes, he can. Samsung's top laner running for dear life. He is still going to drop down, and that is going to be some eventual time TSM have in a 5v4. Elder Dragon might just be the reward.
Man, what a series of events, and Samsung definitely have a stranglehold on this game right now. Such smart play around the Baron.
Yeah, just look at Doublelift here. He wants to get into the fight here. Double crit onto Rule, dashes in, gets popped. Good sidestep from Crown, and wait for Crown to hold his spells because he knows Doublelift's going to use a dash somewhere. As Doublelift goes out, he gets popped there immediately. The target selection from Samsung is really done as a unit. It's almost as if you're playing an RTS, not just 5 individual players here.
Just hit one, right-click the target, bam, drops down immediately. Hotkey skills, all wonderful. TSM looking for the re-engage. 20 seconds on Kube. No teleport
TSM
either.
Trying to double teleport into this one because they have a temporary 5v4.
They've got to try. Here they are. Bjergsen's in with this, and TSM would love a 5v4 here. We'll see if it can happen. Svenskeren, plenty of XP. Haunter looking for the flank. This could be the fight that turns TSM back in on this one. Kube is not even alive yet. Again, the 5v4. TSM need this to go right because they are losing their base to minions as we speak.
This is the type of play that can go down to a steal attempt, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
2,000 HP left on the Elder Dragon. Haunter still waiting for the flank play, looking for the damage, and it's going to be picked up by Ruler from Samsung Galaxy, but the fight begins anyway. Ruler down to half. CoreJJ a bit low. Not going to land it, but Kube has joined the fight, and suddenly it's going pear-shaped for TSM. Haunter forced away. They just have not found the engage. They never pulled the trigger on the fight, and Samsung Galaxy walk away with the buff.
There was so much zone at the start from that perceived Kennen flank from Haunter, but he would never find a moment to pull the trigger. And right now, Galaxy's in the base.
Super Galaxy Kube looking for this one, knocking down the first of the turrets, but no, Haunter gonna trade the kill on that one. 5v4, and ooh, that's Guardian Angel down for CoreJJ, but the turrets are dead, the inhibitors as well. Doublelift gonna lose his life with impeccably bad timing as the Chrono Shift wore off, and it's now gonna be the Nexus, it's gonna be the game, and Samsung Galaxy gets revenge on TSM and holds on to first place for now.
They said it before the day, they must win against TSM and RNG, and this is exactly the way they want to start, evening the head-to-head against TSM and taking them down in the first game of the day.
3-1 now sits Samsung Galaxy. Every single game means so much
Royal might tie them up in the next game, but
it doesn't matter for them because momentum is all they need today. All these teams will play 3 matches today, which means if you smash the first one in the fashion that they do right now, not really smash, but such a close, satisfying victory here for Samsung. Fell behind a couple occasions, but always fought back. Impeccable macro overall, and it has to feel so good for them.
Yeah, it starts them off on the right foot because the situation we're in this group coming into the day, when 3 teams were 2-1 and Splyce was 0-3, means that if you reach 4 wins, you're not going to be eliminated without a tiebreaker. So that also means the TSM is still alive if they win their next 2 games against Splyce and RNG. At the worst case, they'd be able to force a tiebreaker. But still, that was a very disappointing game for TSM, but a very promising game for Samsung, and an incredibly close one throughout.
it is exactly promising for Samsung. They beat Royal Never Give Up last week, and it actually looked pretty darn good. They won the early game and just crushed the game open. It's scary for TSM because they lost to Royal, right? So if the games go the way they did last week, Samsung looks amazing. They're looking to, clinch that top spot. They're looking to be another Korean team out of the group stage and sort of continue that dominance. And this is the team that people were saying, ooh, it shouldn't have been you. Samsung, it should have been KT Rolster. Ooh, I don't know if you really deserve to be here at Worlds. And well, now they're beating they beat TSM, who were kind of the favorites of the group. They already beat Royal last week. This looks to be another powerhouse team.
And their solo laners are stepping up. Even though you could question or maybe criticize some of the Rumble ultimates earlier, QV throughout the entirety of the game had side lane pressure, and it just meant so much more for Samsung. They had more options. TSM was kind of forced to move as 5, make something happen, and they really couldn't tie it all together. And Crown and the Victor just was phenomenal.
Yeah, Crown was out of control on Victor. I feel like there are questions about some of the champions he can play coming in here, but when he plays Victor, he will show up. And this was almost a battle of both these teams getting a lot of the picks they want. Like, for instance, Hanser and QV. Hanser's played both sides of the Ken and Rumble matchup, and that's all 4 of his games at Worlds. Bjergsen hadn't lost on Zilean. He was 7-0 in the Summer Split Plus playoffs. Could not deal with Crown's Victor whatsoever. And even though Doublelift's Lucian was insane, the Victor was even stronger. Doublelift didn't build much magic resist or lifesteal, and he just kept being unable to contribute in the end of fights.
3 out of the 5 of Samsung won their matchups, their respective lanes, the jungle, whatever you want to call it, and that came through. The teamwork was beautiful. Good job to Samsung Galaxy. And now, going to hand off to Shock, who's standing by with their hard carries.
Thank you very much, Freak. I'm standing by with Crown in the mid lane, coming off a fantastic performance on Victor. And the first thing I have to ask you, Crown, is you guys were really looking for revenge in this matchup. What was the deciding factor in this victory?
이번 TSM과의 경기에서 이제 복수를 아마 꿈꿨을 것 같은데 오늘 승리의 가장 큰 요인은 어떤 것이 있었나요?
저희가 요즘 연습 때도 그렇고 실수를 엄청 많이 하거든요. 그래서 그 실수를 좀 많이 줄이자고 계속 서로 콜을 하고, 실수가 그래도 있었지만, 그래도 실수를 상대보다 적게 해서 이겼던 것 같아요.
While we were practicing and preparing for this match, there are a lot of big mistakes during our scrims and practice, so we tried to minimize those mistakes. And I think overall, the winning factor of this game was because we made less mistakes than TSM.
Well, a lot of eyes were also on that mid lane matchup of you versus Bjergsen. I know you said that you had a lot of respect for him. Why do you think you won that lane so heavily?
그 이제 크라운 선수가 비역슨 선수를 매우 존중하고 좋은 선수라고 이제 평가하는 건 익히 들었지만 어쨌든 이렇게 크게 미드라인전에서 승리를 거두게 된 요인은 무엇이 있을까요?
아마도 저에게 빅토르를 풀어준 것? 그거인 것 같아요.
I think it's because they let me play Victor.
That's what I figured. In any case, Crown, we saw you after regionals being very, very emotional and just very happy to come to Worlds, but now you've already got 2 victories. There is a chance that you can get out of groups. What are your expectations for the rest of the day?
그 크라운 선수 이제 한국 LCK에서 이제 국대 선발전 당시에 이제 매우 감정적으로 기뻐한 모습을 보여주셨는데 오늘도 이제 2경기만 더 승리를 거두면 8강에 진출하게 됩니다. 지금 오늘 남은 각오랑 소감 말씀해 주세요.
아직 2경기가 남았는데 둘 다 이제 엄청 잘하는 팀들이라 아직 긴장을 하고 있고요. 아직도 긴장감을 유지하고 남은 경기도 깔끔하게 이기고 그때 좋았던 감정이 복받쳤던 것처럼 오늘도 될 수 있을지 모르겠지만 열심히 해보도록 하겠습니다.
So the remaining 2 opponents, Splyce and RNG, they're both really strong teams. So I don't want to keep my guards down. I want to keep my game going, and I want to keep my guards down. So hopefully, by the end of the day, I can once again feel that emotion after the game day's over.
We will see. And with this win, you actually have 3 wins, so in very good position. Thank you very much, Crown and Homan. And Analyst Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shock. Samsung Galaxy going to be happy to have picked up a win here on the first game of the day, but I don't think either team is going to be incredibly excited about the way that they played because it did not come easily for them. And this game, in all honesty, plenty of mistakes. So let's dive into it right off the bat. Let's talk about this very messy early game. Mistakes going both ways.
Oh, we saw this coming from a mile away. I mean, so Splyce, a jungler, used to invade with pressure, but right here, his top lane is not in a position to collapse while Rumble is, and Ambition just reads him immediately. He has to go, and this first kill is just going to be so influential for the pressure that Cube is going to be able to maintain throughout the laning phase and on.
Yeah, and honestly, after you picked up the first kill, it's very easy to go for the second one, which is dive the poor cannon on the tower. So it was actually a good matchup for Hanser, but he got put behind here because of his own jungler. And I think it's something Svensson has done before, especially back in the NALCS where he invades without pressure. Didn't see it last week, but now he made the mistake. And then this happens in the mid lane. Bjergsen misplays big time.
The biggest thing to me is you can't really say great plays or poor plays from either direction. It's a combination of both. So yes, there's mistakes. Yes, they're reading TSM like a book, or Svensker's invading, capitalizing. They're also playing it well when they are doing it. But these mistakes are happening from both sides constantly. It was really messy and back and forth.
And a crazy stat about Bjergsen is that in his last 81 games, he's only died 3 times in the first 15 minutes and never twice. Solo death.
Meaning
this
1v1.
Is the first time that's ever happened. That just shows how much of an off game he's
You're so smart, man. You just remember the last 81 games you played. You're like, yeah.
That's what happened. He recalled them all. He watches them all. But as you mentioned, this wasn't where kind of the misplays ended for both teams, and where we did see struggling in both the solo lanes for TSM, part and due because of Splyce. The bot lane of Biofrost and Doublelift actually did play well in lane.
Yeah. Such a weird trade, honestly. First of all, the trade should never happen against the Convolution. You don't really want to go all in, but Doublelift does get caught. And Zach, what happens here?
This should be a kill. He spits him out too early, gives him the opportunity to flash away. Very unfortunate, you'd say, in terms of communication, but for what it's worth, TSM then dive Ruler afterwards. They do make the most out of what was another mistake.
Yeah, it really feels like both teams were just kind of handing the lead over to each other. Like first, TSM is like, here, you know, Rusty, take my pin.
Playing volleyball.
This is your pin now. Now I want this pin instead.
Yeah.
But actually, I think I'm going to give it back to you as well, and I'll take this one again. Like, they kept just giving each other gold where they didn't have to, and it honestly disappointed me. Because I think the first 20 minutes is so important in this current meta, and if you make these mistakes again, you're going to play RNG later, who we know will have a super strong laning phase. You're going to get punished even more, and it's not good enough.
Right, but we have throughout the tournament talked about Samsung Galaxy being happy to move into the mid game with, you know, an even or slight gold advantage. They found themselves a pick, and I want to revisit this key catch here by Samsung that was in the mid lane, brought to you by Acer. Spelled kind of disaster for TSM with a Baron picked up on the backside.
And even though they have Zillion, there's no rewind in time right here. This happened twice. This happened in the exact same match as Splyce before. TSM rotating from top side to middle is going to get caught out, and there's going to be 3 people dying here, which is going to lead to the mid lane turret and the Baron, which is just so unreal to see.
The biggest thing about this to me as well is Bjergsen was just bottom. They just used the Zillion ultimate and the Cannon ultimate. There was no rotation available, and the laziness of slacking off and going towards the middle lane through risky pathing gets this happening to you.
Now after this, I actually think the game got much better. Like once we got away from these first 20 minutes where both teams made a lot of mistakes, we had some really, really cool late game team fights. We had one where TSM showed how to play their comp, like dodge around that Rumble ulti, kind of wait for that first engage to be over, and then you can send the Lucian and he can dance around and actually carry. But Samsung also showed really good shot calling around like Barons, understood how to take them, when to go out and kill Svensson and not actually risk the 50-50. I guess they slightly risked it actually, so I'll take it back a little bit of the praise, but I think they played much better late game than early.
I mean, you saw in that gold graph, it just went like this the whole way, whereas yesterday we were, you know, pleased to see gold graphs that were gradually, you know, or exponentially rising in showing that teams, once they had control of the game, could take it all the way through. That didn't seem to be the case really for either team here, Crumbs.
Yeah, and for TSM, even though they got to a point where they were able to contest the vision around Baron, the reason why they couldn't really force an objective is because of just how important wave control in mid lane is. The team composition from Samsung just clears so fast, and it catches you out of position. The slows from the Jhin ultimate, the time camps that can port behind you, on top of the Rylas from Victor, you have to move as a 4-man unit, and you just can't afford to waste that much time, because when you go into the red side, into the jungle, one use of sweeper just completely kills the vision.
Exactly, that's the key one. One sweeper clears almost everything. You got to go back to base, get more wards, and do the same thing over and over. and you can just get punished so easily with it, and then you just have to constantly reset the map.
All right, well, player of the game is going to go to Crown. Of course, you already mentioned the statistics for Bjergsen and Lane, but Crown seemed to have his number this time around, and then some huge DPS on that Victor in team fights.
You have to say the solo kills that happened, it's a surprise that Bjergsen dies at all, but when Bjergsen's even playing Zilean, it's more surprising, so very well played from Crown.
All right, well, game one is in the books, and TSM fans will be disappointed, but Samsung Galaxy off to the races here. Now, after the break, Splyce steps back in to face off with RNG. We'll be right back.
Yeah, my ruins, I don't think I have any of them. Yeah, me neither. But they don't seem that important. Do I need them?
Okay, dodge the first Praising, but now getting slowed down by Kuma. Then flash knockup. That's not enough life for Svensker. And first blood comes through. Plenty damage onto Ambition. Slicing Maelstrom comes through. They will kill off the Rek'Sai. 1-0. And now Doublet versus Crown. Biocross to help the Culling. Knocks him down. Here's the teleport to join in. Hotzer in the back line, but gets exhausted. How much is the follow-up damage? Perfect shield from Core JJ. That's going to be Kube burning down. The chase in, and Doublet gets one. He gets two. They can finish during the Guardian Angel. Doublet fronts in. Gets revived, but the health bars are so low. Sven, what's he going to choose? Is it Baron or is it the fight? Doublet gets the trade kill in a crowd. The Baron steal. No, it's going to go to Samsung Galaxy, and they've got complete control. Samsung Galaxy gets revenge on TSM and holds on to first place for now.
A team in our group that has really impressed me is RNG, and I think coming into the group, I felt like Samsung and TSM would actually be stronger, but they can really drive home victories from the early games they have, and I feel like that's a big advantage they have over the other teams.
And it's going to be an advantage that Splyce is going to have to be able to shore themselves up against to get ourselves back into the Worlds 2016 group stage. We're going to start with the starting lineups here for these two rosters with Splyce up against Royal Never Give Up. Splyce from Europe is Wonder. Just heard from him in the top lane. Trashy in the jungle. Sencux in mid. Kabi at AD carry. Mickey on support with Coach Yamato Cannon.
Yeah, and they're up on the red side against Royal Never Give Up. Top lane is Looper, MLXG in the jungle. Xiaohu in mid lane. Uzi and Mata is the bot lane. And Fly is their coach. RNG, you never know what you can really expect from them.
That's exactly what I expect from an acronym like that. Good job.
Insert clever joke
what's
about
in a
never
name?
giving up.
Yeah,
We're so clever.
When the Nexus blows, and they never gave up.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Thanks for previewing how this one's going to go down. But yes, this is going to be, I think, an interesting matchup because there's so much on the line here. We talked in the last game about there being a three-way tie for first, right now broken by Samsung winning. But we know that Royal can catch up to them. And with Splyce 0 and 3, they're looking, I think, primarily to play spoiler.
And these teams as well, they're just so stylistically opposite. RNG's main strengths is the really super strong laning phase. They have a team with an incredibly high ceiling. Coach Aaron from EDG often speaks, if RNG hits their ceiling, they're the best team, maybe even in the world. And then you look at Splyce, they're centered along not superstars, more teamwork-oriented team, you know, power of friendship, etc. But they fall through at Worlds because I feel individually they can't match many of these teams, especially not RNG.
Yeah, and I also feel like if you're just looking at these teams as far as past results, the 10,000 gold lead was the biggest 20-minute gold lead we had at this tournament. We mentioned TSM had that 8,500 gold lead in week 1. Well, the #1 gold lead was actually RNG smashing Splyce so hard in lane.
Yeah, exactly. This was super, super rough. We know, especially their bottom lane of Uzi and Mata, one of the very best in the world, just kind of crushed Kabi and Mickey X, and that was, you know, one of the big things as well. And just overall, it's been that sort of story is Royal, often very, very good early game, and as long as they hold on to that sort of stature, they just walk over the rest of you.
But that's Royal snowballing, getting ahead, playing super clean, and looking like a world-class team. But this is also the team that went into a 5-game series against IMA that was incredibly sloppy in the LPL playoffs here, so they can sometimes just drop the ball altogether. And Splyce, they have shown clutch moments. By no means are they a favorite in this matchup, but they still always have that 30-40% chance of doing something odd and taking it home.
Yeah, and this group is so stressful, I would say, for the 2-1 teams, knowing that they can kind of all take games off of each other. Because if you then lose one game to Splyce, instead of having a 3-way tie at 4-2, you're just out of the tournament and you wouldn't get to play in that theoretical tiebreaker. So it's very important that RNG take care of business here against Splyce.
Very big deal. Everyone has to make sure they do not overlook Splyce right here. We know they can be threatening enough to do well. Vladimir, the final ban, setting up for what looks like a first pick Syndra if it'll come through for Sencux. Royal will have to decide that that will be the last ban.
Yeah, he's actually had some pretty good Cassiopeia games, but I don't necessarily think that's a first pick. I like the Ezreal ban by Splyce because the Ezreal Nami lane is what trashed their game before between Uzi and Mata, so just picking a solid jungler seems like a smart early move for Splyce.
And I wonder if they're going to kind of tournament adaptation and just put Wunder on an early Poppy. Just give him a tank in the top lane that he can be serviceable on. I like the Elise first pick. I'm a big fan of the Aurelion Soul ban against Sencux because it's one of his stronger champions, and it also allows him to shore up weaknesses by pushing and roaming here. RNG want to keep the lanes isolated, keep it 2v2, 1v1, and then have the Spear jungle come through in MLXG.
Yeah. I'm also seeing RNG picking a pretty strong laning phase early on. The Jhin and Karma have a huge amount of level 1 and 2 pressure.
Definitely really strong power spike, both 1 and 2, and especially if they pick the Karma. There's always this debate, Nami versus Karma, but the thing is, Nami actually has to land skill shots. And Mickey X on the stage is a very nervous player and can get flashed aggressively, whereas Karma is kind of the plug and play. It's the easiest range support to play, very obvious laning patterns, and it's almost a takeaway, I feel, from Mickey, putting him out of his comfort zone.
And that was actually one of the jokes we had about Player of the Game in North America, is how we never give it to Karma, because it's actually really hard to tell, oh, you press the shield on the right people, good job, man. The complexities of that champion are a little bit less than the outplay potential you'd have on something else.
Like a Bard or an Alistair, we've seen people take over games, these kinds of champions, and, well, we'll see how well Mata can do on this one. Seeing people jump away from tank support somewhat. We know Alistar in particular has been valuable, but not seeing it here. It's up to Splyce to figure out what they want to do, looking at a strong laning phase with the Nami themselves.
Yeah.
Let's see, it's actually going to be Braum and the Jace locked in.
So, no Poppy top lane. Yeah. Looking to be a Jace. Technically a flex, but so likely to go top lane on Wunder. Going for the Braum early, at least to have teamfight presence. It is a shift we've seen in the tournament. We saw everybody put all their stocks in the range support market and then realize the likes of Alistar and Braum are still quite valuable later in the game if you can stay even. But that will be a tall task for the Splyce bot lane.
Especially because you still need some semblance of fight lines when you get to team fights. And if you have no tanks on the team, it becomes an incredibly awkward experience. So if you do want to pick a Jace and have the option of putting him top lane, you're hard-pressed to throw it with a Nami support because then you just have no way of team fighting properly.
But look at this draft right here. Braum, one of the weaker laners. You're up against Caitlyn, Karma. What a brutal 2-on-2 to face against when Uzi and Mata are already better laners than Kabi and Mickey. And this 2-on-2 bot lane looks already incredibly rough.
Yeah, I like the soft punish here on the Braum pick with the Caitlyn pairing with the Karma. We see on first rotation as well, an Olaf pick here once Nidalee and Elise are off the table, combined with some sort of movement speed steroid here in the Karma. So it does seem that today we might see a lot more of that Olaf pick come out, boosted by either a Sivir or a Karma.
Yeah, the early game potential is huge for the Olaf. It definitely does fall off in the later game, but so much of the power in this tournament has been defined by the early game. And when Nidalee is off the board, a lot of teams are throwing in Olaf or Elise as that second-tier jungler.
Yeah, gotta keep our eyes on Trashy here with the Elise. I feel like he almost has to gank bot lane, level 3 or 4, just show up, even if the gank fails, for some pressure, because there is innate kill pressure. Between an exhaust, a Braum Q, or just a passive applying and a cocoon, it is incredibly easy to kill the Karma, because while they have sustainable damage output and poke, she drops quite easy in lane.
Yeah, and then you also look at the mid lane for Splyce. They're picking a Malzahar up against Karma Rise Olaf. That's incredibly difficult to survive if you're Senkook. So RNG have a lot of initiation options, and they're very difficult to avoid.
But Splyce, in this tournament, their strength used to be the late game. The mid to late game macro shot calling, and they could fall down a little bit because they played the 1-3-1 to a T, but they found out that the teams here at Worlds are equal, if not better, in the late game. So I feel like they're putting in a snowball composition here. They're basically saying snowball or bust. We're gonna make it work, get an advantage in the lanes, make us the chasers and never have that Olaf run us down in the mid lane, and hopefully survive that way. It's a very risky gambit, but if you were 10,000 gold down last time against his team, you gotta try something.
I think it makes sense. I like the strategy that Splyce have gone for here. First two items going to be the important ones. A lot of ways to go forward and push down on your targets. That's going to be Splyce's game plan.
Yeah, I also agree with you. If you're 0-3 in the first week, you may as well take some risks. Try and plug some of the holes that were opened up when you were crushed by them last time. Getting rid of the Ezreal is nice. Trying to pick the Nami as well for a stronger dual lane. Or sorry, the Braum for at least a bit of defense in the duo lane are good things for Splyce to go for.
So we'll see if it's going to work out for Splyce, because Royal never give up, of course. 2-1 starting the day, hoping to keep pace with Samsung to get that #1 spot and let us know who it's going to be. Hashtag SPY win, hashtag RNG win to tell us which squad is going to be to take this game down. 0-3 European LCS Splyce, 2-1 China LPL. Royal never give up, hoping for a spot. Splyce still has the chance of making quarters, but they must win all 3 games today, I do believe. We'll see if they can do it as we are getting ourselves onto the Rift for Game 2 of the day.
Absolutely, a 3-3 record would be, I think, enough to get a tiebreaker, but if they lose a single game,
it's over.
It's over. And then they're just trying to spoil everyone else's dream.
But we've had one dream, one European dream come through, so why not make it 2?
That's really the thought, that right? H2K went 4-0 yesterday after looking pretty rough in the first week. Sometimes people turn it on when it matters most. Splyce hoping to live in the same shadow that H2K did.
And it's a stretch. It's so unlikely to happen. But if there's any team that could collapse and give Splyce the motivation, the mental boom, the boost to make it all happen, it is RNG, because they're so binary in their games. They look so strong one day and they completely fall apart. But if you look at their history, they've also shown really just sweet League of Legends. Start of spring, MLXG and Xiaohu, they were just murdering people 2v1 in the mid lane, but then this week, 1 at Worlds here, their synergy's kind of fallen off. Xiaohu had the least jungle proximity out of all mid laners, or he was down at the bottom at least there.
Yeah.
in the stats right there. So MLXG wasn't helping him.
Exactly, and Xiaohu's only dealt 18.6% of his team's damage to champions. Some of that is swayed by the fact that Uzi has been doing so much, but it speaks to a low effectiveness on the mid lane, especially when he played Cassiopeia in their loss to Samsung. He was very ineffective and made some poor just map plays as well as missing a lot of skill shots. So all of these teams that ended at 2-1 will have things they want to build on and things they want to avoid.
I want to bring up a little thing that Mata's done right here. You actually have a choice when playing Karma to go Wind Speaker's Blessing, which is more common. You get better shields on Karma. Or to go Thunderlords and try to get a little bit more aggressive in lane and do more damage. When they lost to Samsung last week, it was him going Ignite against a Kennen, picking Summoners to win a lane, and giving up team fight power. Mata here is back with the Exhaust and going for the extra shielding, not going for quite as much lane power, going for more team fight power.
And this is Mata's favorite style on the Karma. He just ignores the enemy support and he will go as if he's a heat-seeking missile for the AD carry. And it was actually up to Mickey there to try and block damage for Kabe. It's just the little things. Mata can actually get punished there. He plays beyond the edge of kind of safety in lane because he just really likes hitting AD carries.
And there are two of the players here, as far as being world-class, that deny the most CS. Every time Kobe tries to step up for a hit, both Uzi and Mata will be locked onto him. So it's going to be a tough lane.
Especially on a champion like Jhin. The laning pattern is completely different here. You're stuck on awkward shots. Your Q ruins the next creeps here. So while challenging every CS, super important.
There's already a ward tracking Trashy as well on his own Raptors. Nicely done by Xiaohu to get that one down, I believe it was. Nice Soul Flare from Mata, gets some more damage onto Kabi. And you're seeing this is a difficult laning phase right now for Splyce. Already 3 minutes in, down 100 gold overall. Of course, some of that weighed out by the top lane that's doing well for Wunder so far in Jhin versus Poppy, but this is going to be a tight game with Uzi and Mata looking to be crushing their lanes.
And they do have a ward, but Trashy's not even on this side, so the harass is just going to continue from RNG. Mata takes a turret shot, doesn't care about it because they are shoving these guys in.
There's an Olaf approaching the top lane right here. Trashy's pathing towards that area, but he's much later than MLXG.
Looking for the play, Olaf behind. Trashy gonna go the other way and reveal on a ward.
This makes this gank so low risk for MLXG.
Guaranteed 2v1. Wunder trying to run to get away from him. Does get the knockback, but does he have the movement speed? He's gonna flash Looper, buys him some time. The undertow lands, and he falls juke, and Wunder gets away. Looper saved his life, I'm pretty sure. And the stun lands.
Man.
Trashy. Will he chase? No, but he's gonna get some damage and applies the red buff, and Wunder lucky to get out.
But we have to question Trashy's pathing here. He takes a right when he should have taken a left. He's putting all the emphasis on vision control and Scuttle Crabs to dodge maybe ganks, but in essence, he could gank bot lane to save them. He can help his top laner Snowball when he has stacked the wave. Could predict the Olaf coming up in the top lane.
Yeah.
Instead, he's just so centered on minions and vision.
Trashy took an extra camp when he didn't necessarily have to, and that's not the game MLXG was playing. They get away with it because 2 summoners are burned by RNG, and Wunder still gets away. Not to mention Trashy then gets to counter jungle, but kind of gets rewarded for doing the wrong thing.
Good damage here, but then you saw them get away in time, and now looking for the next gank out of Xiaohu. He's silenced, the flash cocoon! Oh, it wore off in time. Trashy couldn't get the stun in. That would have been significant damage into Xiaohu. But now it's down both summoners in the RNG mid lane.
Yeah, and the CS advantage is going to grow for Wunder in that top lane, knowing that Looper and MLXG both failed their gank after using both summoner spells. So they're getting pushed into the bottom side, but they're pushing in the top side, and now both summoners are off of the rise, so Senkook should get a little bit of reprieve here.
Yeah, they could punish that on level 6, just goes forward, put out the ultimate, have the Elise show up, but in the bottom lane, Kabe is looking at his team, is like, guys, I thought we were ganking top and mid lane. Where's the kills? Because Kabe last game was down 2.7.
Oh, he could die!
No, Kabe!
One hit, Uzi will not flash. He respected the fact that Kabe could heal. Quick root comes out, Mata a bit low, but it should be a forced recall out for Splyce. The Ignite, the shield should be enough. Mata should live, but he's gonna be very low.
Yeah, and to speak to Kabe saying team, he had the lowest jungle proximity, 3.3% of the time Trashy was down. That's like one visit where you're probably just catching the AD carry while he's walking by Krugs. And like that's the jungle proximity that he had in the early half of the group stage. So he's on his own, and it's not going to be pretty.
And that led to him being down 2.7k gold at 15 minutes against his lane opponent. Last game they played, so he's hoping for at least to be down, maybe just 1,000, you know?
Hoping for it. Right now, Splyce actually, as a team, up 100. That top lane matchup is actually smashing Wonder doing incredibly well up against Looper, who is one of the very best top laners in the world. Looper, former world champion on Samsung White. Definitely an excellent competitor, but right now, that failed gank and the counter by Trashy means Wonder's beating him.
Yeah, and we've seen the Poppy versus Jace matchup play out a lot. The Jace does win it, not necessarily by this margin, so props to Wonder. It's still going to come down to whether or not Looper can be effective in team fights, because if you look at the RNG team composition, they have some very strong tanks in the Poppy and the Olaf supported by the Karma, but if he falls too far behind, it's not going to matter.
What we've seen from most Poppy matchups is that they eat a big CS deficit early, but then they keep it relatively stable once they're past level 6 and 7 here, but they get pushed in continuously here. So Wonder wants to get fed. Splyce is looking to punish the double summoner loss here in the mid lane, however.
This top lane is going to freeze, though. He can make Looper overextend. Meanwhile, Trashy's been taking over some of the top lane camps as well. He's up 200 gold individually. Went for mobility boost as well. Copy another trade in. Mickey doesn't get a ton of damage across, but lands the Q onto Uzi. Ooh, another chase in, and actually some good fire back here from the bot lane of Splyce.
Double longsword keeps him competitive in the damage race right there, but Trashy is warding off.
I like it. They're going for aggressive plays in the jungle because they have control both mid and top lane, and they have level 6 power spike on Senkux here, so Splyce.
Ooh, level 6, he can go for the ulti, he's going to, but is there any follow-up to be had? He's not in range for much of it. The Ghost already back up for Xiaohu. Okay, he burns a cooldown, gets him to half, but not a lot to be done. Now trading back in as Xiaohu.
That's honestly a bit of a mistake here from Senkux. Over-eager. Jungler still had flash down. He wasted his kind of one bullet in the shotgun shell.
I think it's a missed opportunity. You have an Elise with boots of mobility and a guy who doesn't have his flash. If Senkux wanted to have a little bit more patience, I think he could have easily gotten in range to go for that kill, but opportunity lost. Flash is going to be up by the next time Senkux can try that.
Yeah, and while the top lane is pushing back and frozen, it's really hard for a Jace to win trades into a big minion wave because they're so auto-attack dependent, and if he does use his spells, it'll bounce the wave anyway. So in that sense, I think Looper's actually quite comfortable with the way the wave is being handled in the top lane. Uzi,
good bounce.
Good poke.
Couple hundred damage done again. Uzi just so good at getting those auto attacks down. That headshot comes through. MLXG puts the Wolf Spirit in, clears his own camp, and looks to make sure he can secure his own buffs. Trashy just going back in his own jungle as well.
But temporarily, Kabe and Mickey X have bounced back in a huge way. Yep. They were getting completely zoned off in their turret. Now to have this CS difference be 6, even though they're down a BF sword to double longsword, is very impressive. They continually are landing these skill shots to keep RNG on the back foot.
And this matchup spikes super hard at level 6. Karma gets no added utility or no added combat strength really on level 6. Yes, your mantra gets a little bit better, but that's nothing compared getting access to a Braum ultimate, because that means these guys can just both flash in aggressively. They can guarantee a stun proc into a Braum ultimate, and that's one shot.
And this really helps Splyce from an overall perspective, because their game plan was to abandon Kabe and Mickey X and just take hits in order to try and get pushing lanes in the top and mid side and invade MLXG's jungle, keep him down because of that. It's actually all working. Kabe and Mickey X have withstood, actually done pretty well, and they're reaping the rewards on the rest of the map.
And if I told you Splyce would outlane Royal by 300 to 400 gold, coming into Worlds, you would not believe me. There's almost no chance.
Could call you an EU fanboy.
I'd call, but this is what's happening here in front of us.
If you say they would consistently outlane Royal, no. But if you tell me there's a game where Royal goes down 500 gold in lane phase, I'll be like, hell yeah, dude. I've been watching my sim Royal.
All right, fair enough. So maybe the occasional low form Royal here, but still props to Splyce for doing well. It was largely a group of rookies.
Definitely.
For most of these players, their first year as a pro, some of their first split as a pro, up against former world champions, double world championship finalist Uzi, like some incredible players on Royal.
Yeah, and their growth too. We have to talk about that later, depending on when MLXG wants to go here. But coming into summer, they were not favorites at all.
Yeah,
ooh, beautiful play. Looper jumps to the minion, gets a knock up onto Wonder. MLXG comes on the left-hand side, flashes the way from the undertow, but that is Summoner down, and a well-executed gank by Looper.
Yeah, Crepo and I both give claps there, though, to Wonder for definitely avoiding yet another gank. He flashed in the only place he could, gets the ultimate out of Looper. It is kind of why it's hard for Jace to push a big CS advantage over Looper. They're going for this play again, though.
Trashy, is he going to jump the wall? Yes, he will. Cocoon's going to land. A chain of crowd control. Xiaohu's going to run, but he's back in range. Is it enough damage? It's not. Xiaohu getting out with the Summoners burned, and good escape.
Trashy was about half a second early, it felt like, with that Cocoon. It's so difficult to change it exactly the right time. Xiaohu does get both Summoners. It was a nice attempt to the play to give them mid lane pressure. but so close to that first blood.
Yeah, so much pressure, but it feels a little bit forced and disjointed here in the mid lane jungle combination, but the rest of Splyce definitely playing much better than week 1. And I just want to go back to that point. Coming into Summer Split, these guys were not even favorites to make playoffs. I had them ranked 10th. I thought they were going to get relegated, honestly, with Mikyx, just a rookie coming in, and it changed the entire scope of the team, especially Wunder stepped up so much.
Gotta dodge the axes.
Doesn't dodge the axe unless she pops the ult to not get knocked back. Can he get rid of Looper? Yes, he will. But is there going to be enough chase down? It looks likely. MLXG dodges Undertow. Does he have the damage? MLXG going to get out of turret range, and first blood comes through for Royal.
Couple beautiful micro plays there from Wunder. He knocks Puppey out, so the Q misses, sidesteps an axe, does the bolt into switch, going for the triple hit, hoping to get the right target low enough, but it just one more second and he can actually pick up a double kill.
Very
She's
tight.
bot
lane. Land the root. Land not quite the cocoon, but Mata can still get slowed. He's now in range of Trashy, and that should be a kill. Will there be another? Uzi could get stunned. One auto, one more will do it, and it's actually forcing the flash out of Uzi. He was afraid of the chase down.
What game are we watching right now? They get the kill on the bottom lane and force the summoners to boot. Wunder nearly gets away from the gank in the top lane, but because they trade kills on both sides of the map, the game stays with a slight edge to Splyce.
Splyce
running forward, not gonna find it.
Yeah, the only thing that could block them right now is maybe Thrashy's mental state, because he's been missing a couple of key cocoons. Yes, there was a flash, but there's a world where he can hold it, maybe wait for another shot to come out from the Jhin ulti, and then land it for sure. Hopefully he keeps having the confidence to keep going for this place, because that's exactly what Splyce needs to do.
Nothing broke Trashy's mobility boots, so it allowed him to continue the move forward and eventually secure that kill onto Mata. I still think that was a very clean game.
I actually think Kabi should have held his last shot. Mata was guaranteed dead. That fourth shot does 300 damage and slows Uzi. That's a double kill if he has the trust that Trashy lands 2 auto attacks. That could have been a 2 for 0.
But that's the kind of play you make in scrims, but when you're already 0-3 in groups, you're definitely going for that last shot. Because if
you don't want to risk
actually
it,
went for
even
the
if it's right.
heal, maybe Mata survives randomly and suddenly nobody dies.
3-man roam coming up to the top side here, though. They're trying to poke him down as much as possible. And the Malzahar's here without a minion wave, so this would be a brute force play. They may end up either trading the mid turret or giving time for RNG to defend.
Several turrets at half HP, both in the mid and top lane. Splyce going to cash in with the top lane pressure.
There is Realm Warp plus Olaf though coming on.
They can make it in right now.
Good juke away from Looper. The stun's going to land a bit of CC, but they want to kill off him and the turret. First turret goes through to Splyce. Now Looper is low, and they're going to kill him off. It's 1 for 0. MLXG burning down the Voidlings on the chase. Will they knock down Olaf? And yes, a double kill for Sencooks.
They got Looper, they got the turret, the Realm Warp was late, and the Malefic Visions bounced, I think, from Looper onto MLXG, which prompted the Voidling steroid, and then they're auto lockdown on the target. Now Mata gets hit.
Oh, this is a bit risky though. Mikyx gonna run low on HP, but the shots are coming through. He's got one more bullet in the chamber. Uzi's gonna block it. The bats comes through. Can he get another? The grid. He's got no HP, but Uzi gets the outplay, and Mikyx gets him back. The swag Braum, the Splyce logo, the duo kill for Splyce.
Splyce, baby. Mickey setting up the freeze as well. They're 3,000 gold in the lead right now, and the European dream is alive.
Oh my goodness, they're better at doing the week 2 wins rather than what NA's got going on. This dive, the turret dies to minions, Looper falls, and the silence also hit them at the end of this fight.
Silence hit them, and the Malefic Visions bounce to MXG, which means if Malefic Visions is on a target, all the Voidlings will auto-acquire that target and run at it with a frenzy, which means he dies on the back end. And then this trade here, this was Splyce kind of figuring out, how do we play this alongside the trade? They went all in on Mata. Uzi was very late in stepping in front of any of these bullets.
And it's so interesting, Freak. You talked about Mata going with the more defensive Karma build, exhaust instead of ignite, plus the wind speakers. He doesn't exhaust anyone in this fight because he's never really in range to get to the Jhin at any point. Also, imagine if he had Thunderlords, the early lane could have been pressed further. Yes, he's gone with a more defensive style, but he doesn't seem to be able to play that defensive style.
Just going for the fights, but he's 0-2-1 here. Trashy gonna find MLXG in the jungle, and look at the respect Olaf has to give away to this Elise. He knows Wunder can join easily. Splyce owning this northern jungle right now, continue to have Wunder push in 1-0 in turrets. And with all of one gank, Kabi and Mikyx doing well in the bot lane.
And we've been looking at this a lot from the Splyce point of view, but if we take some of the decisions that RNG was making, the fact that he actually went for a Realm Warp roam into the top lane instead of just trading turrets, come for mid, if not even just damage, and having Looper back off there. I found that to be a peculiar decision because mid tower is so much more valuable than the top lane tower. And now Splyce, they also get the enemy mid lane turret right now, so they're breaking open the map 2/3 for none, and RNG seems very reluctant to make any cross-map plays.
I agree with you. I think RNG is at their best when Mata's on an initiating champion that can roam, but he has been actually stuck in this bottom lane for most of the match, and Looper, Xiaohu, and MLXG haven't been winning the 3v3 on the other side.
The early aggression from Trashy, and I think it all goes back to Wunder early. If he dies to that gank, the snowball starts, but he dodged so many actions, bought so much time here. And honestly, he was the catalyst for what we're seeing right now.
And what a cathartic game now for European fans. We started earlier, they're still awake watching this game, and Splyce, the only winless team left at Worlds, looking to knock down one of the arguable tournament favorites in Royal Never Give Up. 4,000 gold lead here, looking to maybe make that miracle run.
In doing so, they're making TSM incredibly happy as well.
Yeah,
They just
or
got
scared.
That game. Scared of Splyce.
TSM's got to play Splyce in the next game as well. There's a lot of moving parts as far as this group stage is concerned, and the potential for a four-way tie at 3-3 is always available as we go into week 2. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, though. It's a 3,500 gold lead for Splyce, and if we were to talk about Splyce's strengths coming into Worlds, you'd think this is exactly where they'd want to be because their mid and late game is so good. However, they had a 6,000 gold lead at one point against TSM and lost that game, so they need to be able to close this one out.
We don't talk about that game anymore. Yeah, Splyce's strength in Europe was the clutch moments, and especially the 1-3-1. That was their main strategy that they used, and they also came out in interviews and talked about how they perfected the 1-3-1 in Europe much earlier than other teams, and they kind of just scooted by on that way. They just outplayed Teams Micro. Nobody knew what to do against it. So we're waiting for this final turret to drop, and then we need to see if Mickey and Kobe move to the mid lane, and Splyce is actually going to play a more condensed
teleport behind them.
Looking for the play on the bot lane. Turret, a TP gonna match as well. Trashy gonna get away from this one, but now it's 3 members strong. Looking for the play. Mickey gonna land the ulti, stuns up a couple, and here comes the re-engage. Looper's getting low, getting sniped down by Kavi. One more shot will do it. The heal keeps him alive. Nice play by Uzi, but on the other side of the map, Mata does go down. Nicely picked up there by Trashy. It's a 1-for-0, 5v4, still control of the bot lane. Should mean 3-0 on turrets.
And RNG is playing the fight card over and over when objectives are being contested. Instead of letting it go down and trying to pressure another lane, they are fighting over it. And when you lose those, you lose the game in a big way because not only do you lose the objective, you also lose the fight.
But when you're on a fight card, you've got to make sure you match up the weight classes. Splyce are the heavyweights here. The 3,000-pound gorilla in this match looking to knock down Royal Never Give Up as they've knocked down all the outer turrets. The 5,000 gold lead now for a Drake.
And it all kind of just ties together for Splyce. They don't even want to get the Dragon here because it's a Cloud Drake. They're just going to back off and continue the map pressure. Want to keep building on the fact that RNG is stuck in the base. Go for deep vision. Double teleports come out here. Kobe isn't challenged. If it's Jin in the fight, you get 4 shots off. After poking with QE and the 4th shot, he is incredibly happy.
Yeah, and as the fight continues, you can see RNG doesn't have a good way in. Looper got ulted by Malzahar right at the start, so the tank line was mostly non-existent. Somehow Mata gets split off towards the side where the rest of Splyce was joining the fight.
And Mickey was incredibly close to landing an Ignite there on Looper to take him down in the end of the fight. That wasn't an Ignite debuff, that was more than an Omicron on Looper right there. He did get the shield with the buckler, but if Mickey got that Ignite off, that was 2 kills, and that maybe would have meant the Dragon buying enough time here for Splyce.
At least it was 450 more gold with that kill coming through, but either way, it is now a reset map with this 4,500 gold lead. Splyce hoping to continue this one forward.
They're setting in the 1-3-1 position here. They're putting Malzahar in the top lane, Jace in the bottom lane, and they're really doing what they like. They push up mid wave first. They have the aggressive poke. Jace, Jin with Elise is so strong, especially with a Brahmin there. They can really duel any 3v3 skirmish, then go for the deep vision, and use the wave push on the side lanes.
And even the specific lane matchups are good for Splyce. You've got Looper, who bought early armor for the Jin matchup, facing up against Malzahar.
for him.
And here comes Demon Snipe. Slow number 1, slow number 2, into the suppression. This is going to be all the shots landing. Now, how much more can they get? Cocoon is in. There's the kill. Senka takes the credit.
That's exactly how you want to capitalize on a 1-3-1. Once you set it up, you push the other team into their turrets. If they disrespect their vision, you kill them.
And look what they did. Instead of moving Kobe all the way over to top lane, they could actually use his ultimate as a utility tool, just slow him down, but that leaves mid lane exposed. So Wunder, while he would push the bot lane, he moved to the mid lane and kept that wave pressure. So Splyce a well-oiled machine with a lot of moving parts on the map right now, and that means they continuously have access to turrets in numbers advantage.
Slow
They
into
keep
Xiaohu.
winning fights.
Ooh, and the root and the shock blast. Look at the damage they've got. He's even burning down from Malefic Visions. This might be enough control to take down top lane tier 2, and Splyce will not flinch. They will knock down another objective and grow the lead to 6,000.
And none of the other lanes are pushing for RNG. This is actually very poor response to the 1-3-1. They're either fighting head-on to the team that is ahead of them 5,000 gold, or they're having fewer people at the turret in an indefensible situation. They should have been getting farms somewhere else to at least keep this close.
It is because Splyce, on the back of that pick, they play Transformers. They go from 1-3-1 into a 4-1. They move their top laner into the mid lane, suddenly have 4 people in the top lane. They always force a numbers advantage here, and RNG have shown in the past that quick mid-game macro isn't their forte, so they just look, you know, fight, but they're so far down.
And this is the type of game that Splyce wanted to show on the world stage. They're talking about, if you underestimate us, we will beat you. And this is the game they played in Europe. This is the criticism they have to fight against. They say, oh, you could 1-3-1 in Europe. That's cute. But now they're 1-3-1ing against the RNG team, who was good on the first game. Still cute. People criticize RNG's macro play, but it's what Splyce wanted to be able to show. They wanted to be able to show that their strengths could win games on the world stage.
Definitely, and just one win matters so much, especially it shows people why many analysts were rating Splyce higher than H2K coming into the tournament, because they had the map laid down, and H2K was still looking to get closer to their ceiling. Turns out they did. They finally fixed a lot of those issues, like the Baron plays yesterday, and they showed that they're actually a top team right now. Splyce arguably has a lower ceiling, but they had much more refined teamwork.
They brought the ladder with them to Worlds, and they're pretty much at that ceiling open to keep pushing forward. 6,500 up. That Drake's still alive, and finally looks like Malzahar and Elise going to go take it down.
Gotta go fast. Get Cloud Drake.
Yeah. 23 minutes, though, does feel a bit late to me on Drake, as far as when you're the team with map control, stacking up those buffs is pretty important.
And we talked a lot about stylistic differences from regions. There's one thing about Europe is they really don't like Cloud Drake, and Drake in general is actually a lower priority. It's the Baron that you can expect them to take priority on between the 20 and 30 minute mark.
Yeah, it turns out Europe forgot about Drake, but it doesn't matter, because they had the good split push.
Yep.
Ooh. I got freak with me, I got support.
I said boo as well, sorry. Pretty sure you've made that joke before,
But
anyway.
Yeah, I've made that twice already. But if you wonder about RNG, why they keep fighting, is because actually they're a fantastic late game team fighting team, and it has historically been many of their strengths. The problem is they never kind of change. They always want to go for the late game team fight.
And RNG have also been a spectacular team fighting team. We can't sell them completely short here. They've been falling hugely far behind because they've made poor macro decisions, and their individual play didn't actually win the matchups this game. MLXG missed axes in the top side. Uzi and Mata died to the first gank and were unable to push a super strong early advantage when they had Splyce against the turrets. So when that fails and you don't have Mata on something like Alistair, you have to wonder where RNG's playmaking actually comes from.
I mean, they probably think it comes from the Realm Orbs. Twice they've used them to go for an outpacing maneuver, trying to surprise, but twice they've arrived just late. In the top lane fight, Looper was already dead. In the bot lane fight, he got Malzahar ulted and burned down much faster than I think RNG expected, and it threw a bit of a spanner in the works for them.
Definitely did, and you've got to see Royal hope to catch back up now in this one. The gold deficit still 6,000 from their perspective, and maybe it gets better. Splyce have not gotten a lot of objectives in the last 8 minutes or so. It's petered out a little bit. They got a Cloud Drake and a tier 2 turret on the top side a little while back, but otherwise a holding pattern here, looking for the play onto the red buff. Trashy not going to get the steal. That will actually go over crucially to Uzi, but look at this wonder force of flash play. Xiaohu is on the chase, gets the root, could be enough to get the kill. Looper's in the mix as well, and yes, finally a kill back on the board for the Chinese squad.
And Splyce would want to answer with Baron, but it's too early on in the game, and Looper still has teleport. Great Realm Warp there by Xiaohu as well as the Ghost, exactly what Krepo was just talking about.
Yeah, but they could actually just go for it because they have Voidlings and Elise, which means an incredibly quick Baron. Imagine if they started this a couple seconds earlier, but there are some wards in the area right now being placed.
They are now checking. Looper has teleport, walks back to the fountain to get the home guard buff for when he does do it. Voidlings timeout, out they go. That is teleport burned. Cancelled, 3 minutes.
And more importantly, they didn't lose a single bit of health, and it shows you the power of a Malzahar in a Baron rush here, because you can do it very safely. It does cost them the mid lane turret, however.
Yeah, it lost them all the health in the mid lane wave. They push in, don't quite knock the turret down though, but the slow's still landing. A big knockup, but it's only really on MLXG. Uzi did lose Flash though, and its significant resources now down, and that's the stun chain on the Xiaohu. It looks like they'll be able to pick him up. He's gonna flash, but the stun is still there. Another silence, and the kill comes through the shock flash from Wonder. A nice knockback for Looper, but he is still stunned, and that should be the kill. If Shock Blast can come back up, he's burning down. Sencook slowed by Mata. Cocoon's gonna land, Shock Blast in, still not dead. The sniper Kabi gets him from downtown past the 3-point line.
This should be a really easy Baron right now. They can get more Voidlings. Olaf does not carry Flash, so he has to run in head first into a Braum passive without the ultimate up here, so it's very likely that RNG are just gonna yield.
If I've known RNG though, it's unlikely that they yield. Mata is actually looking to try and poke something in here.
And Smite's up in about 3-4 seconds if they can get MLXG
He's gonna try and steal it with an axe.
That's gonna be almost impossible. 2,000 health, throws it. Okay, yes. Splyce does secure the Baron, but we have seen so many catastrophically rare Baron steals against European teams here at Worlds.
Yes, we have. Every Baron steal is tense.
Yep, I was ready for an aneurysm right there. If that axe kid takes it after that Karma Q yesterday, it would have been really bad. But you look at the fight here. The early flash force on Uzi, everybody's forced to run without returning any damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Looper wasn't at the start of the fight, so no one's able to stand in front. Love the stun chain right here, getting the Braum stun right after he post flashes, and they get that kill. And this is actually the chase in this fight. Splyce landed all of their skill shots. It goes to show how tanky the Poppy can be, even when behind.
But it also shows that RNG's reluctancy to flash cost them 2 death here, because they didn't flash the Braum Q, and the slow was just enough to get Malzahar in range. And then Looper didn't flash early himself. He got tagged again and got chased down here. So RNG can't be that greedy with their summoners.
And we say that when it doesn't work out, but we praise them when it does. And it's kind of the way that RNG plays, where they play with so much bravado that it looks great when they're able to save their summoners and pull off these amazing plays, and it falls flat on its face when they die time after time.
Flipping coins, sometimes it comes up heads, and wow, what a sick play. But unlucky, as some would say, in solo queue. Either way, it is Splyce coming up much better here in this one. The trap wall now coming up for Uzi, hoping to keep mid lane tier 2 alive, but Splyce make the rotation. Cloudrick helping a little bit as they get down to the bot lane tier 2. No defense to be had, grabbing it easily.
But it has to be so satisfying for this roster that trained so hard coming into Worlds. They get smashed 0-3 in the first week, become kind of the laughingstock of the community, especially with the resurgence of kind of the wildcard teams, you know, bringing up more victories home. Splyce was the only winless team left. But then the last 10 minutes have showed why people really rated Splyce high. They have good map movements, and they're falling up in each other's plays.
Exactly. Now they're trying to poke off the turret with Baron minions and a Jace that can go through. The Caitlyn trap line, which normally defends turrets quite well, already has 2 of them gone and a third one replaced right there. So very difficult for RNG to defend through this Baron buff.
Yeah, Malzahar actually a really good champ to mess with Caitlyn traps. Usually she gets like a max range hurricane shot that will punish you, but Malzahar passive does not apply any of the headshot particles. Combine that with a Braum shield that can soak up the hurricane particles as well, and suddenly you have 2 free clears.
Definitely helps a little bit. Right now, control over this Drake. It's going to be Mountain, and that's going to be a nice one there. Mountain, I think, the best late-game Drake, because taking Barons and taking turrets is the most important thing in the game, and it's going to help both those things. Easy pickup there.
Unless you already have the objective control down, you want more poke power, but that's really nitpicking. I think Splyce would be happy with either Mountain or Infernal right here, especially when they have so much damage dealers on their comp.
Right away, Royal never give up, just seed control of that mid lane tier 2. 6-1 in turrets, 9-3 in kills, and Looper just buying 30 seconds by ulting back the minion wave.
Yeah, and this is still Baron for another 25 seconds.
Wonder gets caught out though, he is forced to flash away.
But without Looper coming in for a flank initiation, they can just disengage with Braum and Jace and Malzahar.
It also feels like the second that Snare comes out, technically a Caitlyn trap can be put up or a follow-up, you know. It seems very disjointed from RNG. Very hard to communicate that in the moment, but that's what you have to look for. Focus on a single target, take him out, remove parts of that gold lead.
We'll see if those plays can even happen. Nice by MLXG. Saves, waits on the red buff, gives it over to Uzi once more. He is going to be the one to carry. You're seeing him, the only player on that team with... Actually, not the only one. You've got significant minion leads for both Xiaohu and Uzi, but still, it's an almost 3-item Caitlyn.
We know that Champion can carry late game team fights if your front line lasts long enough, and Looper is tanky.
Yeah. And you can see Trashy trying to get a little bit of tankiness with the random dome and make it so Uzi can't completely cut through him.
Yeah. I really like Trashy's build. We've seen many AP Elises here, but with the early game lead they already had, just be a front line so that you can walk through the rest of that roster. I think very smart by Trashy to build tank here.
Especially if you look at their top lane choice as well. With the Jade, there's no need for more damage. There's only need for lockdown, catch potential. You're already ahead, just like you said, Freak, right there. You have a damage dealer in the top lane. I think that's a great choice from Trashy. But right now, Splyce need to close it out. They need to keep suffocating RNG, keep them in their base, keep up the control, and make picks.
Uh-oh, Xiaohu, how? Oh, he tried the juke with the flash, still gets hit for the knockup. Into suppression, into the kill. The mid laner is down.
He couldn't make it back into his Realm Orb. He got zoned out as far as the ultimate goes from Mickey X, as far as I could tell.
As soon as you are stunned or silenced, it stops casting, and the CC land, he tried to flash to juke it, still got tagged by the PB AoE version of it. Uzi rooted up, but he's not going to get anywhere.
It's a bold move from Splyce as well, because usually in the heat of the moment, you get kind of panicky. He's like, does it actually stop it? Am I going to waste my ulti? Is he going to make it out? But they commit, they get the kill, and 4v5, much easier to play with the Rise off the table.
Yeah, and RNG pushing too far outside before they had to. Still 2 minutes on the Baron, which is the next thing that was naturally going to draw them out of the base. But now they're without their Rise, and 2 turrets are getting assaulted at once.
More hits in, top lane getting small chunks out, but yeah, that's a large chunk out of Uzi with that one. You're seeing Wonder going back and forth, clears the mid lane wave, post rotation, chips the top lane champions, comes back down. 1.5 minutes left on Baron, and it's up to Splyce to continue that suffocating ward control.
Right here we see it again. Xiaohu gets caught out. Realm Warp, is he in or out? He's in, technically, but just, yeah, just as
CC breaks it.
CC breaks the channel. And they're basing right now because they really want to refill that Ruby Sidestone on Mickey. And then, while RNG is using the sweepers on the breadcrumbs that are left in the jungle, Splyce are bringing more to the table. Immediately challenging and attacking that deep vision again, hopefully. It should be their goal, but it looks like they're finding out again for 1-3-1. They're so comfortable with this 1-3-1 composition.
It's been working, honestly. Right now, we haven't seen that deep backline Realm Warp flank. Those just haven't been successful yet from Xiaohu in the mid lane for Royal Never Give Up, and Splyce can just kind of play that spread out game.
Yeah, look, he's lurking. Senkuk's lurking in the river. He's afraid to go all the way to the top lane just because of that threat here. So they're condensing together for the deep vision. Then they likely will have to fix the top wave. But after they do that, they're in a pristine position to start baiting the Nashor.
Yeah, they're trying to keep all the waves pushed at the same time. MLXG is doing a pretty good job of keeping some of the vision line there. And Splyce does have to proceed with caution, because if there is a good Realm Warp play while they're out of position, it can swing the game and give Baron right back to RNG.
They're pinging on the bot lane right now in that brush too.
That's going to be the risk. Yeah, you can always look for the pick onto Wonder, but he backs out securely. There's wards in the jungle for him, but not that'll watch the mid lane rotations. And nothing to be done there. Fight once again over that brush we saw last game. Royal currently holding a pink ward in it.
And no river vision, so if Wonder gets a really good Shock Blast combo off here.
Mata's low, Mata's rooted.
Start.
No ult's gonna come through. They're gonna let that one slide for now.
Well, 2-man Baron can start.
They can easily 2-man Baron. They have so many things to tank the Baron here with Elise and Malzahar. Watch them not even take
two
damage.
Summoners. They've got
this Baron.
More minions than mid lane does right now.
It's equivalent to playing Zoo in Hearthstone. They're just spawning out minions everywhere.
RNG does roam over and get the ward though, but that means you could see a fight. They weren't taking damage.
Looper by himself through the Realm Warp. Looks for Kabi. A lot of damage. They can't quite kill off the Jhin, and he will get away with an ulti coming in soon. Now a root on Mata, but look at Wonder running out of health. Tap it into the wall, and that's going to be the kill picked up by Uzi. 1-for-0, and MLXG is tanky, but re-engaged upon. Now 1-for-1. The jungler is dead. Ooh, they get the root onto Uzi, but is there follow-up? The answer is no.
Really interesting fight right there as Splyce all decide to take up a very defensive position, and also Wonder never flashed over the wall because I believe chain CC. So I think that's a fight where Splyce could have peeled and won, but they played very passively.
I think what actually happened there, what threw them off guard completely, is they expected a Rise to come out of the Realm Warp. It's so associated with Rise ulti that they, I think, were surprised that it was just Looper coming out there.
Oh, the stun on Mata, he's dead! Nicely played, he was on a ward. What a setup.
Cost them 2 flashes though, so the trade for support has to be worth it for the Baron here because they expended both flashes on the lives.
Yeah, and Trashy Wonder can teleport in 10 seconds, so it will be a 5v3 at the Baron if they wait the 5 seconds. RNG is going to want to fight this.
It's a smart play by Splyce. Now, can they control this properly? Looking to finish down on Baron. They get that pickup. Now they're re-engaged. Stun onto Looper. More CC, but no Braum Q land. So Looper able to walk away, but they get the suppression. He's going to burn down. A slow to Uzi. A root. That's going to be a dead Caitlyn. A double kill for Kabi. And down the
when it's inadvisable, RNG's always going to try and fight you, and Splyce used that to the utmost advantage. They had the smite secure, they had the confidence, and then they land all the skill shots for the fight.
Amidst cheers of "Let's go Splyce" from the crowd here in San Francisco, mid lane inhibitor is down. Still 30 seconds of 5 versus 3 with a Baron buff, looking for the Nexus turrets. The Cocoon not quite gonna land. Pushing back down, MLXG gonna get chomped down. 5 versus 2 now, looking for their first win of Worlds and the miracle run to make the quarterfinals.
The death timers are still quite long for RNG, and they get Mata again!
Xiao, who is zoned off the left-hand side, Shane slow, gets the root, runs away. That doesn't matter though, there's a new minion wave down to the Nexus turrets, and that's going to be their first win of Worlds. Splyce knocks down Royal Never Give Up. 2 more to go.
And they should actually be brimming with confidence right now. This week in Worlds, Europe has now won 6 games in a row.
Yep.
Which is in stark contrast to the 1-8 beginning they had in week 1. So what a way for them to start with a decisive win over Royal Never Give Up.
Yeah, and some victories are handed over by mistakes and people overreaching, but I really feel like Splyce claimed this one themselves. They played their signature style, some of their signature champions. They got CS advantages in the top lane. They played a horrible matchup in the bot lane and persevered, even though their jungle did not show up. And then suddenly the snowball started rolling based around aggressive invades in the top lane triangle, and they made it work.
Yeah, I really have to shout out Kabe and Mickey X for dealing with Uzi and Mata, with the Caitlyn Karma super poke lane, picking a tank support and a Jhin, and being, you know, the 11 CS to 1 start, the constant harass, to be able to turn that lane around and actually have Mata go 0-5-2 in the game is really impressive, especially after what happened in week 1.
Definitely, and it's also the kind of the story of Kabe as a player. He's always overlooked, always looked at as just a mediocre AD carry. You know, nobody expects anything from him. In spring, he was rated among the worst, and he got Mickey X, complete rookie coming into the team, and they had to mentor him. This guy was face-taking left and right, but they grew into a really solid bot lane. They were the second best bot lane in Europe for the longest time by a margin, beating out all the others. They kind of failed in playoffs, but it's so satisfying to see them kind of get the resurgence and fight back.
And it's funny because it's the same story here at World. Splyce were the European finalists, and they took a game off G2. They were the #2 team in Europe, and everyone said, they're just screwed. TSM, Samsung, Royal, 0-6, sorry guys. You know, maybe you'll learn something at Worlds, but now the run gets to happen. They get this win here. TSM's up in 20 minutes. That's one more. That's one more.
Yeah.
Tiebreaker. Let's go.
We were expecting rock, paper, scissors between the top 3 teams. Rock, paper, scissors, Splyce.
Yeah, Splyce is
now
actually on top now. And we'll see if they can keep it going. It's been a beautiful game to watch. We've got more in store, but for now, let's hand it off to our analysts to dial in on that win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Splyce showing up on the world stage here in their first game of the day, showing us what we had heard so much about in terms of their play, being able to orchestrate a win with a lead in that mid game.
Yeah, Splyce played the mid game just so damn well, but RNG, Royal Never Give Up, more like results not guaranteed. I have no idea what they were doing this game. They're so bipolar as a team that you just have no idea what's going to come out.
I was going to call them like a coin flip team. You never really know what to get from them, but it's more like rolling a dice and only one side is a victory because you really cannot tell. When they get that victory, incredible. You'll never see something as powerful as them, but the other 5, disaster.
Yeah, they're just so extreme. You know, if they don't win early game, this team falls apart completely. We praised Uzi Mata a lot coming into this. We talked about the standard laning phase should be in their favor. It was for the first like 6-7 minutes. And then Uzi decided to get hit by every single snare in the world and actually played an awful game.
Right, and let's talk about this, because as you mentioned, you know, RNG out to the races early with a gank top lane. Beautiful sidestep by Wonder, because if that kill had gone over, that could have spelled disaster for that lane in the other direction, because we expect Jaces to get ahead, but if that kill goes over, could be bad news. As you mentioned as well, Splyce not off to a very good start early in that bot lane, but quickly got themselves back into it by hitting their skill shots and a couple crucial ganks and kills coming through early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if there's any criticism for Splyce, it is like, again, the first 5-6 minutes. Trashy was late for the first top gank by MLXG, where I think he should have been there and actually prevented Wonder from losing that flash. Bot lane, of course, falling behind because of the way they drafted. It was a fairly risky draft, honestly. It was all focused on winning top side of the map and kind of surrender bot side. That was risky, but then they start outplaying after those 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, even the pathing was from bottom side to top side to just make sure that Wonder got ahead. And I really liked his play towards the mid game, particularly just pushing a wave and then grouping with the team and making it so difficult for RNG to defend the actual turret. When you're dealing with the J-Spoke, when you're dealing with the Malzahar, and you don't buy a QSS ever, you're going to get killed and you're going to give up every objective.
38 minutes, no QSS, had an Abyssal Scepter instead.
Unlucky.
It was incredibly weird to see that from Xiaohu.
And we have to talk about kind of a crucial minute or so in the game. It came 14 minutes in with a turret dive orchestrated top lane by Splyce, where they're picking up 2 kills. And then cross side of the map, we have the 2v2 in the bot lane picking up another 2 kills. I mean, that was a huge influx of gold for the team.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where Splyce kind of found something we didn't expect them to have, where suddenly they mechanically start actually outplaying a team like RNG. Bottom lane, that was just a 2v2 lane where Mickey and Copy honestly just destroyed Uzimata once they got to level 6, and Karma didn't get anything from her ulti. The dive top lane, that's what we wanted earlier almost, because we wanted like, hey, Trashy, camp that lane.
Yeah, well, TSM is loading up on stage behind us, as you can hear, but this stat here, I think, tells the whole story of it, exactly that, what you mentioned. Well, hey, when RNG is on and they're crushing the game, yeah, sure, they create a 2.7k gold advantage between just one person, and then this time around, Splyce able to strike back Cobby with a 400 gold lead at that 15-minute mark, but then it was about pushing things forward, and we saw maybe a little bit of a lull in that mid-game. I know, Deficio, you would have liked to have seen Splyce maybe be a little bit more aggressive towards that Dragon, get those stacking up earlier. But all in all, pretty impressive play.
Well, I think as you guys were mentioning yesterday, I think we're kind of judging these teams on the basis of perfect play, and that's just not going to happen right now. All these teams are not at that level. They're at a much more robust level of play, and watching them just execute with really nice plays that are just, in theory, very good, and maybe the execution isn't there, is what we should be criticizing them for. And I think that Splyce did a really good job, particularly around the Baron and how they were able to turn and even try to 2-man sneak it.
Yeah, a lot of teams just want to make sure they don't make a super stupid play that can actually lose them the game. So they'd rather, you know, not risk maybe 2-manning the Baron and try and fight 50-50 smite it. And that is okay. It gives a little bit slower mid games. But when you have something like Malzahar Elise, you can just have Voidlings tank that Baron and actually take it down. That's what they did over and over, and they got it down in the end.
That's where the game winner was, and that's what I want to take a look at. The play around Splyce with that Malzahar, with the Elise Spiderlings, knowing they could start it up time and time again, but still look for fights.
I mean, combinations of disrespect aligned as well with good plays from Splyce. We saw the weak early game, maybe questionable decisions, but they bring it back extremely well. It's similar to the first game, but only this time around, only one team was firing, and RNG were left respondent every single time.
Like the turn here as well. Obviously now that RNG is coming in to try and stop them, but it's way too late, and instantly you turn around. Crumbs, you said earlier, no QSSs. Yeah, makes it pretty easy to play Malzahar there.
Yeah, and it's very nice to go kill a Poppy first, target closest, and at this stage in the game, just being one man down, regardless of what role it is, you're in the back foot of pressure. You're going to be giving objectives, and they're going to use that advantage to just push all the way for the win.
And that's a gold graph that we like to see right there, gentlemen. Almost entirely in the blue, meaning one team controlled the game with the lead that they had created. But part of their big advantage there was Wonder in the top lane, and we have to award him player of the game for that crucial sidestep in the beginning, then creating a huge CS advantage for himself in that top lane. That turret went down very early, and that was key.
Yeah, that was a pretty big deal in the top lane, both avoiding ganks. I was talking to Deficio during the game about this. The bottom lane of RNG did more damage than the rest of the map. The support did more than everybody but Uzi. That is the sign of the undoing of RNG already.
I think the two solo laners for RNG, really, again, we said this before, they didn't play well enough coming into this week, and they're the guys we're looking at. Xiaohu tried his best in mid lane, obviously was camped quite a bit, but then Looper in the top lane did less damage than his support. I think actually Mata was twice above him because there was some trading in the laning phase. Looper gets camped, he gets killed on a tower, flashes into Rice ultis. Doesn't work.
And finally, Crumbs, let's just talk about what this does to the group, because TSM having dropped that game there to Samsung Galaxy to start off the day made things very scary. But now, Splyce showing very much so that they can take a game off of RNG, perhaps off of all 3 of the teams ahead of them in the standings. Who knows what's going to happen in our next 4?
And more important for them is such a good confidence boost, because they were giving so much praise to the Mata and Uzi bottom lane before then. Just being able to solo kill them multiple times is just so fun for you to be able to be in that position and then move on to the rest of the game. And any team that is looking to play them after is going to be really scared, because that was some really crisp mid-game play from them.
Well, the stage is set for an exciting day. When we return, TSM returns to the stage to take it on to duke it out with Splyce.
I fight for a brighter tomorrow.
I should do the voiceover for Jace.
Probably more than. I should do the cosplay. You can do the voiceover.
Does get the knockback, but does he have the movement speed? He's gonna flash Looper, buys him some time, the undertow lands, and he falls out, and Wonder gets away! Looper saved his life, I'm pretty sure.
I got the red.
Maybe I can kill him.
Nice, man. Nice.
I can kill him.
No, I'll get him. Oh, fuck, man. Well played. Good job.
Senkook's slowed by Mata. Cocoon's gonna land, shock blast in, still not dead. The sniper Kabi gets him from downtown past the three-point line. They get the suppression, he's gonna burn down. A slow to Uzi, the root, that's gonna be a dead Caitlyn, a double kill for Kabi. Splyce knocks down Royal Never Give Up, 2 more to go.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
welcome back to the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, where Splyce is back on stage to face TSM. And gentlemen, I think the most important thing to note here, Splyce coming hot off a victory where they looked very good. TSM not looking so clean in their loss to Samsung Galaxy, rather, to start off the day.
And I think TSM was just a little apprehensive towards that game. Obviously, the early game went really poorly in the jungle, in the top lane, in the mid lane, and the bot lane was the only good hope for them. But I do think that this team knows how to be proactive, that they are going to be able to play the game that they always do and find a way to have success in the early game and transition that into the mid game.
I think we have to actually look at that against Splyce. Yes, they're coming off a win, but there is the early momentum that's going to be super important for both of these teams when they match up against each other. You want to keep TSM down. Don't let FLICKR invade your jungle. Don't give them winning lanes. Draft properly and play it out accordingly to get to your Splyce late game.
Yeah, I want to see a focus around topside, both in draft from TSM, but also in the game, because we know Wonder is going to try and get a counter pick. He's going to try and get a split pusher. They want to get him ahead early. We saw RNG last game. We saw EDG yesterday just kind of surrender top lane, just pick Poppy, be like, yeah, we don't care about topside. That's not the strategy against Splyce when Wonder can actually get ahead, and we saw his impact. So I think you need to get a good pick up top, ban away that Jace from Wonder, and just pick someone like Kennen again for Hansa. He should be fine then, and understand that your mid lane and bot lane is where you're supposed to win this early game against Splyce.
And that's the thing, they do have to adapt to that now. TSM play entirely different to RNG. Splyce coming off a strategy, they do have to completely rework what they're looking towards. It will be a carry-off in the top lane. They will be trying to kill each other, so I agree with the Jace ban, but they have to be prepared to be fighting each other at the very least, and Wonder needs to work with his jungler this time.
All right, well, that's a little bit out of our analysts about how they think this game might go. That's going to be enough from us, so it's time to kick things over to our casters to get into game.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the cast. We are just about ready to get into our third game of the day, which is TSM taking on Splyce. And coming into the day, be like, great, all right, TSM get a win, and they keep the chances up. But now, Splyce definitely in a position to strike back.
It's been a crazy week of Worlds so far. We've had tiebreakers in every single group. Potentially, you could see a four-way tie in this group. That would require Splyce to win this game as well. But anything can happen at this point. This is no longer the team you can walk over, and TSM has to be present of that when they go into this game.
Yeah, Worlds has been great in terms of storyline. So many times you think you have it all figured out. The predictions out there. There's a reason 99% of the pick'ems are already in shambles or something.
99.97% of people already have their pick'ems wrong.
And anybody that predicted them right was probably just under influence, honestly, because there's no way you could have predicted the way Worlds played out.
We're going to continue to have interesting surprises here as we get ourselves into the pick and ban phase. TSM removing some of the champions that Splyce are known for or have shown and demonstrated very large skill on, with the Kassadin and the Jace gone.
Yeah, getting rid of Senkook's 1-3-1, getting rid of the Jace that was dominant in the lane last game. Splyce heavily targeting Sven Skaren's early game invading junglers. So very heavily in the target ban right now between TSM and Splyce.
Oh, this will be a first rotation Aurelion Sol by Splyce. They have to ban Syndra here, I feel. So they have to ban Syndra against Bjergsen, because I don't think they actually have a reply ready. And then you could see maybe an Aurelion Sol first pick for TSM as well, because this pick will go through. And it's Splyce's favorite champion, I feel, to play in the mid lane, because it allows Senkooks to help in a different way. Just push in and roll.
This is nice. I actually think this is interesting because you can trade mid laners and then take Kennen top and leave no rumble up. So Syndra's the first pick, but this is Aurelion Sol Kennen.
Yeah, and this is about Senkooks being able to play Aurelion Sol, because you can still split the... That's the thing that would happen when a lot of these teams are playing scrims, is they think that Aurelion Sol is the pick to neutralize against Syndra because of the early lane shove. And the item path you go on it, you would go Spectre's Cal into Catalyst and pretty much just tank and shove. But they can wait for later for that, and they're getting their power picks now.
Exactly, because with this Syndra locked in early, it's not like there's going to be an Aurelion Sol support come out. They can wait, get some value picks here. They could still technically flex the Karma if they find themselves in a bind, but it is so likely that that Karma is going to the support lane for Kobe and Mickey to just AFK shove in the bot lane.
Yeah, Karma is a champion that could survive Syndra's all-in. Builds some natural MR if she goes for the Athene's build, but you're right. We expect the bot lane, great lane dominance. We've seen the Splyce duo bounce back from a rough laning phase. Last week we saw them do well against TSM's 2-on-2 already, and pick a good matchup, might just win again.
And they break apart the Syndra Elise combo that has proven so lethal in Worlds already just by taking that pick away. And now they force TSM. Are they going to go for the OAF again, or just going to start pivoting?
Because of the fact that they're breaking up the Syndra Elise combo and they banned the most proficient early game junglers aside from that, I think Splyce has actually won the early part of this draft, assuming Senkooks is good at Aurelion Sol.
Yeah.
to get the Jhin for themselves here. All right, so utility is there for Doublelift. He will not be the hard carry. Jhin can, but it's less likely to be the case. Might even be a losing lane matchup. The Rek'Sai is back in for Svenskar, and so he has some early pressure. We'll see if he can use it.
The other pick we've seen into Syndra that has been fairly effective has been Vladimir. And Vladimir is good if they get to the team fight phase against both Syndra and the Jhin. So there's a chance they go with this as well, but it's a tricky early game.
Statistically, yes, but I feel if you watch every game, Vladimir has only done well when the Syndra has neglected to play on her strengths. Which is, if a Syndra sits into lane and eventually lets the Vladimir get into the game, yes. But if the Syndra goes for the push and the roam and starts assisting these other lanes, she gets such a large benefit for the team that this Vladimir pick just doesn't have the influence. So I'm actually quite surprised that Splyce as a team valued the Rumble ban over the Syndra ban and let TSM have that Syndra first pick, and they didn't match it with a creative counter pick, and they just did another iteration of the Vladimir Syndra matchup.
You also have to look, though, at how Splyce won their game against RNG, where they picked losing matchups against the other team's strengths and then tried to win everywhere else on the map. In a sense, that's what they could be doing against TSM here, and hoping that Sencooks can keep Bjergsen at least a little bit under control. It's definitely a bold strategy.
And we saw Bjergsen get solo killed just about 2 hours ago by Crown in the mid lane, so maybe he's a little bit off his game, and Sencooks can make this happen. Of course, Sencooks himself definitely played very well in his previous showing on the Rift. And we have to see Ezreal picked up alongside to go alongside the Vladimir. Plenty of damage now available to Splyce. They're waiting their top lane pick as well, which will give them counter pick in pretty much every single lane here. Showing these champions, Vlad into Syndra, top lane waiting.
Could be the ultimate curveball. Top lane Vladimir. Seen it once.
Amazing J, is that you? Up in the top lane, Amazing J did play it in the LPL playoffs. Wonder has played carry tops in the past. I think it's a little unlikely, to say the least.
I just want to see some Aurelion Sol, man. But it's not going to happen.
Definitely a fun champion, but you're right, it seems pretty unlikely here at this point. Instead, they're saying, you know, it might be a losing matchup a little bit, but the Poppy might work well.
I really don't want to see Poppy here from Splyce, because that makes their mid and top side of the map get shoved pretty substantially early on in the game. I would much rather see them, even though Aurelia's had some losing games against Gnar, play Aurelia or play Kled and at least have a little bit more aggression in the lane phase if comboed with the Elise.
Really it is. So a lane you've got to play aggressively in order to win, and Wonder so far has played very well. We saw that in the game against Royal. If you put up the same performance, he can absolutely smash this lane against Hanser.
Again, a lot of pressure here on Trashy in the early game. Maybe Yamato kind of gave me a little tweak, said, you know, one camp less, earlier gank, go out, try and surprise here. Any early gank can stick here. But it almost guaranteed has to be in the top lane. Aurelia level 3 plus Elise coming in is such a potent lane combo. Yes, you won't get the Equilibrium Strike stun out, but you can just get the slow, which is enough for Elise to approach with red buff and then save the cocoon for often flash.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Aurelia does have this window of time where she can beat the Gnar. It's generally before Gnar is level 7 or 8, picked up some armor items, but early on, even if Gnar is shoving in, that actually makes it so your Equilibrium Strike can stun, and it combos even better with the release. So it's a very dangerous lane for Hanser early on in the game.
So definite threat on the TSM top lane. We've seen Wonder win lane before. He might do it here as well. He's been given the champion to do so, and he's also got that early pick Elise on Trash. You mentioned the pressure on him. The theoretically advantageous jungle matchup. You're expecting top lane to win for Splyce. We'll see if they can do it, because piloting it is the important part. So throughout the tournament, we are always on the lookout for your contributions at home on Twitter. Hit us up at LO Esports and call out your favorite moments from Worlds 2016 using the hashtag WorldsBigPlays. As always, cheer on your favorite teams as well. We had cheers for Splyce, but we're also in TSM's hometown of sorts. And here we go into our third game of the day. We are set for explosive matches as TSM takes on Splyce.
And it is so important that TSM succeed for their organization. They failed to make it outside of group stage last year. They dropped the first game of the day to Samsung. But because Splyce took down RNG, if TSM win the next 2 games, they're in 2 quarters without any tiebreakers having to be played to make it in.
And it's so interesting from a pressure point of view. Splyce came into the day, I wouldn't say with nothing to lose, but with very little to lose, much to gain. TSM came into the day with almost everything to lose. Running up to Worlds, they were honestly maybe the 4th rated team in terms of even title favorites, because you had the likes of SKT, Rocks Tigers, EDG then, but then it was a steep drop-off and nobody really knew who's next in line there. TSM looked so fantastic.
Nice.
But if they want to live up to that expectation, they need to perform in this match.
And they've been very clear with their expectations for themselves. Anything less than top 4 at Worlds would be considered a failure. But they're in a place now where they are 2 wins and 2 losses, and they must perform.
So a lot of threat on this game. Teams trying to figure out how they're going to pivot at the very beginning of this one. You're looking at TSM considering whether or not they want to start on the Krugs down here. And with the early Trinket Ward kill, it looks like Splyce will be 2 gun shy to face check into them.
Yeah, I wonder if...
will be extra XP.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I wonder if Splyce going for the little freeze here. Yeah, Mickey X in the bot lane. You see him move out of the brush here. So they're just going to deny a couple of melee creeps here, hoping that by the time Doublelift and Bifrost are finished, they lose a creep here. It's going to be close.
Yeah, at least one.
And then they can walk up and zone here because they're playing melee into double range. Let's see how well their zone game is.
And if Kabi last hits well enough, like slowly enough, he can keep the wave far away, but already they push Mickey out.
Basically what it does is it prevents Doublelift from leveling up on that creep that he just killed, which means he actually gets zoned a little more. They wait until the next wave settles in, and it makes it very manageable. In addition to the fact that Bifrost already used 1 potion.
Nice dodge.
And he ate like 2 Qs. So right now, Splyce, they're playing the sustain game. In raw terms of experience, yes, they're slightly behind, but they have the lane control, they have the push, and they have the sustain.
And now if we match it by levels, the next time TSM would be able to bounce back in this lane is around level 3 if a Rek'Sai were to approach in the gank. So the early lane definitely going to Splyce.
We'll see how much more they can get then with this one. The lane is going to start to push into the turret. Haunter in the trade. Wonder gets the stun. Dodges away from the clock tower. Nicely done.
He has been juking spectacularly in the last few games. Olaf axes to save him last game to ganks, and there are 2 slick skill shot dodges right at the start.
And it speaks to the comfort that Splyce is playing with. I feel they were much more under pressure last week, feeling like they had to make something happen. But in a sense, the 0-3 kind of liberated them. If they went 0-6, it's kind of what people expected. But at least you want to go down shining. You want to make a fancy play at least.
And last game was such a feel-good game for Splyce, capitalizing on all of their strengths against RNG, doing well enough in lanes, and then making a great 1-3-1 happen. Now it's about, can they extend it and actually make some noise in this group?
Good ward. They see Trashy. Haunter doesn't give it away too badly, actually. Not rushing back. He's going to let Trashy waste some time.
Super recent ward here, so that's a bit of an error in communication. Wunder should be able to track the movement of a Gnar to the point where the ward is a very likely place. Trashy wasting quite some time here. Let's see if Svensson can use it to his advantage. And maybe out tempo.
You've had a nice little play by Haunter. He walked down what looked like to be faking putting a ward down, trying to like mess with their timing, say, oh, it wasn't warded, I just outplayed you.
Yeah.
Wonder gets chunked.
It could have been a bait onto Trashy because FLICKR was coming to try and get the kill, and luckily for Splyce, they don't take that bait, but it definitely helps the early laning phase for TSM. When Gnar was needing to be pushed up, they had the ward and the jungle support there, so they understand the timings of the matchup.
And if Haunter is very skilled in kind of doing the mental math in terms of camps, he knows Trashy is now forced to do 2 camps and kind of path to the right side of the map there, and he'll actually will be avoiding ganks for the next few minutes, so that little phase is very well played by TSM.
Bjergsen open a push into the jungle, push Trashy around, can't do that just yet. He made an early recall around wave 3, got an extra Endurance ring, and was given the blue buff. So Bjergsen will have the next minute and a half of lane control, and maybe he can join FLICKR, but that's going to be an engage by Trashy, getting plenty of damage down. 200 HP left on the Rek'Sai, has to flash, but Trashy could join up soon. He has flash of himself, and the heal's not going to come down in time. First blood, but it's an exhaust into a stun, into a very dead Elise, and down the water spout she goes. TSM getting a kill back.
TSM had the shove in the bottom lane and the mid lane, which is why FLICKR thought he'd be able to make the invade, but it wasn't in time to save him from that first blood.
A lot of summoners, though, were burned by TSM in a turn that went around in time. Trashy could have said, okay, you burn flash, I walk away. Instead, trades kills, but gets way more summoners out of it.
Yeah, it's 6 summoners to 1, which is a gargantuan difference when you're considering early game usage. That means Trashy's next games can be much more effective.
And then we need to look at the information that was on the table for TSM. Bjergsen is just checking Raptors. They're gone, so they should actually be ready for the potential that Trashy is in that rush. But FLICKR just saw him very late right there because Trashy wasn't moving much, and honestly, a very bold invade here. His mid laner is on the left side of the map invading, and he's going on the right side.
Exactly, and in this situation, there's a lot of little things that happen. Trashy could have been starting on the Wolves, which is why FLICKR was looking to invade. Trashy made the call to think of an invade because people are kind of used to FLICKR always being super aggressive. Then Biofrost could have flashed early and got the shield in front and potentially saved Svenskaren's life, but Trashy was the first one to pull the trigger on that flash, gets the first blood, and I think overall it's worth it, even if they gave a kill back to Bjergsen.
I definitely agree, but we sit at a game with a 300 lead. Trashy, though, has nowhere to really jump to. Is it going to be the stun? The ulti coming across. There's the jump, and that's one kill picked up. Svenskeren gets the credit, though Bjergsen did all the hard work.
And this is TSM resorting back to what they were so good at, is in unison together they will invade. Svenskeren and Bjergsen become a tandem, and they both move in together, combining their champion strengths and weaknesses.
And when the trade is 6 summoner spells to 1, TSM zeroing out the one summoner spell and punishing it, whereas Trashy wasn't able to do so, is incredibly key in swinging that early game.
And it gets even worse. Trashy rushed mobility boots to hunt for that advantageous gank, to really drive it home, and he got punished super hard in his next camp.
It's the ability in the last game as well. Moby boots into the movement speed AP item. I'm blanking the name, Ether Wisp I think it's called, and he tries to get into those lanes and find those pressure points. Clearing the ward right now and finding what else he can do.
And when Elise as a champion falls behind early, you do not get back into the game by farming more. You have to go for another gank. So the next few minutes are so incredibly important here for Splyce. They need to get Trashy back into the game. They need to make something happen, because otherwise those 6 summoner spells that were used will not come at a single cost for TSM.
Halfway back, a double his flash. Even closer on Biofrost with this exhaust and flash of his own. Yeah, that might not get punished at all. The question is whether they can track Trashy. The engage towards the Splyce's dual lane, pretty much non-existent. Do want to talk about the top lane matchup. We haven't watched it much, and it's plus 17, 18 right now for Wunder. This matchup has done well for the Splyce top lane. It's keeping the game quite a bit closer. We're seeing him go in for the slow and forcing the hop out of Hauntzer.
And Aurelia has a large amount of threat, especially when there's the minion wave of this size, because if Hauntzer does want to return auto attacks, he has to back away. Not to mention, even with some deep vision in the jungle, Hauntzer always has to be wary of the Elise gank, since the damage potential of an early game Aurelia is so high. This is why the Aurelia can win the matchup. It's about kill streak.
Stun and the Q gonna land afterwards. At least Hauntzer gets a little bit of damage through, but absolutely Hauntzer doing okay for himself. Wunder doing even better.
And we're approaching the point of the game where Doublelift and Biofrost are going to hit level 6 there, and they actually get a really favorable matchup in terms of all-in. Because Karma doesn't get access to more power. Ezreal gets the ulti, but it's hard negated by a Braum shield.
Again, still
waiting flash.
Smites it away though, gets the red buff completely secure, walks away pretty cleanly. He was on a pink ward, that's a deep one by TSM, but now it's over to the top side. Ghost popped by Bjergsen. Wunder's gonna have to dodge this stun somehow, and he does flash to get away from it. Trashy's there to help, he should be fine.
Beautiful timing by Wunder on avoiding that stun. He knew that Bjergsen was gonna be trying to land it, and Bjergsen was trying to be patient too by throwing the W first, but then Wunder just wins the mind game, able to react as soon as he sees the animation and flash away.
Bjergsen did everything right. You throw a W hoping they'll panic flash so you can QE right after, but then he waited long enough, he juked the W itself, and then flashed the remaining part of the engage here. Perfect play by Wunder.
There is a move that Scout pulled off earlier where you can throw your W in one spot and the Q where the flash would be, and then E at the same time to try and catch with a stun either way, but that's thinking a little bit too far ahead. It could have been possible.
It was, but it didn't happen. And it's just going to be the loss of flash for Bjergsen's Ghost in the roam out.
Critical moment here in the game, though. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. The hard negation of the ultimate here with the Braum shield. If that scene happens in an all-in, suddenly TSM pulls ahead, because when Splyce have to run, they're running away from Curtain Call here. So bot lane actually has deceivingly large kill pressure in this matchup. The top lane triangle is winning for TSM, so despite the gold being only 800 gold difference, I feel like TSM is much more in control of the game right now.
They are, and so much of that is because Trashy's lost control of his jungle. This is the game where Svenskeren can get his counter jungling and deep warding game on. The question will be whether or not they can transition that to actually getting some kills on that side of the map, or if Splyce can actually go bottom and try and get some kills on Doublelift and Biofrost. Unlikely though with the summoners.
Yeah, if Trashy does, he is alone. His entire dual lane recalled. TSM know they're under almost zero threat at all. Biofrost kills the ward amidst the recall from the Shady carry, and they're going to be fine. But yeah, talking about Trashy losing his jungle, that is largely Bjergsen winning his lane, getting the shove advantage.
I think TSM is about to roam up top again. They got the push because Splyce went to bot, which means TSM get the push mid, which means they can move into the enemy jungle and roam top. Go flash on Wunder.
Exactly, he's flashless. This ward is still up. They are able to track most of what Trashy's movements would be.
FLICKR for about another 5 seconds. I don't think the time is going to quite work out for them.
He's going to get the stun actually in time, just barely. Now time for the knockup, into the stun, into the unleashed power, not even needed, and a very clean tower dive by TSM.
The last fraction of a second that Hauntzer could get the Mega Gnar, he cast it, immediately hops back to Mini Gnar, and it was so clean because Svenskeren and Bjergsen didn't take a single hit of damage, which means they can immediately go back to their lanes and not lose the pressure you would expect when there's a double roam into a turret dive.
They can even pressure Trashy out of his own jungle and take away his Raptor camp, the big part of it. So more grabbed by the TSM duo here.
And there's no reaction of the same sort for Splyce. The Elise and Vladimir are not in a position to roam bot. Even if they would make it there, it's so hard to dive that particular match itself. So TSM really leaning on their strengths. And again, this brings us back to Champion Select. Was it worth handing over Syndra over to TSM?
And it's looking like TSM is making them pay for it. The critical difference, I feel like, when Splyce gives the other teams strong lanes where they could potentially be weak versus this one, is against RNG, Mata and Uzi weren't going to roam around on Karma and Caitlyn and affect the rest of the map. But when Bjergsen is on Syndra and he's able to affect the other lanes, the problem isn't isolated to a specific part and it spreads to the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it before, knock into the wall, chain CC. Even if Hanser doesn't get that knock off, it's still going to be at least a 1-for-1. That's just a really solid play for TSM with such a low risk of failure.
Absolutely agree. The matchups that TSM have gotten in the early game, jungle, the winning lane matchup, Svenskeren and Bjergsen can walk top lane whenever they deign, whenever they want to. They're up there and they can start punishing Wonder. You can see, because of the influx of gold, Hanser having a better time trading back and forth. Kabi has to arcane shift that. Well played by him. Biofrost will get rid of that pink ward, gets replaced.
And again, Bjergsen roaming with Svenskeren.
And Sencooks is just sitting in the mid lane right now. They open up and are looking to at least burn summoners, hopefully getting kills.
Mickey is alone under his turret. Here comes the dynamic duo looking for it. Mickey gonna get hit up. Couple more snipes to go, and that's gonna be a kill to double lift. Gold flowing into every lane now. 3 of TSM's members have kills.
It could be a race for the first turret here, though, as TSM might want to get the bottom, as Splyce is now going for Hanser.
Looking for the big play on the Hanser, but Trashy can't get a range for the stun.
They abandoned the race because there was only 4 creeps left, and that's not enough with 2 members to get that turret. And even if Trashy goes into spider form to get spiders up, that means Hanser could technically approach here.
I don't know, it's still looking pretty risky. Top's getting lower and lower, and I think it's actually a fairly close race. You're seeing the Spiderlings were up for part of it.
The base race cam to see who can get it first.
Splyce gets it by just a few seconds. That's actually a pretty crucial influx of gold.
That actually means that it was a very risky play to actually go for the zone on Hanser there. Splyce looking for more than just a race.
And part of it was that Bjergsen also walked back to mid lane, right? Like, every way they sort of pushed in the resources, TSM just ended up being 2 seconds slow. Ooh, nice steal. An early smite for Svenskeren means Kabi gets it with a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, you take the 90 gold from the Gromp and the 400 gold from the first turret. That's actually 1,000 gold difference that TSM could be ahead of if a few things go differently. So very critical that Splyce can stay in the game with those small margins, as they were very close to being completely snowballed on, and now they still actually have a bit more of a chance.
And no immediate power on the Dragon. It comes later on turret sieges and maybe objective contestation, but right now there's no Elemental Drake here that gives you immediate bonuses to Splyce. They have a few windows to get back in.
Here comes the roam. They want Bjergsen. He has to flash the Cocoon. Saw it coming, and Trashy, good job getting rid of that Summoner spell. The repeat gank the next 4 minutes could be very good.
Yeah, it does hurt Trash that he had to burn his flash on the way out, because now he can't necessarily flash Cocoon to get a guaranteed kill onto Bjergsen, but still a valuable roam by Splyce.
See if they can get it. Roams weren't built in just a day. Sometimes you got to take a bit longer to make them happen. Sencooks around the wall, suddenly surrounded. Stun's gonna land. That's the cue for Biofrost. They've got all the CC they need. Bio steals the kill, didn't need to. Unlucky there, but it is a nice pickoff.
Yeah, they chain CC'd him. I think the reason everyone on TSM was hitting him so hard is because it was the Syndra stun into the Braum stun, and they were worried he was gonna pool flash away. But Sencooks never flashes or pools early, and he pays the price.
Right now, Krepo's checking to see if he had people walk through fog before, and he actually saw plenty of people just waited way too long.
Yeah, he saw the
play.
He saw the support come from one side, so he thought he was fine, but then they came around the mid lane wall. That really can't afford to happen. Bjergsen playing with no flash so far.
Oh, nice repel. Trashy jukes it away. Gets the trade kill back in. Nicely done. Splyce trying to claw back to this game, but it is a 2,000 gold deficit. Now Wonder in the top lane does have flash. Will he be forced to use it? Yes, he's going to finally jump over that small part of the wall. I was hoping he wasn't going to get chain slowed, but he was.
Hanser has the Frozen Mallet. Wonder was definitely extended too far, but Bjergsen was also extended too far. He had wards on the right side. He was too close to the left when pushing up there, and he gets Cocoon from the Fog of War.
And this is the way Splyce deal with problems. One big Bjergsen that pushes in. Well, we're going to put 3 members against him, put the Vladimir on a slide lane. This is against Splyce opting for the 1v1 very early in the game here. Good Cocoon, and just as you mentioned earlier, he dodges most of the damage with the repel while still going forward for the kill here. three-man squad. Very tough to deal with a single Syndra though.
Yeah, it's actually Mickey that landed the slow on from Fog, and TSM really trying to get something. Trashy no flash.
Slow 1, slow 2, slow 3. 4 shots gonna land on a Trashy, but now will he survive the encounter? A big knockup comes out of Biofrost, and that should be enough to knock down the Elite, but Repel's gonna buy a few more seconds, and the re-snipe comes through, but it's too early. And here's the re-engage on the backside. They've picked off Doublelift. It's now a 4v4, and Hemoplague is on. Senkux is poised to do so much damage here with help from Wonder. They've already picked up another. That's 2-1 in favor of Splyce. 2-2, actually. They did pick off Mickey.
That's still exactly the type of fight that Splyce would want. It's messy, it's protracted, and then Senkux can go in the back, get onto Jin, and get a kill.
Messy, but also very calculated because they peel away the Vladimir from one lane. He is not running teleport. He didn't even ghost into that fight. And as he peeled in, they teleport from the other lane. So while they were super spread out on the map, 1-3-1, they suddenly collapsed as a 5-man unit and surprised TSM.
Yeah, and this feels like it keeps happening to TSM so far at Worlds here, where they'll get a small edge, push a little bit too far, and the opponent team will counter them where they're just not used to being countered in North America. So here we can see it one more time.
Yeah, look where Vladimir actually starts. He starts in the bot lane, moves over, there's a teleport. Let's see where it actually comes out. There's some wards behind, so the shallow wards into the enemy jungle here. Doublelift completely surprised, moving away from Senkux, but then suddenly, as he casts a W, Wunder comes out, and if you give an Aurelia access to a low mobility carry in the background, he can almost solo it.
Yep.
Yeah, there was no teleport on Hauntzer's Gnar. If Doublelift is going to approach, they would need to have knowledge of that ward, so to speak, but it just completely surprised them.
And that's props to Splyce for, despite being behind in this game, a good 2,000 gold, even more than this at this point. They got that deep ward that allowed that teleport to happen, not letting up in the game and, you know, losing all their vision control.
And by putting 3 mid, they're actually challenging Bjergsen at least a little bit on the roaming. Sure, if he wants to go to a side lane, he's only finding one isolated target. They can usually back off. TSM are still aggressively contesting in the jungle though.
It's a blue buff steal, nicely played. And this is the thing, is if you're the team with the gold lead, you're just supposed to win any given 5-on-5 or 2-on-2 or 3-on-3. And so TSM pushing their weight around to the right places where they are going to match up well enough and get those advantages and continue to push forward.
Yeah, if TSM can get their hands on a Rift Herald in the next 2 minutes, it would be really important because it would mean side lane priority, but they seem very much so dragged towards the bottom side of the map, really challenging Vladimir, who has to get up close in the mini wave if he wants to clear it. 4v2 here.
Let's see what they can get. Senkux juking back and forth, hoping to clear some minions under this turret, but the wave clear not honestly amazing from Splyce. TSM have a pretty good amount of siege. The minions are back in. You can see if melee minions are allowed to hit a turret, that means your wave clear is bad. And that is the case with this team comp.
Right, but even with that, they only get a couple of shots on the turret. Jin at this point in the game, not the greatest at killing turrets. They don't want to overextend too much in fear of maybe throwing the game away. That has to be in the back of their mind after so many fights go wrong. At this point, though, they have a whole bunch of wards in the jungle of Splyce, the blue buff, and they're probably going for Ocean Drake in about 40 seconds.
Triforce with some lifesteal here on Wunder. He's always leaving himself exit creeps. Good read from Haunzer. He knows that Wunder is actually trying to dodge the boulders by dashing to the creeps. If you play against an Aurelia, you always have to be mindful of what is her exit path. If you can somehow screw that up, make her waste a Q bounce.
Oh, he jumped in, but he
play.
can jump out.
They're going to land the root. They're going to land the slows. They should chain the CC pretty easily here. And this one more snipe will do it. And Doublelift gets his second kill. Nicely done.
And I can see why Wunder died there. He was not expecting the duo lane roam when Drake is up in 10 seconds. TSM had just made the prep play for top lane. So a really peculiar roam top from Senkux, or from Wunder's perspective, and it pays off for TSM.
It's really beautiful. Taking the expected play and saying, we're not going to do that, we'll do something else. Oh! The one shot from Bjergsen takes him out, and now Trashy also in a bad spot. Svenskeren on the chase with the Randuin slow, with the red buff, the follow through from Bjergsen. That's already 2 kills, and Mickey now running for his life.
Bjergsen's Syndra just has so much pressure because he's able to hold the mid lane 1 versus 3. Earlier, it allows TSM to put 3 members in the top lane and get a kill. And then after that, when Svenskeren moves down, he can just one-shot obliterate Kobe right now. And that's all falling apart from Splyce. And again, you have to question the pick. Syndra on Bjergsen is just too damn strong.
Such massive playmaking across the board from TSM, though. When the game was looking a little bit questionable, they make the big play. Splyce trying to get something back.
Splyce looking for one themselves, but Senkux stunned up, gonna lose out.
Here comes Mega Gnar.
Pull away, yes, here comes Mega Gnar, but it's not the most beautiful. A quick stun and a Wunder, bit of damage. Look at the follow through. A bounce house for TSM. It's already 2, and the turret nearly falls as well.
And you have the perfect word there. It's a bounce house right now, just chaining the CC over and over again onto Splyce.
And they got the slow, they got the chase stun into Senkux. Not going to get too much more, but the crowd practically on their feet now, cheering for TSM, hoping that the North American hopeful can continue their run for a quarterfinal spot.
And that was honestly fantastic. That scoop initially didn't look too great, but followed up by one CC and another, and perfectly layered over and over. And then a couple of spheres from Bjergsen just launched forward, double stun, double kill.
Yeah, the first stun, I believe, into the Braum ultimate, into the Rek'Sai knockup, all the while hitting them with circular damage. Mickey as well.
Oh, he's so dead.
If you're new to Splyce, the Mickey X special. Walk into FLICKR War.
TSM hoping to play with confidence. And I think 3 minutes ago, this game was incredibly dangerous for TSM, because if you think about this game moving towards the late game, if it does get close, the Aurelia and the Vladimir combo so well into the Syndra and the Jhin. But this play right here, he gets the priority target that he needs to, and this is after TSM had already picked up the Aurelia in the top lane.
But this is with Mickey X walking around in range with exhaust available. You should never let your AD carry die if you're playing 3v1 and you have exhaust, because if Bjergsen doesn't get that kill, suddenly Kobe can finish him off on the back of that plane, because Syndra has cooldowns.
And this is an I think I can mentality from Splyce. They don't want to give up the turret despite having 2 people respawning on the map. Wonder goes a little bit in. They get a bunch of CC chain onto Senkux. He ults, so he thinks he's safe. But then Meganar comes in, and when Haunter doesn't hit the Meganar, Splyce still kind of think they're safe. They should have just been fully running away, but Mickey gets caught in the bounce house. Everyone goes down.
Just a dirty sequence there from TSM, and now fully in control of the game. Looked a little bit close from Splyce. Honestly, that rotation where 3 people surprised Wunder in the top lane was the tipping point. That's where TSM took control again of the game.
And it was good on TSM to finally have a better looking mid game. The mid game is where they actually lost to Samsung around that 20-minute mark. A stun on a Kobe, not too much more gain off that one, but this is Splyce backs against the wall. If they lose this game, they cannot make the quarterfinals here at Worlds. They'd be capped at 2 maximum wins. They'd already be 2 teams of 3.
Yeah, and from TSM's perspective, they need to be strong in this stage of the game.
And they've already knocked down 1 member for it. The turret's going to be up next. It can't even run away, so unlucky there in this one. Svenskeren going to weather the storm. The damage not going to be enough for him. Plenty of orbs available.
Just coming in behind him.
Has the ulti, a bit of a slow on Ascend. Cooks more damage. Sengu pulls out of there, but now that means he's an available target for that unleashed power. Here comes the engage tools. It's Doublelift with the curtain call. Gets the slows on a Wonder. Gets plenty of damage. Mickey gonna get away, but he's not gonna be so lucky for the top laner. That's 2 dead already. Another trade kill. More in for Bjergsen. 4 versus 2 right now.
Just a snowballing Cinder right now. 9 kills, also making it so difficult for Splyce to escape.
You can definitely still see that Bjergsen is the central axis that TSM is playing around. He's involved in 14 out of 16 kills right now. He is the one driving the game home. Initially relying on his push into roam mobility, but now in the fights, landing stun after stun after stun.
And last game was Splyce capitalizing on all their strengths for the European LCS split. This is TSM playing like they did when they dominated North America. They are a mid-game team with such a low average game time. It's because they can make these plays happen. They are aggressive even when even in numbers. They get the stun on the Trashy, immediately follow up. And then as this play extends, actually, they dive through the turret because they know what their priorities are.
Yeah, they have a super strong poke and siege composition, you know, with Deadly Flourish, with the massive range on that Syndra QE combo. And then if people start running, the curtain call is enough to facilitate the chase here. Firefrost not afraid to go for the aggressive ultimate either here. TSM, honestly, rolling over Splyce.
Oh, and Kobe gets hit by the Deadly Flourish, and it's going to be just that load. Ulted, goodbye. Doublelift on a killing spree now. And look at the Meganar catches several of Splyce. They're going to run out of health. That's several more. Look at that, a 3 for 0 in the blink of an eye.
It just keeps coming. TSM has so much pit potential with the Jhin and the Syndra right now, with Biofrost jumping over the top on all of these fights. 3 kills now, 25-minute Baron. Should be an afterthought.
Almost no chance losing it here. 2 members alive, no teleport up on either. A flash, not going to mean much. Haunter solo zoning out the 1v2 as TSM quietly takes down Baron Nashor in the darkness, in the fog of war. There it's picked up, 25 minutes, 37 seconds. Baron buff up, 11,000 gold lead.
Definitely lights out for Splyce here. There's so little they can do. TSM's team comp in the mid game snowballs so well. Nobody actually cares about the red buff. It's about the kills that ensue. Kobe forced to use his gap closer once. Has flash, but trying to
Once you get hit by one,
it's over.
Yep. The Braum stun, the Rek'Sai knockup, the Cinder comes in over the top. Hanser gets Mega. Guess what? He lands the one stun against the wall. Everything else chains.
TSM learning the lesson they were rudely reminded of in their Samsung game, where they just did not have enough crowd control, enough ways to start the fights out. This time, every single member on TSM has some way to say, we are fighting now, 5-on-5, let's go. Run away and die or fight us head on. And those have been very well orchestrated so far. The Baron buff, the question now is, how long does it take for TSM to kill off the Nexus? They are almost definitely guaranteed this one. They are almost guaranteed to send Splyce home without a quarterfinal spot. They got that upset win over Royal, but if Splyce cannot make the comeback, they cannot make quarters.
And it makes up for TSM failing a little bit in the first game of the day, in their opinion. The fact that Royal took that hit earlier.
A lot looking around the side. Wonder looking for the play into Bjergsen, but now a chaser for Hanser. But he's going to try to pick up the mid laner. Can't even do it. The damage is too high. Hemo Plague not going to be enough either. And the shields came on enough. Now the retreat because Kabi wants in on the double lift. How's that duel going to go? Dodges one Q. Looks to dodge the next. One more shot will kill him. The flash. Oh, and double lift gets him inside the base. Doesn't take enough damage to die.
And it just shows you what could have been if the Aurelia was a little bit more even with Bjergsen. That's exactly how Splyce would want to fight in the late game. But they're going up against the gargantuan gold lead here for TSM.
And they're looking for even more. Hanser jumps in, forces out the Sanguine Pool from Senkux, and it's going to be the bottom inhibitor gone. The mid lane inhibitor soon to follow. Baron buff still on for over a minute with 2 inhibs down and 14,000 gold, putting TSM ahead.
Very important they also win this game quickly, because average win time is one of the seeders for tiebreakers if we get a 3-way tie. Although maybe that's not important anymore. They're going for the game.
Yeah, right now they're looking to close things out, but a quick shutdown comes through. It's going to be a trade kill, but still nice by Wetter to make the play. Even still, Trashy has already found his grave for the 7th time this game. TSM on to the Nexus turret. Svenskeren barely even taking damage from these Nexus turrets here as they push forward among the crowd, yelling for their name, chanting the initials of North America's #1 team. They won the summer split. They're hoping to do well at Worlds. They're 3rd win in the group stage right now at the hands of Splyce, as they have one more match to play. And if they can win the next one, they will make top 8 at Worlds.
And very crucial that TSM was able to win this game after having a close loss against Samsung. But they're still not out of the woods yet. Everything for TSM is going to come down to their match later against RNG.
And it's going to be a tough one. So Splyce and TSM, they did battle, and a sub 30-minute win. The TSM that their fans expected coming into Worlds. We see them here. We saw the domination, 24-6 in kills.
But another win with a lot of comfort picks here for TSM. Not challenged really in pick and ban. The Syndra on Bjergsen, double it Jhin.
It's an interesting story for TSM here at Worlds. 2 losses already, 3-2 now, needing to go up against RNG. You can see
how much it means.
They're stressed. They knew this game meant a lot to them, but they still need to do more. For Splyce, unfortunately, this means they cannot make the quarterfinals anymore. The dream of a 4-way tie at 3-3 is gone, but they're definitely making teams think about them.
Yes. And they will play. Go ahead.
And their role is like spoiler right now, and they're also not a team that's going to take that lightly.
No.
Splyce at the end of the season, yes, they played a science support once because it didn't really matter in the standings that somewhat, not so much. But here at Worlds, they really want to prove themselves in the next game. So whoever's next against them, like Samsung right now, they will have, honestly, still a chance of losing, because stylistically, a slow team like Splyce, like if they play like in Europe, could technically take a game out of Samsung.
Sure. Yeah. I think there's even some camaraderie there, right? You've got the 4 Danish players here on Splyce, 2 Danish players even on TSM. It's like, all right, we're going to help you guys get through the Worlds. We'll knock down Royal for you. We'll knock down Samsung for you. Do the rest of the work, Bjergsen, everyone else. You know, still, yes, it would leave a great impression on the European fans to have this second week do better for the EULCS. Splyce 1-1 in this last week. One more win at least leaves them on a positive note coming into the next year. It would be nice to see from them. But for now, let's hand it over to the Dash and the boys to check out TSM's win.
And thank you very much, gentlemen. There's the kind of victory we're looking for out of the TSM squad here coming into week 2. And unfortunately for Splyce, this does mean no quarterfinals for them. Still the opportunity to knock Samsung down a peg or 2. But let's dive into this one here and figure out what adjustments TSM made, because this was a very stark contrast between Game 1 and Game 2, starting in Champs.
Well, the first thing is letting Syndra go through is asking for a ball beating back to dodgeball in high school. I mean, you're just going to get beat up nonstop, and that's what Bjergsen did. And the thing that I didn't like about Splyce is the fact that they went with a no-pressure matchup into the Vladimir, and we've seen how Syndra to Vlad plays out. Vlad gets pushed in, Syndra has the opportunity to roam. That means that if you pick a top laner that is really volatile, a matchup like a carry into the Gnar, and you have Syndra go into your lane, you're going to lose that lane, and you're not going to have that win condition.
I definitely blame Yamato Cannon here, honestly, with the Splyce draft, because you said it perfectly, I feel. Banning Rumble in the end when you're planning on playing something like Irelia anyway, who can just go up against the Rumble, and you have the same kind of situation where you can try and camp that lane and snowball the Irelia, really doesn't make any sense, because you also end up trading. The first rotation is so important. If you give Syndra, you better get something really, really important on your first rotation to make it worth it. They end up trading Elise for Rek'Sai, so that's like a slight gain maybe for the Elise, and that's it. And the Karma, while she's a good pick, so many other supports to play, so many other different things. We see Alistar, Braum, Nami. Karma definitely doesn't have enough value to be worth giving away Syndra.
And of course, when picking Syndra, you know the Vladimir's into it. The difference as well with Splyce is they go for the Irelia, so there's going to be a split pusher, and they end up putting themselves in this awkward 1-3-1 situation where maybe if they had a team fighting top laner, someone that can actually take part with the team and run 4-1, having the Vladimir just go back and forth between lanes, there's a better chance that the pivot will be more effective.
Yeah, because what's going to happen later on in the game is Splyce wants to play on all three lanes at the same time. So they want to put Vladimir in the side lane, they want to put Irelia in the other side lane, and then Ezreal sits in mid with the support. The goal for them, or the hope, is that Syndra has to go to that side lane with the Vladimir and defend, and then you isolate her, she's alone, she can't kill the Vladimir, you have a winning side lane there for Splyce. Top lane, Irelia has the winning side lane, you have two lanes pushing down, it's all great. Problem is, Syndra is not going to go to that side lane unless she's behind. She's just going to sit mid, wave clear. She can 1v2 the enemy dual lane, and when you have no pressure mid, you can't play side lanes because you can always get roamed on.
And you saw it even in the builds, right? Irelia going for that Blade of the Rune King second is a huge telegraph where I plan on sitting in the side lane against Gnar for the remainder of the game. Now, aside from a repeat weird invade from Svenskeren in Game 2 here, I do want to push past that. The recovery for TSM this time around was much, much better. And this is where I want to look at the roams that they were making. Bjergsen getting out of lane, visiting that top lane, making sure they're keeping Wunder down.
Yeah, I think Team Soulmate is strongest when Bjergsen is on a mid lane pick that can push, and Svenskeren is on a mobile jungler who can gank. And that's exactly what we just saw right here. Mid lane gets pushed up by Bjergsen, he roams to top side, and if you do not call miss instantly and your top laner then just leaves the tower, just give up the wave, leave the tower, he's going to die like we just saw now. So TSM just got like the best picks for them around mid and jungle.
And to your point about calling Mia, the same thing happened in the top side when the dual lane from TSM recalls goes straight to the top lane. Nobody's calling this out, and you have a Jhin sniping the Irelia with the Braum coming in onto the Gnar, once again putting that split pusher even further behind, and Irelia just never got a foothold in the game. She was unable to put any side lane pressure, and in the team fight, she's just going to get blown up. And that's exactly what happened.
A couple early kills onto Syndra made Bjergsen a monster. And let's take a look at the Acer replay where TSM really put their foot down here in the mid lane. Starts off as a 2v3.
And this is a part of the lane assignments to go all wrong here. Vladimir in the bottom lane, Irelia trying to be in side lanes. You have an Ezreal Karma near the mid. They can get instantly obliterated, and you see exactly that happening, of course, through Bjergsen. As a result of this, having a numbers advantage, the team composition of TSM is actually allowed to excel. They've drafted themselves pick and dive, not just poking them down, and it is so easy to combo all of their spells together and make it work.
Yeah, and I think this replay just showed exactly why this comp wasn't going to work for Splyce unless Bjergsen fell really far behind, but he didn't. Obviously, he had a great game. This was another good team fight from him. Obviously, a beautiful combo now. You just keep knocking up two members a few times, then you kill them. Then you kill them in the end. So it was this really, really well-played game by TSM. They got exactly the picks they wanted. Bjergsen got to roam. He got revenge from that last game he played against Crown, where he had such a poor start. And we got to see a big difference. When TSM has a mid lane who can't really roam, and especially when he also falls behind, they do very little early to mid game. When they get something like Syndra and they get to push it over and over, they do a lot.
Yeah, player of the game is Bjergsen. Huge contrast between the Zillion game, the Syndra game, and you mentioned the statistic in the 2 solo deaths mid lane in the first game. Well, here, now he's dominant, has a crazy scoreline, 13-1-8.
Yeah, I was a little worried in the beginning because he was missing a lot of CS, but once that when Scarin invaded in a really poor timing, and the bot lane of TSM blew all summoners to try to save him. Luckily for him, Bjergsen got double buffs off that pick, and then was able to, on the backside, kill Trashy as well. And from that advantage, just having that small little lead, was able to just snowball so much. And that's what you want to see out of a top-notch player like Bjergsen, being able to take a small lead and translate it into impacting the entire map and just carry the game.
Yeah, I feel like to summarize that point as well, there are players and teams who you don't want to give Aurelion Sol or Syndra to because of the strength of their mid and jungle players. You give them one of them, they outright win the game like that, and Bjergsen very much deserving of that.
All right, well, Game 3's in the books, and TSM is on the board in Week 2. When we return from break, Samsung Galaxy and Royal Never Give Up are back on stage. Stay with us.
No, I was playing AD and I laned with his Thresh and it was
I was playing AD and I laned with Biofrost Thresh.
Oh shit.
My god. I'm breaking, of course.
Lobby?
Alright, I'm sorry.
I'm insta-locking Thresh.
But Trashy could join up soon. He has flash of himself, and the heal's not going to come down in time. First blood, but it's an exhaust into a stun, into a very dead Elise, and down the water spout she goes. He's going to get the stun actually in time, just barely. Now time for the knockup into the stun, into the unleashed power, not even needed.
Stun.
Killer!
Aurelia!
Nice. Goodbye, double lift on a killing spree now. And look at the Meganar catches several of Splyce. They're going to run out of health. That's several more as they have one more match to play. And if they can win the next one, they will make top 8 at Worlds.
만약에 이제 조별 예선에서 떨어지고 그러면 엄청 큰 비판을 받을 것 같아요. 이렇게 떨어질 거면 왜 이기고 올라갔냐, 아니면 이제 KT한테 그냥 지지 왜 올라와서 나라 망신시키고 떨어지냐, 약간 이런 게 좀 걱정되기도 하는데 그냥 그런 생각은 잘 안 하고 그냥 열심히 해서 올라가면 되는 거니까 네, 준비 많이 해서 올라가도록 해야 될 것 같아요.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2016 World Group Stage. I'm QuickShot, joined by Kobe and Spawn, as Samsung Galaxy and Royal never give up, make their final adjustments on stage. There's a lot at stake in this game for Samsung Galaxy. If they win, they make top 8, they go to Chicago, they get themselves some deep dish pizza.
And they're feeling pretty good about the start to the day. Their victory over TSM to even up that head-to-head was very important for these guys. Crown especially really showing up on that Victor, outplaying Bjergsen multiple times.
Yeah, I just want to look towards that mid lane because I think that was a little bit of, we thought we had an answer for the Victor and then picked a mid-range composition that could never really get into combat range, and Double Lift time and time again got blown up.
He definitely did. I mean, Crown's confidence in that champion to go full damage build and absolutely destroy targets was one of the big things about how they were able to finish out the game.
I asked this question earlier. Is Crown on Victor the same level as Huhi on Aurelion Sol? Because if we assume it's going to get banned out, what we expect or should expect, what are the next tier picks now for Crown and how far down are they?
That was one of the huge topics surrounding Crown coming into Worlds, right? Was his champion pool. He had a ton more games on both Victor and Varus than any of the other champions coming from the LCK. But they talked about multiple times, yeah, he's in solo queue, he's practicing so many other champions, he is diverse, and he's actually shown here at Worlds the Rise was also extremely impressive for him. So we can't really tunnel vision on, oh yeah, just have to ban out Crown's Victor. You know, he probably has some other ones. Definitely the Rise is something you have to keep in mind.
Team Solomid banned that Rise out earlier today. We'll see if Royal Never Give Up feel that that is ban-worthy. Royal did not show up against Splyce. Splyce actually picked up their only win of the tournament so far against RNG earlier today. What went wrong for RNG, Spawn?
Yeah, no, if you cast your mind back to World Group Draw, I said that Splyce would beat Royal in one of the games.
The old I told you.
Called it, because the problem is when you get an early lead on Royal and then split them up, drag them across the map, this team is notoriously bad at making the correct decision. They're not good at rotating through lanes, and that just caught them completely off guard.
Also, I think one of the key points for RNG is having Mata on a champion that enables him to be the one making those decisions. When he's on the range champions like Nami and Karma, you don't really get to have the same control as you do on something like Alistar. These melee champions, I feel like, are so good for him. He's such a spectacular playmaker that I feel like RNG will go back to that now and be more scary.
And I think that they just played too much to crush the bottom lane. I mean, you don't have to pick that against Splyce. Surely you can take something like the Caitlyn as well as a playmaking support to be able to get in there, as we've seen so many other teams do, because you don't have to beat Kobe and Mickey by 20 CS. You just have to have those late game team fights online.
Gentlemen, we talked a lot about how both of these teams played earlier in the day. What is going to happen in this particular matchup? We're about to jump into pick some bans. Kobe, where do we expect? I mean, Victor, Rise surely have to be on top tier for RNG.
So obviously the mid lane has been extremely important as far as pick bans during the World's group stage. And that seems like the area to focus, especially against this team. But already, you know, Lee Sin, also a bunch of junglers have shown up very big on that champion. And MLXG is one of those guys who can play it to the peak of the champion's potential.
Yeah, he certainly can. I also think that both of these mid laners have 2 or 3 champions that they're just much better than the rest of their champion pool. Not that they have shallow champion pools, just, you know, the likes of Syndra for Angel Beats or Xiao, who is so much better than the rest of his pool.
All right, so Samsung banning out 2 of the powerhouse mid lane champions, the Syndra and the Aurelion Sol, which, you know, Crown has not really shown on. So they're definitely looking to focus on that area. Xiao, who did show that 1 game on Aurelion Sol, and not going to be the option for them here. But also with 2 jungle bans, you would expect the Elise and the Rek'Sai to be traded.
Yeah, you certainly would. Or we've seen MLXG already go towards the Olaf. If they go an early pick Elise, maybe you try and out-tempo with the Olaf. Very quick farm, and also jungles quite well at 6 against it.
Here's the thing about Olaf. Like, I really do love the champion. I think it is very good, especially in the early game. But a lot of the teams don't realize that the threat of Olaf in the late game
pretty much comes entirely from extra speed boost on the team. Like, Olaf is a champion that when you pop your ultimate, yes, you are immune to crowd control, but you need extra speed to have that threat on the back line. You know, you need a Sivir or a Karma. Karma's already banned out, so that would kind of, you know, diminish the options for the rest of your champion pool.
And the ultimate is kind of a double-edged sword because you need it for the breaking CC, but you also need it for the AD to assassinate that AD carry.
Exactly. Like, that's why the champion can look very, very good and very, very bad. I still think it is, you know, there are proper uses for it, and I think it can be used well, but we will wait to see till the pick ban fills out here, as the Caitlyn, extremely high priority for a lot of those bot lanes. You said, you know, a lot of the bot lanes are focusing on, you know, winning in the CS, and the Caitlyn traps have also been a huge asset surrounding the objectives.
And that's going to allow Samsung Galaxy to maintain any sort of advantage they get early game. It is a Rumble Rek'Sai combination here for RNG. Not going to be the Elise or the Olaf that we were talking about a lot. Very quick lock-ins, Olaf and Victor for Samsung Galaxy. So starting to see the team compositions pulling together.
Now, Shahu's played against Victor very often. That's a big pick in the LPL, and it's also one of his big picks. Not surprised that they get insta-locks off the back end of this because they do value the Malzahar incredibly high, as well as the Ezreal for Uzi. We've seen him play it once. It was an absolutely stellar game against Splyce. So this lineup right now is rounding out well for RNG. My big concern is the Rumble pick, because when you do that, you force Cuvée onto Kennen, and that has been his best champion. Why are you forcing him onto it?
Yeah, forcing him onto Kennen is an interesting way of putting it. Definitely really have liked the dedication that he had, you know, practicing a bunch in solo queue, putting in the time on that, and it's a big part of why they're even here at Worlds in the first place.
Ooh.
Now,
but
this was
there's
banned.
the ban, yeah, that we saw earlier. You know, maybe some of that scrim intel or some of it got out, but the Zyra is picked up here. Talk about winning lane. Caitlyn and Zyra, one of the most annoying poke lanes down bottom. So much damage potential.
But that is a gauntlet thrown from a very new AD carry support combo, and if he goes with Alistar, kill threat. If he goes with Nami, sustain threat.
There it is. This is actually what I want to see from both supports. Mata, if he locks in this Alistar, that's what we're talking about, the melee champions for RNG, to be able to have that playmaking ability, especially with a carry top laner like the Rumble. Brum will do a very similar thing and, you know, has the zone control that you can match up with the Rumble. Both those ultimates, very good at fighting in the jungle. But Core JJ, let me just talk about this one more little time. Spot, I see you trying to tap in, but Kiwi Kid is one of the original support Zyras this season, and Core JJ did play a lot with Kiwi Kid very closely. He's seen firsthand the potential that this champion does have in the bottom lane.
said it earlier. It's that ex-Dignitas talent showing up here.
That was props, dude. Come on. Give credit where credit's
One thing
due.
I will say, if you did watch the Kiwi Kid game, in the end he was like a 6-item mage, pretty much running around the way we've seen Crit. Went full damage on this champion.
I have to say, it is one of the funnest things to watch because it's very important to get bush control with that combo as well. As impressive as it can seem at times, it can also fold very quickly. If MLXG gets down there very quickly, they're pushing up, they don't have, you know, all the spots warded, which is extremely difficult versus Rek'Sai, especially early on in the game, and being on that blue side. So I'm very, very excited for that match.
I think it is going to be the volatile lane, but you have to hit on Marta's Braum, because Mako had an interview where he was like, Marta can't play Braum in the lane. And everyone was like, why? And he was like, it's simple. He just can't hit the Q. I don't know what it is. He's great on all other skill shot champions, but the Braum Q just evades him. And I think that the only way you win this lane is hitting multiple Qs on Braums, multiple poke on Ezreal, and then getting the Rek'Sai down there.
Winning the lane versus Caitlyn Zyra, those are very strong words.
The only way.
Exactly, because it's a risk. If you win the lane versus Caitlyn Zyra, it comes from Rek'Sai coming down and Braum going in with the Q flashes and hitting them. If he misses those, they die.
And trust me, Marta and Uzi do not play to go equal in lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first support Zyra of Worlds 2016 in the hands of Samsung Galaxy on the cusp of qualifying for the quarterfinals. All that stands in their way is Uzi, Marta, and the rest of RNG. But they've got very strong lanes here that could work out in their favor. We've heard time and time again, RNG do not play well from behind. They do not play well when they're under pressure, and there's a lot of champions to apply pressure.
I think that is a very good point to bring up, because week One, we were talking about RNG and we were like, oh my goodness, the way they beat TSM, they were so much more controlled. They actually, backed off of losing scenarios. But today, they have been very headstrong and a little bit too risky. See if Samsung can actually punish them for that, though.
The risk out of RNG's play is that they don't gracefully lose. They don't sit there and allow you to accumulate a gold lead. They're going to fight you. They build themselves back into game through very, very risky team fights, and that went the opposite way in Game 1 versus Splyce.
See if they go out in a blaze of glory, or if they even it up and make the top half of this group, or actually just the entire group.
Look, if RNG win,
Catch
it
on
remains
fire.
a three-horse race. There are so many possibilities, but it still boils down to the remaining games and whether or not Splyce will play spoiler. Samsung Galaxy want to avoid that. They just want to lock in that spot, guarantee at least a top 8 seeds.
All right, so as we've been, really concentrated on the group and all the implications here as the day winds down, we did have some early vision also placed here. This is incredibly important for RNG because you expect the Olaf for the quickest clear to start on the blue for the extra mana and cooldown reduction, but he does have options. You don't have to start there. So they've confirmed this is topside blue start here from Ambition, and we were talking about MFG and the possibilities of his early influence. That's where a lot of people fell in love with this jungler, right? Where the days of his red starts into level 2 ganks and the very creative pass. So looking to see something special from him.
A lot of poke already going down. Mata and Uzi on the back foot at early level, as to be expected in terms of this matchup, but Mata and Uzi moving forward.
It certainly is, but how patient can this duo be? Because you can see already they're walking back up and they get some return poke themselves. Braum is such a volatile lane, especially with that exhaust. If you jump onto a melee creep as the support walks up, you can get the exhaust down and get a lot of damage on.
Right, there are a lot of tricks with Braum to try and make sure you land those Qs. The bush control, jumping to the creeps for Taxi, Q flashing, making sure you get that auto in there. And they're going to have to bide their time, until they have that extra kill support, because side lane bush control is not going to be there in the early game. And there's always the chance that the enemy jungler, if you haven't seen them, are waiting.
Look at the mid lane. Enemy jungler from Samsung Galaxy. This is MLXG waiting in the mid lane. Crown decides not to overextend. Here comes MLXG. Flash is available. Will they trade it? Xiaohu's going out. Malefic Visions is tagging for the damage.
Now,
getting it away.
You may think, why wasn't he more patient? And why did he go right at that moment? If you also watch what RNG are trying to do there, the cannon minion just went down. So even though that gank resulted in no summoners, or actually did result in a summoner, the ghost was also blown. It also resulted in denying a cannon minion and a decent amount of damage there onto Crown. So that was a very successful gank, actually, in my book, even though it was not flashy.
But at the end of the day, the investment is still quite high, because now with the push in bottom lane, push in mid lane, you can pretty much invade if you are Ambition onto that blue buff, and you can see that they're going to contest right now.
Yeah, if you look at their Ambition was just chased out.
Wow, deadly spines as well. Uzi chunked below 100 hit points. Ruler and Core JJ ruining Uzi's life. Somebody heal as well.
All right, there we go. We return to the invade here that Ambition had underway, does come away with it, has the level lead over MLXG as well, and they've got side on him as well. He's being hunted at the moment.
But that's all off the back end of Mata going to try and help MLXG. I mean, it leaves Uzi alone behind the turret. They're good enough to punish. Now Ambition has complete control over the bottom side. MLXG's trying to push out mid, and that means bottom's wide open to a gank.
Well, going to be a lot of pressure on RNG if MLXG makes his way down. Wave is being pushed into Crown, and Ambition still in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, still pretty risky, as even though MLXG was showing mid, he was applying pressure, because if you push up that mid lane with your mid laner, it forces Crown to CS at his turret. So that means if they went for the dive, it would just be the 3 versus 2. Oh man, look at this wraparound though. This is exactly what we talked about, the all-in from the...
He missed!
He can't hit the Q! Set that up, in lane, no slow, no CC to follow.
Honestly, it still would be fairly risky even if they did hit it. This is a full summoner Caitlyn Zyra duo, so everything does have to go perfectly for that to work in the end anyways. And one of the worst things that would definitely blow up in the game is if you try and gank that powerful damage output of the Caitlyn Zyra and you mess up that gank this early on.
But I feel it's worth the risk, because they're 600 gold behind in a laning phase, and you expect Uzi and Mata to win, so you have to be able to throw that out.
Hit your Qs then, bud.
Yeah, well, we've heard that he can't from multiple sources. We got a quick glimpse there of Looper in the top lane. Still sitting in lane 36 CS to 34 for QV, approaching their ultimate status. And of course, teleport is available for Looper, so he should be able to back. But look at the itemization differences.
Yeah, so the big thing here is that they actually burn the teleport because they know that RNG wants to play around bottom lane, and with teleport, Echo has priority in this lane. So now Looper has to match, and now it becomes that war of attrition between the Echo and the Rumble.
And this is a lane, both melees here that can be tipped very heavily by the jungle. I just want to revisit Ambition, because Ambition is a guy who's worked so diligently to get here. After 5 years, finally at Worlds, he is crushing in the jungle matchup. Almost all of the gold lead is on Ambition, almost over 400 right now in comparison to MLXG, and he's 2 levels ahead. Olaf with ultimate, he can actually just crush right now. He's got Ghost ready, and any lane that gets pushed in, or any lane that SSG have priority in, he can visit and go for a dive.
Ambition also picked up an early pair of Lucidity boots, going to get around, throw out even more undertows, potentially more Ragnaroks. Pressure on his side. But as it stands, none of those lanes are targets just yet. RNG under their towers. Got to be very, very careful. Now who's got the passive up? It's a 2-on-2 battle. Ambition going to keep running. Call of the Void silences him. Here comes Mata. That chair tags. Ambition's running for his life. Ghost and Ragnarok is up. Flash forward. Never cross. Was too late. Xiaohu's caught. Here comes Core JJ. Xiaohu's running for his life. The Malefic Visions burning down Ambition. A flash forward. The lost zap. And it's Crown with first blood.
The final second of the Ragnarok actually breaks the tether, and that means that Xiaohu comes up empty-handed.
I got no words for you there, Spawn. That was rushed from Xiaohu, and it cost him his life. It cost him the first blood, but up top.
And let's see who comes away worse for wear. Looper threw down the equalizer, is about to overheat. QV still got access to that chrono break and not going to get needed. He's forced Looper away. No summoner spells blown. Advantage, Samsung Galaxy.
Definitely costly mistake here.
Let's have another look.
It was a great punish because Mata roams first, so they have advantage, but there is no reason to do that early. And Xiaohu pays the price for it here. It went over to Crown as well. Crown's Victor, we just saw him be a hard carry for Samsung. He definitely has the confidence, and now he's got the gold to back it up.
And this is what I'm talking about, the inability to lose the early game gracefully. That is a forced play. You can take the Ghost, you can take the ultimate, back away scot-free, and reset up your gank off mid lane because you know the counter gank is much harder. Instead, they roll the dice, and now they're getting punished everywhere.
I clenched. A little bit of damage. BF sword for Ruler. Mata manages to escape with his life. No summoners. And Samsung Galaxy, plus 1,600 gold, got themselves first blood. Looking at those item differences, as if Uzi didn't have a tough enough time. Now he's got Pickaxe Tier into a Zyra Kate BF, and he's going to lose his tower.
Exactly. The Zyra support takes its toll. Constant pressure there. First blood, first turret, and SSG with a huge, huge lead here.
They're just looking so clean and controlled. This is how Samsung Galaxy took Team Solo mid down in the early game. However, they did cause a few problems and a few mistakes in the mid game, so let's see if they've cleaned that up from earlier in the day. Ambition gonna give MLXG a gentle love tap.
But this has always been the problem playing against the Korean powerhouses. As soon as you make that one mistake, as soon as you give them the window into the game, they just run away with it because they are so disciplined and drilled that they don't make the same mistakes back. We'll see whether Samsung Galaxy is one of that top tier because right now they are looking at it today, but mistakes have still been in their gameplay.
And those mistakes are what RNG are going to be looking to punish. We're approaching 10 minutes. We've not really seen Looper get involved. He's down in CS. Teleport will be available very, very soon, as is that equalizer. And he's been under quite a lot of pressure from QV, because every time we have caught glimpses, it's QV pushing the wave in, and you can see QV on your screen roaming towards the mid lane. Should run into MLXG shortly.
It's going to be interesting to see whether they can play around Looper, because honestly, all tournament long, Looper's kind of been on an island, and it's weird seeing him on Teamfighters on an island because it doesn't really do all that much for them.
Also, if we look across the side at, transitioning into the team fight phase, what Looper's going to be playing against from SSG. Samsung have this Caitlyn Zyra combo. It's also very good at anti-dive and dealing with melee carries. Zyra and Caitlyn have the possibility to chain so much CC. If you land one of the snares, traps go down as well. Zyra ultimate also does a lot to against again. Oh, here we go though, the dragon and
they want to fight, teleport into the bottom lane.
Lupa's coming from the lane. Marta misses yet another chair. CoreJJ sidesteps. Teleport from Cube. He should be able to cut off Lupa. They've already killed MLXG. The dragon secured by Samsung, and Lupa's the next target. Looking at the minimap, Samsung want more. They're looking to run him down. Ambition doesn't get the undertow, and Uzi forced to arcane shift away. Stand behind me, Marta yells, and RNG feel they can go forward. They're gonna bite off more than they can chew. They've been routed. They've been killed. Uzi flashes for life. Cube's chasing for more. Xiaohu might be able to get away. Time winders up. Chrono breaks available. Phase dive. Cube survives. Chrono break backwards. Malefic Visions doesn't kill him. Samsung have everything.
Samsung are absolutely routing RNG. They take the Drake. They take the kills. This game, now all they have to do is put the vision up. All right, let's take another look at this, though, because he gets snared up there on the edge of the gravity field, I believe.
But all of that fight starts because a missed chair comes through, and now Lupa's caught off, does the team thing, tries to ult the 3 members whilst he is dying to give the team a fighting chance. But honestly, this is just an overextension and a fantastic punish coming through from Samsung.
CoreJJ getting in there with the Zyra as well, and they chase him out of their own jungle. I mean, there are just so many snares you have to watch out for. This really does also make Crown's job a lot easier in the team fights. With the Zyra zone control in combination with the Echo as well as Gravity Field from Victor, there are a lot of, ground-targeted spells that you're going to have to avoid for RNG to actually get inside.
Samsung Galaxy have earned a 5,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. They're going to knock over the second tower if uncontested, but RNG figure they can at least defend this a little longer. They've pulled up support from both Xiaohu and MLXG.
CoreJJ just used his flash offensively there to try and get the snare, and RNG are roaming up to try and punish, but they've been chased off again.
Oh, Ambition playing with his life, got Ragnarok up. No Ghost just yet, Call of the Void. Gonna do too much. Marta throws up the Unbreakable. The rest of RNG, 5-man party in the top lane, and Cube uncontested in the bottom.
Look at the other 2 lanes. This is just really, really sloppy play coming out of RNG. All of a sudden, Rek'Sai has to try and defend cross-map. Mid lane has just been uncontested free farm, and RNG, they're getting desperate.
They really are. Oh, Marta steps to the trap, but it's Uzi the target. Hey! Long range damage. Lupa's coming in from the side lane. Cube gets a tower. This is coming apart at the seams. RNG have simply no reply to what Samsung are doing.
CoreJJ with the Dignitas flavor. 2 kills on the support now. Able to land the double snare. They take the turret afterwards, and this is getting out of control. Yet they take the turret afterwards.
This isn't getting out of control. This is out of control. I mean, everything has fallen apart for RNG right now, and they're still looking for desperate plays.
Oh, they really are. But fire beats grass, and CoreJJ gets burned down.
Well
He's
played,
in the
Pokemon
jungle.
Master.
Yeah, that's right. Just a little overstep. However, because RNG went to kill CoreJJ, it allows Samsung to take their 4th tower at 14 minutes, extending that lead. This might just be the biggest lead that we have seen all group stage long here in San Francisco.
And this team, Samsung, look like they're going to top the group here with the last couple performances that they've had. Very impressive play from them, especially Crown on the Victor. I feel like teams will be targeting that later.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game is the top of the group, right? Because as soon as they beat this, they have the head-to-head against TSM already.
Yep.
No one else can really get up there and contest it. And RNG right now, I mean, they peak earlier, but they're so far behind that the later this game goes, I mean, the Zyra is going to become a legitimate threat. Caitlyn is just so safe in these team fights. We've already seen the Victor. Honestly, like, the door has shut very quickly for RNG this game.
Especially if you consider that Samsung want to fight, in these corridors where they can take full advantage of the parallel convergence, the gravity field, and the Zyra snares. They're moving the fight up into the jungle. They're taking it to RNG's side of the map. They've got so much vision control now. They would love it if they can catch RNG, walking through those. The thing they do have to watch out for, though, is that if you're in the jungle, Rumble Ultimate and Braum Ultimate, still very good line combination spells there that can turn a game around if you're not careful. This one, though, 8,000 gold. Usually you have to take that account when you're talking about turning it around, and Samsung look like they've got that under control.
Samsung would have to stand 5-man on top of a Glacial Fissure Equalizer combo. to have that 8,000 gold lead eroded. But the way Samsung Galaxy have been playing throughout the course of this game and their game earlier today, it is just fantastic progression from week 1 to week 2 in Spawn. I want to talk about their prospects going forward after this fight. MLXG flashes forward onto Ruler. Ruler tries to 90 caliber away. There's no flash available. They get a kill. Remember, fire beats grass. CoreJJ is strangled down. Looper takes him out, and RNG, they don't need a jungle, they just TP in for 2.
And I mean, sure, this looks great. 2 kills unresponded, but still in the top lane. They're looking to set up for another turret. That's being chipped down by Kuve. Mid lane is still being pressured fiercely, and they can't get one back for themselves.
Crown is ghosting for this. He's looking to chase. Decides not to throw the flash down. Just again, buying more time for Kuve to push top.
This should mean Drake for RNG if they stick around bottom, but the double lane, solo lanes of pressure mean that they do have to go collect those minion waves. Here it is. They commit 5 people for this play. They do get 2 kills for themselves, which is definitely something to put in your pocket, but so many summoner spells, as well as losing out some damage on that mid and top turret. And here comes that Drake. Actually, it's just far too late. Yeah, the timing was a bit off. If it was 20 seconds earlier, yeah, they could combo it, but I feel like this is Samsung's now.
And I mean, realistically, they want to combo it for gold. They don't even care about the Drake at this stage of the game. 7,000 is just such insurmountable.
At this point, you'll take anything you get.
You'll take a jungle can.
There's no one else. That's the problem. Samsung are so far ahead. They need to push their vision and their control so deep, it allows for those double kills plays to actually happen. Admittedly, that was just at the first tier turret. But Samsung, they get their second Ocean. That's a lot of regens. They can back away from any Malzahar or Ezreal damage that is landed. And the next Infernal will help Samsung, if they secure it, push to close this game out.
All right, and I do this far too often, but the one bright side there is that Kuve didn't go tank first, he went Trinity Force, and the Olaf isn't as tanky as you would like him resistant-wise, and there is some good damage items right now. If RNG find a window where it's a 3v5 or something like that, they can still blow a member up, but that window is going to close incredibly quickly.
Also remember, they would have to do that multiple times to get back into this game. Also, it's very difficult to chase this because you're gonna run into laser after laser, the snares from Zyra, and Samsung would love to kite backwards. They don't have to use this Olaf forward.
You can't run onto Samsung because you got to get through Caitlyn traps, you got to get through Zyra roots and ultimate, you got to get through Victor's gravity field, and Samsung, they're daring RNG to come at them. Just keeping to chip away at this inner turret, looking at MLXG. No flash available, looking to tunnel under a Galaxy member. Ruler flashes away, still gets knocked up. Equalizer's not great. Stranglethorns blocks off any further engage. Royal are running for their lives. Ambition takes a lot of damage, but look at Xiaohu. He's being chunked down. Chaos Storm takes him out. Ace Neil fired, so that's a cooldown blown. Look at the damage onto Uzi with that last tick. Samsung get 2, phase dive the tower, they'll get the tower as well.
And as Rusty says, this team loves to roll the dice, but it just is not coming up their number today because Samsung too good. Kite back, disengage the fight, and then re-engage at the perfect moment, taking down multiple members and getting the objective.
It's so difficult for RNG because they can't split push, they can't team fight, they have to hope for an error from Samsung, and they're not giving it to them. You can see constantly Caitlyn traps all around the perimeter here. Great disengage there. That was an example of CoreJJ with the Zyra ultimate. They were able to get him with the re-engage as well, and Ambition even recalling right there around the other side of the wall, so no vision. Here it is, though.
Yeah, so let's take another look at this. They feel if they hard engage, they can blow up one of the damage sources, but a good flash, good net, and then that big Zyra ultimate cutting off the entire zone that you want to chase through. And as soon as Kuve joins this fight, it's a 5v5, you need to back out.
Exactly. I mean, the key there, Zyra ultimate buys time for teleport to come in. They even the odds. And Xiaohu forcing it a little. Uzi also, that's fairly uncharacteristic to see him like just kind of walk into enemy crowd control like that, I guess.
But isn't that 2 games today now that Uzi's just been a little bit off his game? We expect a higher caliber of play for one of the world's best AD carries, especially when their back is against the wall. For RNG, a win here keeps the top seed open. A lose here means that they're most likely going to be playing for second.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, now the winner of the TSM RNG game is so important for how this group plays out. One more thing I want to point out about RNG. They're a big desperation Baron team. They do have a Malzahar. Expect them to start that up at some point to try and claw their way back in. It means you have to run through choke points. It's not going to be effective. They're way too far behind, but that's generally how they lose games fast.
Well, 20 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock when that Baron discussion started, Spawn. That is how far ahead Samsung are. This has been one of the most impressive stops. You know, it's so coordinated, it's so well played by Samsung.
Actually, at 15 minutes, Samsung had the largest lead of all the games at World that we've seen. This World so far. So this was the largest early game lead of any team thus far.
And unless I'm horribly mistaken, Samsung was a team that was not projected by many to get out. That's a lot of damage onto Xiaohu. MLXG's caught out. Stranglethorn's not going to knock anybody out with a run forward. Chaos Storm Tick and Crown gets one more laser. That gets the kill in MLXG.
But look how respectful Crown is. I mean, a little bit of a turnaround.
Sorry, hold on. Cube is not respectful. He's inside the base of Royal.
The Crown burns double summoner spells to just disengage that slightly, lets the Olaf run it down. This is incredibly disciplined play, and at 21 minutes in, it's going to mean a Baron.
Very likely, unless Uzi gets a miracle Ezreal. That would be blind. This will be blind.
Will it happen? Will it happen? No, it will not. Samsung, clean Baron. 14,000 gold.
Definitely true. That's how you do it. Pick off the jungler, have a pink ward and sweeper inside of the Baron, make sure there's no vision inside, and they're able to take it without RNG.
And this is what I mean. Xiaohu, he burns one summoner spell, burns it late. Straight away, Crown is out of there, then he's following up.
Yeah, unlucky there for MLXG. Rock walks into the ultimate that was already sitting there from Crown, and that is going to be
the quickest Baron of Worlds 2016. So
the quickest everything.
The largest 15-minute gold lead. The earliest Baron at 21 minutes, 15 seconds. Now we need to see if they can close the game out as efficiently and quickly, because they have Baron, they have the tools. They even have the option to go under tower, thanks to the amount of disengage they have, though obviously it increases the risk factor against a Malzahar Rumble combination.
And the tank items have come in now. I mean, double Spirit Visage. Now you're sitting on Giant Spelled as well for the Olaf. He can run underneath that turret with the ulti. There's no way you can really keep him out. And honestly, the raw damage numbers that is going to follow up. I mean, Core JJ is arguably stronger than Looper at this stage of the game. It's just going to be so hard.
All right, listen, gentlemen, I've got a bit of a head for numbers now. The timer for pole position for fastest game at Worlds is 25 minutes, 32 seconds. So they need to get 25:31 to set the fastest game. And that was RNG stomping Splyce.
On your marks.
That's it. That's the timer that we're looking for. Keep your eye on the top screen. Samsung Galaxy sieging 3 lanes at once with Baron, and they're on track to beat that record if they can survive the fight. Stranglethorn's gonna knock up 3. That's a dead Xiaohu. MLXG's gonna get killed. Here comes Cube from the side. Not gonna get a stun up, but Ambition from behind. He's looking for Uzi. Ruler is gonna ace him the hole down. Looper gets the kill. Ambition is Ragnarocking and Ragnarolling, but Uzi survives with his life. The base is opened up. The rest of Samsung Galaxy, they take down the top tower. They take down the top inhibitor. They still have a minute and a half to beat the record. They're setting their sights on Nexus.
What does this tell you about the Samsung Galaxy lineup? Able to do what RNG, what they did to Splyce, and destroy them.
They are doing it. The Nexus turrets are falling. There's no support from Royal. Never give up. And Samsung Galaxy win the fastest game of Worlds 2016.
Not only the fastest, but the most impressive win all around from Worlds so far this year.
A complete shellacking. I mean, they destroyed them this game. That was as one-sided of any game of League of Legends you will ever watch, and you can see it on Uzi's face. They had opportunities in the bottom lane specifically, but just could not get it done.
What has happened to Xiaohu? At MSI, he was so good, had so many strong moments, but he was absolutely destroyed this game.
Give Samsung Galaxy their best champions. Allow them to play. I mean, that Zyra was a surprise. TSM knew about it. TSM had it prepped, got rid of that from the play. Uzi and Martin never had a chance. Never had a chance.
I mean, when you have a look at it, Uzi and Mata go away from Comfort, they lock in the Braum. We've already said Mata's Braum is not great, specifically in lane. Alistar is up. Alistar Rek'Sai combos ganks so incredibly well, but they try and play for the later stages of the game, and another Chinese team gets punished for it.
If that exact play that we saw down bottom, if he was on Alistar instead of the Braum, that was a guaranteed engage. There's no way that you, well, I guess they could flash the headbutt.
But then Rek'Sai follows up. I completely agree. You flash one, the next person follows up. Realistically, they should have gone for the play regardless, even with the flash out of the Braum. They just let too many things go. Don't worry, we're better than them in the laning phase. We'll beat them organically. And Core JJ and Ruler smashed them for it.
Absolutely did. That allows Samsung Galaxy to qualify for the quarterfinals. We hit that story not too long ago. They will be joining the top 8 in Chicago. We'll see how the seeds play out a little bit later as they've got themselves 4 wins on the board. They play Splyce immediately after this game. Truthfully, it just looks like Samsung's going to go 3-0, right? Like, is there anything that Splyce can do?
If the group stages at Worlds has been any indication, be careful where you place your bets, because a lot of upsets have occurred. But yes,
they're just looking phenomenal.
I would definitely say with the recent performances for both those teams, Samsung definitely on top.
They might be the best team coming out so far. Rocks look shaky versus ANX. I mean, H2K look shaky all week.
2 good games. Hold on, 2 good games. And Spawn says they're the best at Worlds. Now let's check in with our analysts to see if they agree with that misguided analysis.
Thank you very much. A quick shot. Before we dive into any analysis, I have to welcome LS to the desk to break down what was one of the more dominant, if not the most dominant game now of Worlds so far. I mean, let's dive into it from Champion Select, because we had seen the Respect Zyra ban come out earlier today against Samsung. Doesn't happen this time around and spells disaster.
That was complete annihilation. I mean, the bot lane took the turret by themselves before 10 minutes. I mean, you cannot get stomped harder than that. And it was really enjoyable to watch just Samsung completely devastate them.
And once again, we see an RNG team where they don't win the early game. They don't win the bot lane because they're against the Zyra. They pick the Braum into it. That's not going to work. Mid lane, we get Victor, of course, picked by Crown. Again and again, I think you're a big fan of that. And then Malzahar is the answer. It's like, no, Malzahar is not the answer to Victor.
Yeah, I don't understand the pick and ban phase at all. Alistar was open. You could have banned away Victor. It just doesn't really make any sense what RNG is doing. And also Mata looking very uncharacteristic in all of the games this week, and also taking exhaust every single game. I'm wondering if that's actually something to do with his mentality, because last week he only took Ignite. In the bot lane this week has looked very shaky, so when they collide with TSM later on, I'm actually really worried for them.
Yeah, and I'm overall just really concerned and kind of sad to see the overall LPL trend when we look at the pick and ban phase. I think they're not flexible at all. Like, a lot of them is like, oh, okay, we need something like Poppy top lane. We just got to like have a top laner who might go down a few CS, but then he can try and teamfight later. We're never going to play around him. We're just going to put him up there, and that's it. Okay, we need to try and get a strong bot lane. Whenever in pick and ban phases they don't get strong bot lanes, both EDG, IMA, and RNG, they look so lackluster. It's absolutely insane when they start losing early on, how far they fall behind and how little they can do to get back into the games. So it's just lack of flexibility in the pick and ban phase, but also in-game. Because very few players have like a great game and a bad game, a great game and a bad game. Often it's like the same players having multiple bad games, like Xiaohu has had this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about how the game was going poorly for RNG prior to 10 minutes, but I do want to take a look at the Dragon fight that happened at that 10-minute mark, because it basically sealed the deal here. 3 kills going over to Samsung Galaxy at this point in the game.
And this is just poor positioning from MLXG. He's going to get caught out with a really nice stun from Crown, and as soon as he dies, Samsung knows that they can just keep pulling the trigger, and it's going to be on the bottom side with Uzi going to be taking out. On the bottom, this is a nice little stun from Cuvee that's just going to be able to solo out the Rumble completely.
Yeah, when you're in such a condensed area against Samsung Galaxy's team composition, it's really hard to penetrate into the river. And the gravity fields and the control and zoning coming out of Zyra is too much, so it's really questionable why they even tried to take this fight, and then they just got picked off.
I mean, a little bit of a fun stat for you guys here on the back end of this, hitting that 15-minute mark. The previous biggest lead in the tournament was 6.9K. That was TSM leading against Samsung Galaxy. Now, Samsung Galaxy at 15 minutes, 7.5K. So they now hold the largest lead and largest deficit in the group stages of Worlds. But this was just destruction.
23-53, that's not enough time to even decide if you want to surrender. They just got run over, and I really enjoyed watching Samsung just play the entire map. 3 lanes at once, just push everywhere because you know you're strong enough to do it, and QA was able to just take out turrets by himself nonstop. He was inside the base at times, just doing whatever he wants, while the other side of the map is just winning in. Really good stuff to see them play so fast, a team that we thought would be playing a much more slow style.
Sure, but now they're playing Core JJ, and that's again where they started playing much faster in the Korean Gauntlet, and they're doing it again. Clearly, when he's playing for them, there's a lot more focus on early games, a lot more focus on especially the bot lane 2v2. That's why he has picks like Zyra waiting, maybe as a brand. We don't even know if his other supports prepared. So it really benefits them playing with him right now, and it seems like everyone on the team plays better as well when Core JJ is in the lineup.
Yep.
So it's no surprise that he picks up player of the game, the Zyra pick, not being respected this time around. But can you give me a little bit more discussion around what exactly the Zyra pick does? Because I think some people are sitting at home going, well, wait, where did this support pick come from? Why is it powerful right now? And why is it able to push a turret down, 8 to 10 minute mark?
Well, it's not only an incredibly strong laner, but it's also a complete anti-dive. And when you have the likes of Caitlyn and Victor on your team and you have melees that are trying to get into that, it's going to be impossible. And we saw a lot of times the Rek'Sai just get caught out by the entirety of the ultimate as well as the roots. That it's just so difficult if you don't have gap closer to actually hit the backline.
Yeah, now fun stat there too. He also had the second most damage on the team in that game as Zyra. Of course, that is a lot in part due to AoE.
Yeah, of course AoE, but also you pick her main, like the number one reason you pick her now is just laning phase. Like, she's so hard to lane against, she's so hard to even gank because she actually has a lot of ways she can deal with like even a 2v3 situation due to the plants being so effective if a lot of them are down. So when you pick her just for laning phase and you win that, great. The composition from RNG wasn't terrible against Zyra, because normally in teamfights, she's good against like Hekarims who dive in, you put the ulti behind it or on top of him and then no one can get to the backline. This was actually enough backline threat to deal with it. But you pick it for laning phase, and when you win the laning phase, well, ka-ching, you win the game.
Yeah, one of the things I was worried about coming into this match was actually the bottom lane, because when we saw Samsung go up against TSM, Double Lift at one point almost had like a 40 CS lead, and they botched the 2v2, even going for a trade that they never should have went for. So I think that the Zyra helps them to basically guarantee that they don't lose bottom lane, which is one of RNG's saving graces going into this matchup.
Highly doubt that he'll get that pick again. But now I want to look forward here because Samsung Galaxy have secured themselves a quarterfinal berth. At worst, they are going to be playing a tiebreaker for first place, similar to what H2K had to do. But here's the thing. They have one more game to play today. So in contrast to H2K, they are the masters of their own destiny here. If they win this next game against Splyce, they are the #1 seed out of this group. So let's get a little preview of that game because it's all on Splyce to play upset and give us a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
I just want to say, please ban Victor. This guy is too good on Victor. He's just crushing everybody. It's insane. I don't want to see anybody lose horrendously anymore.
I think there is something for Splyce in favor of Splyce in terms of the mid lane, actually in terms of bans at least, because you talk about banning Victor. Right now, Samsung is banning Syndra and Aurelion Sol in all the games. They might do the same here. I'm pretty sure Crown can play them because I've seen him play it in solo queue, but he's not pulling it out right now. Maybe he's saving him for later, which I don't think he is, but he might not be too comfortable on it. So if you remove Victor, you can actually thin out that mid lane pool quite a bit. And then the next thing is bot lane. You cannot lose the core JJ and Ruler in that bottom lane because Samsung now, when they're actually winning 2v2, not criticizing players, but just overall, now that Samsung is winning early game, they get to play this really good macro in the mid to late game, and that's so hard to play against.
Yeah, I definitely think that we need to see a lot of mid lane focused bans against Crown, but one of the problems is Crown does have one of the biggest champion pools coming from Korea as one of the mid laners, and so it is pretty difficult to ban against him, also because he does have that rise.
Well, Samsung has set themselves up for that first place finish in the group. Now there's more group stage action coming your way as Splyce takes on Samsung Galaxy right after this.
Samsung Galaxy on the cusp of qualifying for the quarterfinals. All that stands in their way is Uzi, Mata, and the rest of RNG. Flash forward, never cross, was too late. Xiaohu's caught. Here comes Core JJ. Xiaohu's running for his life. The Malefic Visions burning down ambition. A flash forward, stand behind me, Mata yells. And RNG feel they can go forward. They're gonna bite off more than they can chew. They've been routed. He's being chunked down. Chaos Storm takes him out. Ace Neil fired, so that's a cooldown blown. Look at the damage onto Uzi. And Samsung Galaxy win the fastest game of Worlds 2016.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
And welcome back to our coverage of Worlds 2016 groups here from the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco. Samsung Galaxy are still on stage as they take on Splyce in their last game of groups here. Now, if Samsung Galaxy win, they lock in the first seed, all right? So that's what Samsung are playing for. Splyce are playing to support the home crowd and TSM, because if Splyce win, then that allows an opportunity where TSM could still challenge for the top seed, assuming they beat RNG.
Exactly. That would require TSM winning the next game. So the stars do have to align for them to get that #1 seed. And they would start with a Victor ban, I think. As far as things that have to happen in this game, I honestly don't even care about the rest of the pick ban strategy. I just don't want to see Crown absolutely smash another team with Victor.
I think that's the biggest thing you go towards now. I mean, they've been spreading bans across the whole of the Samsung lineup. Just target Crown. Go towards their strength and one of your historical weaknesses here. See if you can get Sencooks in a positive matchup. And then Kobe and Meki today have already shown that they can stand up. Wonder, for me, is one of the emerging top laners in Europe. So I'm really interested to see if they go with that strategy, how it affects the rest of the game.
One of the emerging, Wonder was one of the best top laners we had all summer long. It was a role that we struggled with in terms of picks and bans. Let's quickly catch up. Rumble, Olaf, Victor off the table. That's going to make Kobe happy. Nidalee, Syndra, Jace, and an insta-lock Elise. We're caught up.
We got one of them. They got rid of the big pick, but everything else stays on the board. The Rise is still available. See whether they go towards it or whether that is something that Splyce want to pick up.
Definitely curious to see what he does go for next. You know, as long as it is something a little bit different. This is very similar though so far. You know, Ruler's Jhin has been one of his best champions, locking that one in early. They've already done it in the past, first rounding. And Ambition, I do like on Rek'Sai. They've talked about it already a couple times today, but still, the passive from Rek'Sai provides so much value. Not to mention, you know, the early pressure, obviously, with the viability of multiple gank paths, but I do like the use of his passive for, or her passive for Vision. Oh, little twing change there at the end, though.
Yeah, we should still expect that most likely later. Take away a high priority pick here from Wonder. And of course, get a comfort pick for Cuvée on that cannon once again.
Yeah, just a reminder that Core JJ is playing. It means that Cuvée is allowed to pick cannon. That seems to be the pattern in. Never picked it with Wraith on the team. However, I do like this combo because with the Jhin slow, it's more of a setup tool for the initiation, and then cannon dives in and smashes everyone else on the back end.
So where does Splyce go with this? They've got their jungler. They've already seen the top lane in AD carry. Mickey's actually quite famous for playing unique supports, so...
Here's one thing. We've seen a lot of Kennen here, right? And not a lot of teams have concentrated on countering Kennen. In the past, we would immediately mention Janna and Alistar, things like this when we see a Kennen pick. But that has gone, you know, under the radar and nobody's really focused on it, even though Kennen's been one of the best picks. Here we go, finally, a team. They actually focus immediately on that counter, get the Alistar to try and headbutt the Kennen back out. It is more difficult now that, you know, Kennen's ultimate isn't random. It comes in very quickly with the stuns, and there's extra options with Proto Belt, you know, more mobility there. But they do at least have one of those tools, and getting the tools is the first step in the process.
And there's two ways you can stop the cannon. Sure, you can boot him out, but a well-timed exhaust and then the Alistar actually comboing the backline is one of the best ways to set this up, because of the cannon, if he doesn't have Hourglass, dies.
Exactly, and that's been, you know, the second half of the combo that we have seen teams not do. So many Alistars go with the Ignite Thunder Cow to get kills in bottom lane, not really thinking about later in the game. But Trevor, catch us up, because we're much later in the draft phase.
We absolutely are. That Rek'Sai Tahm Kench has been locked in. My eyes are going to be on Mickey's Alistar. It's going to be the first professional game that he's played all year long, so a lot of pressure on a high priority pick. It will be comboed with Sivir and with Echo. So Splyce have got a lot of tools for both engage and disengage.
Shout out to Crepo and Jat earlier in the pick bans for Splyce. They mentioned the Aurelion Soul for Splyce. They mentioned that Senkooks has put time on it, and we'll see if he can actually make that count here, because Crown is back on the rise.
Yeah, and the thing that I like about Aurelion Sol is, you know, Kane was from Oceania. We gave him to the North American LCS. He kind of revolutionized this idea of, against aggressive mid laners, go something that you can pick up boots of swiftness early and just back whenever you can off the wave and run back down mid. Of course, Hecarim has the E, so does Aurelion Sol, just able to fly back into lane. So unless Rise 100 to 0s you, you're always able to sustain.
The other thing about Rise, obviously, you have to position very well to get around frontline members, since your main damage does come from your overload, from your Q, and it can be blocked. There's an Alistar in the game, there's an Echo in the game. Both of those will do their best to try and land the zone control so that that is not possible.
It feels like there's a lot of coordination on the side of this Splyce composition. They simply cannot afford to be on the wrong page at the wrong time. Echo wants to go in, Asol wants to stay back. Alistar has to go in. So there's a lot of execution which could go wrong on the side of Splyce. Do you think they have what it takes, based on the two games you've seen today, to deal with this Kennen-Rise combination?
I'm a big fan of Splyce, honestly. I watched a lot of their games. I think that when they play at their best, they do have very good teamwork and coordination. I thought that if anything, their laning phase was going to fall down, and they have stepped that up. On their best day, they can beat them. However, Samsung's playing so well.
I was going to say, this is coming from the guy who just said Samsung best team in the whole tournament after 2 games.
Well, guys, we're going to be on the lookout for some of your favorite moments and memories from Worlds 2016. When you see that hype play, shout it out on Twitter with the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. We saw what Smeb could do with Kennen. We'll see if Cuvee can pull the same magic, or maybe it's going to be Sankax, Kobe, and Mickey playing spoiler here for Europe and picking up their second win.
I also want to mention in the bottom lane here, Core JJ with another very good pick. This guy, the Tom Kench into Alistar, is great for lane. Plus Core JJ, some of his best performances were on the Tom Kench, making use of the ultimate. Watch out for those mid-game plays, and in combination with Ryze, there are just so many options for Samsung to actually catch Splyce by surprise in the mid game.
Yeah, it really helps that 1-3-1 split push if you want to go towards it, or a 1-1-3. One thing I do want to point out one more time, I'm going to speak about Splyce's discipline. Double exhaust. Ryze in a team fight, Kennen in a team fight. You need one for each, and they pick it up.
Very, very, very smart. As we've seen, we mentioned a lot of teams forego that option. Exhaust overall just brings so much power to your team fight. And it's actually interesting that both of these teams have so much mobility that this is going to be a very interesting game as we see the Warden game start to unfold.
The slap.
Take a look at that. Ambition busts a move, throws down the taunt as well. One more win. Samsung Galaxy will top the group. They will guarantee a #1 seed. And we'll find out who they face off against tomorrow in the World's Group Draw. But they need to win here to ensure they get that highest placement in the preferential draw when it comes to the next.
Ruler. He should be flashed on here.
Do it, do it, do it. Go for it, Mickey.
He should be
flashed on here. Exhaust, there's the pulverize. Flash and heal available. 150, exhaust is available. Kobe's going to get licked. Core JJ's trying to run him down. 110. Summoner heals traded back and forth. Exhaust as well. Flash away. Core JJ was looking for the stun. The Tom Kench is really paying dividends. And the Catfish wants to eat more. Gets a stun into Mickey. Pulverize comes down. The fight's now starting to wrap up. And it's Ruler and Core JJ that look like they got the advantage.
The reason you generally flash early is because if you can get the panic flash out of Ruler, you just trade support flash for AD carry flash. Don't ever fight Tom Kench level 1 because his stupid passive does so much damage at this stage. And you can see that he bullies out both summoner spells from Kobe.
Biggest takeaway from this, actually, to me, is giant siren sounding for the junglers. Oh! Big mistake there.
Mickey pulverizes the ground. Remember, first-time professional Alistar. And he can't afford to make those mistakes as the game plays out.
At least get into the bottom lane. You're needed.
Woo, 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 woo. Jungler alert. They're trading heavily down bottom, and they both have melee supports over there. All right, let's return over here to the top side, though, because Wonder's getting zoned out. QB.
They actually pinged River for the ward, but it hasn't gone down yet, and Elise is in position.
Flash available on Alistar, but not on Sivir.
Can he find the pulverize? Cocoon was fired early.
So let's talk about what happened there, because that is the bottom lane.
I don't think he'll get a chance. Gonna lightning rush forward. Wonder's in trouble. Needs a few more tags before he gets stunned. Flash for Wonder. Stays alive for yet another time today.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't quite get there with the charge to grab the stun. But anyways, we were gonna say down bottom, great respect from the Samsung.
Sorry, I don't think it's your turn. Bobby takes a big hit. Boomerang comes out.
All right, I'll sit down. Take over, Spawn.
All right, let's try this one more time. Huge push now coming into the bottom lane, and Rek'Sai set up vision control through the Scuttle Crab and the 3 wards around the bottom side of the map.
Oh, no.
This should be a dive.
Oh no, Kobe's coming back. Why are you coming? Ruler flashes. The pulverize comes out. Ruler is taken down. Mickey loses his life in reply. Core JJ, that's not the flavor of the day.
Clutch play out of Mickey, but a misclick out of Core JJ there. They were both dying regardless, but one does live.
Oh, I've seen Catfish eat spiders before. Ambition, not gonna look for more though, and luckily, Trashy can repel to minions.
Take us through this one, Kirby. What happened here?
Do I have time now? All right, well, that was a flash auto crit from Ruler, and then Core JJ going for the save. It was almost the perfect play. If he can get that Devour, then that is the cleanest bottom lane assassination. Doesn't quite come out there as he grabbed the minion. But top lane, Cuvee still doing work.
Oh, quite aggressive.
Yeah, Wonder
face dive forward, but Cuve's not going to step into the stunt, so parallel convergence whiffs, and Wonder's still in trouble. Look at that wave.
Exactly. This is so bad for him, but Mickey's coming up here to try and even it.
At least show his face, maybe?
Well, what you want to do is at least break the freeze here. They need extra pressure because Cuvée could just completely starve Wonder out of the entire game if not for this extra presence. And merely the roam up there from Alistar and taking out the ward allows Wonder to move up and try and take this, but Cuvée is even going in again.
Oh, Wonder is just having such a hard time trying to shove that wave in. Copy's about a face check here. CoreJJ gets a tongue lash, gobbles him up shortly. Devour should be available, but not going to be able to catch him. I think he canceled 2 autos there, it looked like. And Spawn, Samsung Galaxy have got a 1,300 gold lead. Your favorite team, Worlds, is in a great spot here.
Yeah, still looking very good, and they're playing respectful, although now CoreJJ caught.
No real support just yet. Here comes Crown. Doesn't have that realm warp. Mickey's devourable. He's going to go for it. That's a flash from Scout. Spits him into the Krugs. Krugs off. Not going to be dealing damage just yet. Mickey will go down. Flash over for Crown as well.
Samsung are just feeling it today. After the momentum from their first 2 victories, super aggressive play, flashes in here, early roams from Crown. Now he's level 6. He actually put his level 6 point into the ultimate as well. Look for more of those roam plays.
Yeah, certainly expect to see it here. CoreJJ is playing nice and aggressive, but a good early movement out of Crown. Mickey doesn't walk back into lane, walks towards Krugs, and that just means with the flash, they're going to be able to gobble him up.
They've got vision there already, right over the wall. Crown lands the snare, flashes over. They also got the exhaust out there for there's not even an extra summoner spell now, and Samsung with a huge lead in this game.
And Samsung are just playing really intelligent today. I mean, they see all the pressure towards the top lane. They say, we're going to make the play on the bottom side of the map. So this is just good, clean League of Legends.
Cocoon, cocoon, cocoon! Crown is in trouble. Voice of Light comes down. Crown's going to survive a few seconds longer. The Celestial Expansion comes down. It's interrupted. Now Trashy's running for his life. CoreJJ's hungry. Parallel convergences. Wonder comes forward. Time Winder will slow down Ambition. But Splyce do not get the kill.
They cannot buy a play right now. I mean, that's a face check into double CC, and he's just able to escape. That's the benefit of having a Catalyst mid laner, much tankier than you expect.
Credit to Samsung, or to Splyce there for looking for the opening, though. You know, there are very few areas on the map where they can try and create a play. This is one of the few. I mean, they've got a pink ward, and then Senkux hides up in the Fog of War in their own jungle, so it was a good setup. They're just not able to finish. Alistar was about to hit. Ambition, jeez.
Not by the hair on my chinny chin. Crown escapes with his life.
Great setup, and yes, Crown really just saved by Ambition being very close there and landing that flash knock-up.
Kobe, can I slow the tempo down just a touch?
Go for it, I mean.
Game that's
you can try.
8 minutes, 2,000 gold lead for Samsung. Yep, typical. There's going to be a fight here. I can feel it. Mickey's caught out. Level 3, by the way. Headbutts away. Curtain calls being fired. Kobe blocks at least one. CoreJJ spits out a minion. And Mickey's able to survive without blowing flash. But look at the CS differences. Tower's under pressure as well. Samsung Galaxy may even get first tower blood. There's simply no defense here from Splyce.
And Crown one more time just ducks into the Fog of War, has the Rise ulti, so they have to back so far away.
Not to mention, Samsung have already made so many visits into the red quadrant of Splyce's jungle that they've got the vision there already, and you have to respect that. In the bottom lane that's getting pushed in, dives are always an option. You could see Ambition just went in, he took the Wraith camp away, and could have gone bottom. Now he is down bottom, probably going to take the Krugs as well, and Trashy's also paying the price for this bottom lane pressure. Looks like his only answer right now is to try and move into Samsung territory and try and make something happen mid, but it's just not going to happen.
No, it's not. Ambition's going to be able to steal away that Krag, and luckily for Trashy, he can move in very quickly. He's got Moby boots again. Kobe, you were fairly strongly opinionated about those Moby boots earlier today.
Well, let's hold on there and wait for opinions because we've got some action.
That we do again. Celestial Expansion comes out. They've got to get through the slicing maelstrom.
Oh, no.
Cuvée is going to be able to turn this one around. Wonder uses the chrono break backwards. Cuvée still alive. Wonder forced to flash away. Loses his life in a 3-on-1. Cuvée gets himself a kill. CoreJJ's coming up from the river, but he doesn't have a lot of support just yet.
He has no support.
He's a level 4. Trashy, a level 4 jungler, is playing so aggressive. Trashy has simply no idea. And Trashy and Senkux are running for their lives.
That's what I mean by him. Look at
Oh,
okay,
there we
they finally
go.
realize he's by himself. They're like, wait a second. We've been had. This is a level 4 Tom Kench. Get off my ass!
The cojones on Core JJ. This should play so far forward.
But when you're behind, you have to take the risky plays, but Kuve just outplays him. The flashback in outside of the stun range absolutely smashes Splyce here. And unfortunately, there's just, when you're this far behind, there is no good play. You have to go for a trade. They go 1-for-1, but they lose out on mid lane pressure. They lose out on Dragon. Samsung is just so good at playing this style.
You can tell they're having fun, too. I mean, Samsung are really enjoying themselves now. All the teams have talked about it, but Core JJ actually respects and flashes away there.
Gonna turn this one around. Trashy.
Another one-on-one.
Indeed. Although Core JJ is bringing exhaust this time round, Trashy's able to repel to the scuttle and get away.
What an animation on Tom Kent, by the way.
It is my favorite.
Core JJ is just playing fantastic.
Utensils out, tongue slobbering back and forth.
In picks and bans, you even mentioned about how good he is on that champion. Just really knowing the limits. And it's giving Splyce the hardest time.
And now you have to question why they were starting Wraith, because you can tell that this team with Core JJ in the lineup plays much more cohesive.
And let's just also revisit the topic we talked about before, where both these teams actually have a lot of mobility for the mid game. We thought there was going to be a lot of exchanges here as we move on towards this point when people are fighting over the pink wards and trying to move up vision. Since Samsung got such an early lead, they're really using the Tahm Kench roam and soon the Tahm Kench ultimate, as soon as he gets another level, in combination with both the Rise and the Rek'Sai also having that mobility. So whichever team got ahead was going to be able to make a lot of these cross-map plays, and Samsung are definitely taking advantage with the support of a Jhin ultimate. You have to really respect every time that cone pops up, especially if you don't have Fog of War vision. You know, how many other members could be there?
So how does Splyce then bounce back? They're down in a very, very big hole. It is still fairly early in the game, and they've got strong wave clear from actually all of their solo lanes, or carries rather. Is that the only way? Buy time somehow?
Yeah, buy time, look for the side wave pick if it does become available, because right now, still some squishy members running around on Samsung Galaxy. However, realistically, the siege is just way too strong.
That really is. Combi's not doing his best with that ricochet. The rest of the team's coming up from behind. Mickey, once again, so much damage, no unbreakable. He decides to go aggressive and pays the price. Ruler was devoured by Core JJ and set up in a safe spot. Curtain Call goes wide. 3 bullets missed. There's only 1 connected, but Mickey opted to go in aggressive with the headbutt pulverized combo.
Oh, Sandcooks.
He's in trouble. Ambition, flash available. No, I take it back, it was used. Voice of Light comes down, and Crown's looking for the bounce on Spellflux, not going to find it. Now Senkux is sim-packing. I don't think they can hold this tower if the SSG stick around.
Pressure remains for Samsung in both lanes. Kuve up top, pressuring the turret. Meanwhile, mid also shortly going to go down here. So much pressure, and Samsung, there's honestly very little, comeback potential here from Splyce. I am a big believer, though, in the super late game Sivir, so trying to minimize your losses would be the route that I would go for. Trying to set up one of those Fog of War plays is really difficult since Samsung do have all that extra mobility we mentioned, so I think playing very safe at the moment and trying to farm up for Splyce would probably be the best option.
The thing that is impressing me so much about Samsung is, they lose out in playoffs in the LCK so hard. They go away, they change their champion pool, they change their support, and they are a team that prides themselves on preparation. Heading into this week 2 of Worlds, they look night and day right now from where we saw them last week. And that is just so impressive.
2 days in a row, we've seen a team come away from week 1 to week 2 and looking significantly better. Yesterday was H2K. That silenced many, many critics. Today, Samsung Galaxy, they put up a showing that surely people have to start questioning. Maybe they deserve to be here. We'll answer that question a little bit later as Ruler, it looks like he's going to get jumped on. Here comes Wonder. He phase dives onto Core JJ. Core JJ, no flash available. He's going to get cocooned down. This is a kill for Splyce. Well played. Wonder bites off a little more than he can chew. Chrono breaks backwards, and here comes Ambition, looking for more. Ambition's not going to get tagged by the Celestial Expansion, but Mickey does. Curtain Call won't kill anyone, but Senkux forced to flash away on the wrong side of the engage. Stuns up Crown on the way out, and it's a 1-for-1 trade.
They did get a kill there for Splyce, but they've lost so much momentum here, so much control of the map. That's kind of why I was hoping for the super defensive play, but 1-for-1 is not bad. Trading, anytime you can try and trade evenly at this point is completely fine for Splyce, and as long as they don't lose the turret afterwards, that was actually decent. Trashy also lands the smite, so they don't lose the red buff there, so not too shabby.
And one more time, this is a well-drilled team. They don't go into the AD carry. They go into the Tahm Kench because they know that the save is going to be there. However, they will lose out in the long run.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about for them. Does go down, so in the end, Samsung do punish them pretty heavily.
Wonder can so much trumble. Slicing Maelstrom, C-Drive Resonance allows Wonder to run away. JJ delivers ambition, but not going to be needed.
It's the problem when you try and make one of those comeback plays against a team that does have so much vision, you know, both on your side of the map and their own. It makes the counterplay very easy for Samsung because they have so much information to work with. Here we go with the kite back, though.
So this is the right target. However, look how long the Tahm Kench takes to die, and that allows the rotation to come through from the mid laner as well as the top lane. They fly in here off the back of the curtain call, as we said, initiation, but fight.
Now remember, Slicing Maelstrom was used just a few seconds ago. Mickey's the sacrificial cow in the mid lane. He's already taken down. Ambition's taken a lot of damage. Trashy forced to run away. Won't be able to get the kill. The burn on Ambition won't kill him. And Trashy's rooted. He manages to rappel up. Senkax can't connect with the Star Surge and is unable to find a kill. Now Samsung are running away. Wonder's got Chrono Break available. Cobby's run out of mana. A Devour from CoreJJ actually gets a stun from the parallel convergence. 1, 2 is dodged. 3 flies, and 4th kills Wonder. That's a killing spree for Ruler. Samsung Galaxy 10 kills to 3. 9,000 gold in the lead. Hell, they set a new record at 23.53. They might look to break it.
We're also now seeing one of the problems with Aurelion Sol if you don't get the early lead. The build is so defensive. Right there was the one-on-one where Senkux also had to use Exhaust and didn't get much damage at all on Cuvée. He can't put out any threat at all here. He's just so far behind.
You also have to be really good at this champion because the spacing is incredibly important. Look at Cuvée. He steps forward here. Mister. Absolutely no damage going out just because of Senkuk's spacing. And that allows for the rest of the Samsung team to follow up, clean up the back end of this team fight. And, you know, Ruler's ultimates haven't been very on point, but when there's a 2-second snare, makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Also, his last shot crits have been great, finding their mark, and it's allowing him to cash in. That is always so important. That's why I really like double mage comps with Jhin, since Jhin likes to build so much flat armor penetration really early. You can definitely punish people for those builds.
Cuvé's going again.
He is indeed. Maelstrom will be up shortly. And Cuvé's got flash. There we go. Flash forward. Maelstrom just makes it look way too easy. 136 to 110, 3-1-1. And now Trashy's the target. A Realm Warp from Crown. Just a bait, not going to actually follow it through. Senkax on the side, gets a stun onto Ruler. But Trashy is squashed between Samsung Galaxy's boots. And that means Samsung extend their lead even further.
And you can see how far behind they are because cross-map, they're losing the one-on-one, they're being outnumbered, and now Kobe's in trouble.
Oh, Devour, good knock-up. That's going to come in from Mickey. Kobe's looking for more decent damage onto Ambition. CoreJJ may go down. There's no flash available for him. Teleport coming in for Wonder. He's got his ultimate available as well. Ambition's flashed away defensively, so teleport used to what end? Where does Splyce go with their numbers advantage?
To answer that, we're going to have to turn on Fog of War and just look how dark the map is for Splyce. It's so difficult to analyze a comeback from a team this far behind, especially considering what they're running up against here in the Samsung composition. But Rulers are going to pop the ult just to zone them off turret and keep Splyce from getting any objectives.
Oh, Senkux is in trouble. It's at least a stun onto Cuvée. Cuvé's going to be exhausted. Doesn't have a Maelstrom available. Splyce flag goes up, but it's on the corpse of the mid laner. And Splyce now running for their lives. They lose another 14 kills in the hole as we approach 20 minutes.
And as you said, it's that Fog of War. They open up. Rise is going to come in again.
Well, there we go. Trashy's going to be in trouble. Eats a dancing grenade, but Samsung walk away.
So they can't see Rise coming from the flank. They think they have okay information because Trashy was actually on the top side. But, you know, honestly, this far behind, there's nothing you can really do. They tried to play a quick pace game to get themselves back into it, and it ended up costing them more.
This is the point where you just cite mistakes, and you're just looking for, you know, unforced errors from the enemy team. Anyways, let's take a look at it, though. They zone them off the turret. This is why so many people are prioritizing Jhin very highly. And there he lands the snare. So Senkux is separated from the rest of the team, and Mickey was thinking about going in to sacrifice himself to save there, but decides against it, lets the dragon go down, still gets chased as Crown does pop the ghost there. So did at least make them burn a summoner for the extra kill. And we've closed in on almost 10,000 gold here for Samsung.
And sorry, it was actually Wonder on the top side of the team. which means that the rest of Splyce should have been playing towards the Baron side of the map, because when you saw the Rise come out of Fog of War, would have had more time to react, but at the end of the day, now we're just nitpicking tiny mistakes. Realistically, when you're 10,000 gold up at 20 minutes, you can pretty much do what you want.
Yeah, I mean, looking at just the item disparities, Void Staff plus a Proto Belt for Cuvée versus the ingredients of Triforce here for Wonder. There's a GLP 800 on Senkuk's A-Sol versus a nearly fully stacked Roa, as well as your Abyssal Scepter. So it's just day and night, you know, between the damage. And unfortunately for Splyce, they only, you know, picked up one win at Worlds, and they've fallen apart under the pressure that Samsung have applied. And it's just really good, even though chaotic and messy, it's good play from Samsung never to let Splyce have an opportunity.
Oh, for sure. Samsung definitely deserves credit for their play today. Looking to go 3-0 on the day. And even though that GLP is kind of a neat looking item, you get to spray your confetti, it's not going to add a lot of damage.
Well, it's tears of sadness for Senkux and Splyce after this particular game. Samsung Galaxy sieging up in the top lane. Cuvé's got teleports and his ult available down bottom. He should be interrupting Wonder on the minimap. Thank you, observers, as the rest of Samsung just continues to look for more towers. They've got 4 knocked over already, 2 inner turrets remaining, and it feels like it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I mean, they have an easy way to win. There's good Baron control coming out of things like Rise. You can't really dive into that pit, as well as the siege that comes out of Jhin.
Yeah, honestly, they have so many tools. You can split push to pull the other team apart. You have full vision in the jungle. Remember, this is a 21.5-minute Baron. This is fairly early on the scope of Barons, but they're so far ahead, and they have so much pressure. This would be a miracle steal here for Splyce.
Well, not going to be a chance. Star Surge comes out. Senkux is even caught out. Trashy's now coming in from the river. Samsung Galaxy a little bit split up. Pulverize actually not going to hit anything because the TP was cancelled. Senkux looking to do some damage over the wall with that Celestial Expansion, but Trashy's already down. Curtain Call, 1-2, misses third hit. That's a double kill for Ruler. Finally finding his targets. While all that's going on, Cuvée doesn't care. He's taking a tower down bottom. The rest of Samsung taking towers up top. This is for the #1 seed from Group D, surprising the world as they've bounced back to go flawless here in week 2.
Definitely, a lot of people surprised maybe after week 1, but you know, coming into Worlds, a decent amount of people did have Samsung very highly rated. This was one of the groups where the top 3 were so close, and Samsung definitely doing it in a very convincing fashion today.
Kobe's in trouble. Summoner Heal used. His flash was blown early. Ambition and Korcha J gonna run for their lives. Devour buys some time for Ruler to put down the deeps, but he's running out of mana. Voice of Light does really nothing as Ruler starts to heal himself out. GLP sprays the confetti, but it's for Samsung Galaxy. Ambition's coming in from behind with Cuvée. Slicing Maelstrom's available. Proto Belt forward. That's a 3-man stun. Cuvée goes down, but takes 2 with him. Mickey manages to survive for just a few seconds longer. The slow from Time Winder buys a couple extra. Chrono Break comes out for Wonder, and it's not going to be enough. That's the ace for Samsung Galaxy against Splyce.
And for the second time in 2 games, Samsung Galaxy has absolutely run over a team. Back-to-back shellackings, and they're going to come out as seed 1.
Nexus turret is going down. There's simply no support here for Splyce. And Samsung Galaxy, back-to-back phenomenal performances. They break their fastest record in the very next game, and Samsung Galaxy top Group D at Worlds 2016.
I mean, you just have to stand in awe. This team is playing such clean early game League of Legends, and sure, it looks scrappy as the game progresses, but they're just closing it out at such a rapid pace that you're going to have some trades, but they're always in favor of this Samsung Galaxy lineup. Really crisp play.
Definitely agree. Ambition has cleaned up the early game for himself. No more of those invades without the support of his jungle or his lanes. And man, everyone was like, oh yeah, mid-game, late game Samsung, mid-game, late game Samsung. But the early game that you mentioned, so impressive.
And Samsung Galaxy are the #1 seed from Group D. They will be joined by Team Solar Mid or Royal Never Give Up, who will play next. But you know, what a stark contrast from week 1 to week 2. Great growth, great improvement, and that's what Samsung Galaxy will have to channel again next week in Chicago.
Honestly, this team has one of the best stories coming into Worlds with, you know, Core JJ coming back to Korea from North American LCS, Crown going back to Korea from Brazil, and Ambition finally getting to Worlds. Plus, the organization itself, you know, after Samsung wiped the entire team release, they have to rebuild from scratch, and yet they top this group. They're coming back like a powerhouse.
You've also skipped a step. They took down KT Rolster in the finals of their regional qualifier. It was a series that I don't think anybody actually predicted to win, you know? So they've got all these other storylines, plus they took down the fan favorites. Now they top the group. And that's 2 of 3 Korean squads advancing to the quarterfinals, the top 8.
And it's the way they did it, the way that they're able to pivot on champion pools, play completely different styles. You know, we're talking about poke comps for this team. All of a sudden, you have Kennen running hard, engage with the Rise. This team is just so well drilled at playing multiple styles, and in a best of 5, makes them incredibly scary, especially when they have that time to prepare and scout the team they're playing against.
Definitely going to be scary. #1 seed coming out of groups. I'm so excited to see where the groups actually fall. But in order to do that, we still have a lot of League of Legends to play.
Yeah, and that makes it scary for all of a sudden you're going to have TESM or RNG and EDG as a 2nd seed coming out of groups. All of a sudden, Seed 1s are like, this is not going to be as easy as we thought going into the latter stages.
It's been the main story for this World. So, you know, the difference in teams play from day to day. And there's really, you know, had been no team at the very top, the pinnacle, without flaws. All of the teams have shown them.
Team that looked relatively flawless today, despite chaotic and fun, is, of course, Samsung Galaxy. We're going to head on stage, where Shux is standing by with their support.
Thank you very much. Standing by with Core JJ after Samsung gets the #1 seed in the group. What a fantastic performance here today. At what point do you think everything started going well for you guys? When did the momentum turn, and why was that?
우선 8강 진출을 축하드립니다. 일단 오늘 경기력이 다 너무 좋았는데 어느 시점에서 이러한 원동력이랑 이러한 좀 승리의 기운을 느끼셨나요?
첫 경기 때 제가 약간 실수를 하면서 좀 불안하게 가는 게 있었는데 저희 팀이 다 멘탈을 잘 잡고 서로 이제 팀으로서 플레이하자 하면서 잘 이겨내고 나니까 한번 어려움을 이겨내고 나니까 그 다음은 잘 갔던 것 같아요.
So I think the most difficult game was definitely game 1 for the day, and at that game 1 I made some early mistakes, but our teammates, they cheered me up and we kept our mentality together and we had some high spirits. So after winning the first game, we had some momentum to keep the game going on.
Yeah, now you're the first seed in the group as well, and as you were playing in NA, you've had some experience here. You played with Kiwi Kid as well. So how do you think that performance or that experience shaped you to play here on the world stage?
코어 장현 선수는 이제 북미에서 이제 게이머 선수를 했던 경력이 있는데 그 당시에 키위 키드 선수랑 같이 게임을 했었던 경험이나 그런 게 혹시 지금 이렇게 미국에서 롤드컵 하는데 도움이 됐었나요?
아무래도 같이 해봤던 서포터들은 모두 저에게 영향을 주었고 이제 그 선수들한테 배운 게 보고 배우면서 제가 이제 서포터로 전향할 수 있었기 때문에 제가 하는 플레이를 보면은 키위키드의 모습을 볼 수 있을 겁니다.
Of course, all the supports that I've played with, they gave me a lot of inspirations. And through those supports, I was able to transition my position to a support player. And in the future, I think you can see a lot of Kiwi Kids plays when I play support.
Would you say eating the minion as Tom Kench today was some of that, or?
탐켄치에서 혹시 키위 키드 모습이 좀 보였었나요?
일단 굉장히 당황스러워가지고 제가 언제 들어간지 처음에 잘 모르고 있다가 바로 먹어줬어야 되는데 실수를 해서 룰러를 죽인 게 좀 미안하지만 제가 죽은 건 아니니까 큰 상관은 없는 것 같습니다.
At that moment, actually, I was really surprised when Ruler just like flashed forward. So I was supposed to eat him right away, but by mistake I ate a minion. But in the end, it's him dying, not me, so it's not a big problem.
Just kidding around a little bit, of course, not wanting to take anything away from that fantastic performance. So now that you've overcome all the odds, we've heard before that there was a lot of doubt coming out of the community as well over in Korea what you guys could do. So how far would you go, and who do you absolutely want to avoid in the quarterfinals?
이제 롤드컵 이전에 한국 커뮤니티에서는 삼성 게임단의 이제 경기력을 살짝 좀 더 검증이 필요하다는 얘기가 있었는데 이렇게 보란 듯이 1위로 진출했습니다. 8강에서 무조건 피하고 싶은 상대 혹시 있으신가요?
일단 8강에서
어차피 해외 팀들은 어차피 만날 상대이기 때문에 만나도 상관이 없는데 이제 SKT가 성적을 잘 내서 다 같이 1등으로 올라갔으면 좋겠습니다.
So as long as we don't meet a fellow Korean team, I think we're fine. So I really hope that SKT plays well tomorrow and we all advance together to the quarterfinals.
All right, we will see what happens. Absolutely crushing it today. Fantastic. Core JJ and Samsung moving on. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shock. Samsung Galaxy have secured the #1 seed here today. And more than analyzing this game itself, I want to analyze and break down this dominant showing, 3 games in a row by this squad. I mean, coming out huge in week 2 and really making a name for themselves in the conversation for who's going to make a run at the title.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Samsung is showing some things. They also showed, as we talked about before, in like the Gauntlet run, they can actually play early game when they draft for it, especially. I'm really happy to see them change, because last week it was like very late game focused. There was some pick and ban phase. We were like, ooh, not good, not good. And then they lost, a game to TSM because of it. Now they've fixed it. They play super good early game, and we always knew they were good mid to late game. So I'm just happy to see the adaptation. And it really shows, like, first week for them was just learning and getting used to playing on stage and against these teams. And then this week, that everything prepared.
Yeah, well, just to support that, statistically here today, they averaged a 6K goal lead at 20 minutes across all 3 games. I mean, that is crazy to think about when, especially TSM and RNG were tied in record with them coming in. We thought that this was going to be the, the 3-horse race here. Turns out it's a 1-horse race.
Yeah, and 2 back-to-back 24-minute games, just such a spanking, and it looks so convoluted in the way that they're moving, and you see the goal lead and it's just like keeps climbing and going and going, and then game's over by the time you know it. None of these teams have lost that quickly before, and it's really a culture shock to see the teams that they play against to lose that quickly.
Yeah, one of the most surprising things for me is that Samsung's biggest strength is actually their late game, and we haven't seen them get there yet with these big leads. No team has been able to actually take them to that stage. And so this is an aspect of their gameplay which isn't even being touched on yet. And now they're showing that they can actually acquire leads and drive it all the way home.
Yeah, and part of that early game dominance was Ruler, who's picking up player of the game here. Dominance in the lane phase and out of lane phase. Some aggressive flashes. Plenty of cleanup fights as well.
And you got to give a tip of the hat to Core JJ, though, helping him out that duo lane, especially that level 1. Once that happened, they really snowballed very well, and it was just so fun to watch the Jin Ultimate with the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, we now have a second Korean team getting first seed in their group. SKT, while they did lose once last week, still look like the favorite to get first seed there. So all this talk about gap is closing. Very clearly, the gap between every other region but Korea has been closing. Sadly, none of those regions have actually been able to get closer to Korea, it seems, because all these teams look super, super dominant. And I actually think there's a high chance we get 3 Korean teams in semifinals.
I was about to say another 1 seed going over to Korea for the quarterfinals. Royal Never Give Up and TSM are going to battle it out for their quarterfinal spot after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Maybe it's going to be Sankax, Kobe, and Mickey playing spoiler here for Europe. Oh no.
This should be a dive.
Oh no, Kobe's coming back. Why are you coming? Pulverize comes out. Ruler is taken down. They've got to get through the slicing maelstrom.
Oh no.
Cube is going to be able to turn this one around. Wonder uses the chrono break back as Cube still alive. Wonder forced to flash away, loses his life in a 3-on-1.
Here comes
Cube, slicing maelstrom's available. Proto belt forward. That's a 3-man stun. Cube goes down but takes 2 with him. Samsung Galaxy back to back. Phenomenal performances.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2016 League of Legends World Championship. We have come to our final match for Group D, Royal Never Give Up versus TSM. Now the winner continues their pursuit of the Summoners Cup in Chicago, and the loser is out of the tournament. So gentlemen, what are we looking for from these teams? What do we think is going to be the key factors in this matchup?
I think that the bottom lane is the biggest aspect of tonight's match, primarily because Uzi and Mata have looked extremely vulnerable, and I thought that Doublelift and Biofrost looked phenomenal against Samsung Galaxy, even though they weren't able to pull out the win. And I also just put Bjergsen on some carry AP mid laner and just have him dominate the game.
Yeah, I think mid lane and jungle are like the two most important roles in this matchup. I do agree bot lane will be important because RNG needs it to win the game, but I think their weakness has been so focused around Xiaohu and MLXG especially, and if these two guys do not perform just even like 10% better than what they've been doing today, they're gonna get destroyed by Bjergsen and Svenskeren almost no matter what picks we get. And you cannot lose that middle part of the map because then people are just gonna roam to the bottom lane and then destroy Uzimata.
I'm with you on that one. I think that the jungle and mid lane matchup is really important, and there it is. Bjergsen, even though he had that really poor showing game one, he was able to still bounce back with that Syndra. They figured out exactly what they need to do. Don't put him on that utility. But Xiaohu on the other side, I mean, just looking completely off, even with that Flash Malzahar play. Yep. That's not the kind of stuff you want to see if you're trying to qualify to quarters.
And RNG is not a team known for that teamwork or great synergy. So I feel real bad for a guy like Xiaohu because he's been playing so poorly. I'm not sure anyone on this team is actually picking him up and kind of getting him, you know, to focus. Also, we know that the Chinese community can be super harsh on some of these players. So there's so much pressure on this guy right now. If he performs poorly again, I can see him tilt completely.
I mean, that's the thing. We're zeroing in on specific matchups and saying those players need to step up, but I don't rather see a way for any single member on the team to lift everyone else up when the team is coming off such a devastating loss. Again, we have to remember 7.5K gold down, the most in the tournament at 15 against Samsung Galaxy. They're coming off the loss, whereas TSM, they did get to turn things around against Splyce.
It is kind of what you expect out of RNG, though. They'll have the same kind of game like that when they stomped Splyce, but then on the reverse side, they will get stomped themselves. And it's so inconsistent that if TSM just slows it down and can figure themselves out like they did the previous game, they should be able to do, which RNG did so in the first game against TSM in week one. But unfortunately, they completely strayed away from that style. I have since then not have a clue of how to play a map.
Yeah, I think that tilt might actually be a pretty real factor here, and I'm not so sure how confident RNG is going to be coming into this final match and how much pressure is going to get to them because they have a lot to live up to. And I think that TSM have shown that they can hold it together, and I think that the momentum that they had from the previous win is going to come straight into this.
I think there's one thing we've noticed with RNG. Whenever Mata is not on the playmaking support, they've not been able to do anything. So I think this is the time to say we don't need to stomp the bot lane with 50 CS. We can get something like Alistar, go even in lane, and then once we get outside of the laning phase, Mata can be the big playmaker that sets up the place and punish someone like Doublelift when he's out of position.
All right, well, it's do or die time for both of these teams, so I want your predictions. TSM, RNG, who's going to the quarterfinals?
We're in the Bay Area. Who else could it be? It's going to be TSM for me. I think they're going to be able to handle RNG very well, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in quarters.
All right, the home crowd's behind them. What about you, LS?
I trust in Bjergsen and Doublelift, so I'm going with TSM.
All righty, there it is, Deficio.
I think Bjergsen and Svenskeren are way better than Xiaohu and MLXG right now, so I also go with TSM. Really, the only way RNG is going to win this game is by doing something unexpected. They don't really know what they're doing, so they can't surprise that way, but I think TSM has this one.
All right, well, the crowd is behind them, as you can hear, ladies and gentlemen, but it's up to the players to make it happen. So without further ado, let's send it to the casters for our final match of the day.
It is amazing how loud San Francisco can be. That sixth man might just fire up RNG. It is the last game of the day. There will be no tiebreakers. Winner takes all and advances to Chicago and to the top 8, and expectations couldn't be higher. Let's talk picks and bans. What are we going to see from both of these teams? TSM are on the red side. We'll never give up on the blue.
I do want TSM to use their counter pick on the mid lane because even if they decide to have Bjergsen go utility, which I don't think that they should do, you definitely need to have that coming as a counter to the lane specific. And even though Xiaohu has looked really poor, still scared for that. So Bjergsen, you know, saving that pick for Bjergsen, going back to TSM's core, TSM's identity, the mid. is going to be what they should focus on.
And RNG has always looked better when they priority mid lane. I'm expecting something like a Syndra, like the Victor coming out for Xiaohu that he's comfortable on. Give him a comfortable matchup because right now he's always getting played against.
He looked very, very bad in their game versus Samsung.
Horrible.
But then again, so did Bjergsen. So both of these guys are looking to rebound, and this is all about the mental preparation. You know, the strength that these teams have in between games is one of the things that TSM as an organization have focused heavily on. And you know, you hear a lot of stories about RNG and how these issues have plagued them.
Yeah, certainly have. And I mean, when you have a team that is pretty much coached by the support, when he's down, it becomes very hard to pull the team back together and be able to set up those clutch game-winning plays.
And you mentioned the support, Mata. I think that is a huge deal. Will they go with an Alistar? The thing they beat TSM with last time around. Doublelift said that Mata was just crazy, and that's why they're coming at him. But we've already got our first big move here. Xiaohu back on the Aurelion Sol, so this should not be unexpected for TSM.
And the LPL teams, before we dive into it, love to play Aurelion Sol hyper carry. Because when you get the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, it is incredibly hard to engage on this carry. So I'm expecting some very big hard engage to come out of TSM, either in the top lane with something like a Kennen again, or through their jungle pick.
Options available. Elise is still up. Rek'Sai is still up with Lee Sin and Italy off the table. Maybe they go that direction. TSM have got 20 seconds to decide where they go. What else does Bjergsen have in the tank to play into this Aurelion Sol? We've seen a lot of Vladimir, seen a lot of Syndra when it's up and available.
Key for me is some hard CC versus Aurelion Sol. If you tag him with one thing, anything, retract the stars, takes out all of the team fight presence. We saw some of the shortcomings. If he doesn't roam, if he doesn't get ahead early, if you can lock him up with some sort of safer CCs, then he becomes a fairly juicy target, right?
Well, first time Jace for Team Solomid here at Worlds. Are we anticipating that in Bjergsen's hands? Keep Aurelion Sol at bay, or is that going up top to Haunter?
Probably a Haunter pick there, but that's the beauty of it, right? You can still flex it, and you can threaten to flex, but definitely would expect up towards the top side versus Looper.
So one more time, Uzi goes towards the Ezreal, and it's not a champion that he has really been known for in the past. I mean, sure, he's had some good games on it, but you know, you much more expect the hyper carries like the Caitlyn, although it's banned away, or even something like a Twitch to really set Uzi up for success.
Oh, here we go. The rise again into Aurelion Sol. This time for Bjergsen. Now, I love the new Rise, and it is, a lot of people aren't able to keep up with all the updates. There are a lot of changes to Rise, and this iteration, to me, is actually the most flexible version of Rise, because you can opt to super high damage output, getting all the resets on your overload with your other abilities, or you can pop that shield and speed at any moment that you want, or go for the 2-second snare and set up early kills. That's why I'm going to be looking at Bjergsen comboing with Svenskeren on the Rek'Sai. This is a very decent 2v2 matchup, especially if you get there first, as far as the mid lane duel does go. Probably had a problem there in Champion Select. Does it come back to us?
It is with Marta's keyboard. It will give you an update as soon as I hear anything further. Obviously, with that Aurelion Sol locked in, it means Haunter will be having his first showing on Jason, that top lane, in the...
or Rise.
Sorry, on Rise. And of course now, what does this mean for Team Solomid looking forward? Because they've got a lot of carries, they've got a lot of flanking potential, but no real hard front line just yet, you know, with that Braum supports.
Yeah, so they have Braum support.
Rek'Sai.
Exactly. Unbreakable is really good, and Rek'Sai can go full tank. We have seen a lot of Tiamat versions of Rek'Sai for the fast clear, but the full tank version is very much still viable. Clearlift does it a lot as well, and Svenskeren can definitely go that route. With both Unbreakable and a Rek'Sai full tank on the front line, that's a very strong team fight. I do expect them to go that way, that they've locked in Lucian, because Doublelift loves to play, you know, very quick and fast inside the team fights. He's very good at keeping 100% DPS uptime on even a short range AD carry. Only 500 range now on Lucian. Remember how dangerous it is to play this champion.
That's the biggest thing for me. I mean, Haunter, Bjergsen, and Doublelift have to pick their windows of damage when the limited CC is out, when the Braum ultimate as well as the Rek'Sai and Burrow go in. Look for them to dive into that team fight. Look to pick up the scrappy kills.
Dodging the Elise Cocoon and the Nami bubbles becomes much more difficult when you're facing an Aurelion Sol. If, as you say, he gets to that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, the slow and the zone control that he does have with the giant star can create a lot of problems as far as navigating through the team fights and creating that space for Lucian to get his work done.
So much pressure on Doublelift to step up. He's had one questionable game, one very good game throughout the course of the day. It's very obvious where the crowd is cheering. You guys jump onto Twitter and let us know if you think it is TSM win or if RNG will cause the upset. Winner take all advances to the quarterfinals. And this early game is going to be tense. Whether or not MLXG can pull off some magic and disrupt these laners of Team Solo Mids.
All of North America's hopes for TSM ride on this game. This is a team that has put everything into this particular year. This iteration of the team has had the most support, the most practice, the most dedicated players that we have ever seen from the region.
And on the other side, just to juxtapose, RNG was a team that went to MSI. They went deep in the group stages and unfortunately fell down 3-1 against SKT. They made the change and brought Uzi in, who is one of the most touted AD carries from China of all time. If they fail here in a group stage, massive loss for this team.
Two legends facing off in the bot lane right now. Doublelift and Uzi.
Simultaneously, two fantastic junglers facing off. That's the priority of Riot Games 2. Tune into that if you want to. A little bit of trades very early on. And I'm a little nervous for TSM because Uzi has a bit of a penchant for showing up in at least one of 3 games.
Everybody playing in this game, everybody watching this game, everyone associated with League of Legends right now is definitely nervous, Quickshot.
They certainly are. In the Uzi games, you know, 1 in every 3, it is said that he will just explode and carry a game 1v9. He needs to do so now.
Doublelift himself talked about how much he looked up to Uzi. This guy, when he was on the world stage, making it to the finals, his play, especially on things like Caitlyn, mechanical outplays and the team fighting from him were so crisp. He's very, very good at his animation canceling and very good as far as dodging skill shots.
Now, I'm going to anticipate a slightly slower early game with all that is at stake in this game. Teams can play a little slower and a little risk-averse, but obviously down this bottom lane, Nami's going to have a good advantageous lane into the melee support of Braum.
Oh, Mata's actually doing a very good job kiting there. You can see barely with the outrange. I mentioned Lucian's 500 range there for the auto attacks. It's just outside. There's no exchange there. It's purely one-sided, and every auto does count.
Oh,
it's just like every star counts.
That was 5 in a row for Xiaohu. Much more comfortable on the champion than we just saw from Senkux. And Bjergsen's going to have a tough time in this lane. Refillable potion is going to help him out.
Let's immediately start talking about the junglers, as they have almost both gotten to level 3. They're on their 3rd camps now. Immediately you see Xiaohu shove up the lane on the Aurelion Soul and go for vision, trying to get some extra information as to where Svenskeren is. Very
However,
good defensive ward there.
That is a defensive ward. That's what I wanted to point out. It isn't the aggressive ward into the blue buff pit. It is just nice and shallow, making sure that he can spot out jungle pathing. And now they're finally pinging in.
I actually would encourage Svenskeren to go for the attempt on Scuttlecrab rather than the blue, but he starts up the blue anyway. To try and hand over to Bjergsen. And this ward that was placed by Xiaohu, remember, that will see Bjergsen walking over there. They know he's trying to hand it off, and they've got a bush. Woo, not in that bush. He's at the base, okay.
Xiaohu's already
the
backed
tension
away.
is overflowing at the moment.
It really is, because there's so much on the line. Svenskeren's forced away from his blue buff. Mata's come up to support MLXG. Cocoon lands, Aqua Prison just sidestep. All of a sudden, MLXG repels up, jumps to the Sentinel. Xiaohu's coming in from the river.
Whoa.
There's going to be pressure now on TSM.
That is so incredibly impressive that RNG were able to pull off that invade without a mid laner. Their bottom lane pushed up so far, and Mata on this abusive Nami for the laning phase. They're able to go steal away this blue that was supposed to be handed off to Bjergsen and run Svenskeren off of that Grump. Very big power play from RNG, even without Xiaohu having mid lane presence.
And now let's talk about what that does for mid lane, because Xiaohu is going to be able to continually push up, and the Ryze cannot match due to the mana constraints.
And it's not just mid lane, it's the entire map. Whenever Aurelion Sol gets an extra back like that, he's got the purchase now advantage over Bjergsen. There was an extra buy here, now he's got the ring, and that vision you talked about in the mid lane. top and bottom, RNG's advantage. You can see it's affecting Bjergsen in the way that he's playing the lane now.
Yeah, Bjergsen does marginally have a CS advantage. Flash Cleanse or his Summoner spells. Uzi and Mata, they're going to have some advantage as this lane pushes towards them. Biofrost blocking a lot of damage with that shield. Catches a bubble as well. Arcane Shift sends Uzi to safety, but Doublelift still under a lot of pressure.
It was actually a very good exchange there for TSM because they're trading with Cannon Minion and with some ranged minions on their side, and they got a decent amount of damage. But here comes the roam as well as the
no
guy
exhaust
from
here out of Biofrost.
They smell it coming.
Good play from Team Solo Mid. Luckily, have most likely scrimmed against Huhi and CLG. They smell it and back out.
Cross-map players actually come in. You can see Lupa also has to back away from his turret, so they're very aware of this play right now, RNG.
And you can see it in double FCS. This is an abusive matchup here. The Ezreal Nami once again used for laning prowess. When combined with a mid laner that has so much global presence like Aurelion Sol, and the respect you have to give to that pick when the pings go down, the missing pings, is insane. And Doublelift now is going to have to try and carry the game from a CS deficit.
Oh, decent little interrupt by Lupus, still takes the damage though. And as it stands, Hornser is ahead. Look at the CS, plus, what's that, 18 or so, it's a lot. In the mid lane, plus 5 for Bjergsen and Svenskeren. Currently out farming MLXG. That is why they've got a marginal lead, but it is all at the expense of Doublelift and Biofrost lane.
Definitely true. The other thing about being pinned under your turret like this, especially with, these being normal lanes, there's no lane swaps, there's no way of getting out of it. Even though the teleport was just used there, there's no opportunity at all for TSM, for Biofrost and Doublelift to get a deep ward. You won't be able to see junglers walking up through the lane wards. They're pinned under their turret, so they have absolutely no vision. And it's the fact that that's combined with the loss of presence around mid lane due to Xiaohu on the Aurelion Sol and that matchup. That being said, Bjergsen is farming well and is getting his last hits.
Yeah, and this is the important thing. You have to weather the bottom lane whilst accumulating advantages on the top side of the map. That's all TSM's game plan is right now, because you pick Nami to win lane, you pick Braum to win the team fight.
The thing is, you pick Poppy to just build full tank and be on the front line and be serviceable with a CS deficit. Lucian, a bit more difficult to do the same. Cole is picked up here for Doublelift once again, but this time around he's not ahead, he's far behind, and it's more of a reactive. Gonna try and cash in later. I don't expect them to take any fights.
Look at the river, look at the river! The bubble catches Biofrost!
Will they go
Here
over?
comes the comment of legend. Biofrost puts up the unbreakable, sidesteps the stun. Voice of Light doesn't kill him because Uzi does. First blood secured for Royal, never give up. Svenskeren follows. Lordley not gonna go down yet. That's a double kill for Uzi. Doublelift's in trouble. Triple kill for Uzi!
And we already talked about it, the Uzi game. He's up in CS. Now he has an early triple kill, and this is exactly what Royal wanted.
The pressure around bottom lane overflows. Mid lane and jungle come crashing down again, and that is a sweeping victory for Royal Never Give Up.
And this is just raw aggression. Svenskeren wants to match the ward challenge. However, RNG want to be able to catch them out, and Doublelift tries to save Biofrost.
You got to flash for that super early. I mean, very risky going up into the river. They have no control mid or control down bottom. And RNG, this is the area of the map you want to fight around. You mentioned the discrepancy between top and between bottom. This is RNG's side. They play off their power. They get a huge lead. First blood, 3 kills, first turret as well. And man, this is going to be a difficult comeback for TSM.
It was a Phage and a Sheen inside Uzi's itemization. He sold the Phage, opted into the pickaxe for now. So much money, he doesn't even know what he wants to buy.
Yeah, 100%. But what you can trust out of Uzi is the fact that he likes damage efficiency. I was surprised to see the Phage, because what he wants is get towards that Mora mana, stack it up as quickly as possible, and if you get it around the 19-minute mark with the Trinity Force, this guy's going to be a monster.
Now remember, Team Solo Mid opted into this pick and ban phase. They allowed the Aurelion Sol through, and Xiaohu's been able to put a lot of pressure with the help of MLXG down in the bottom lane. There's an Infernal Drake up and no tower. So if TSM have to concede control of that portion of the map, RNG could grab another objective uncontested.
Exactly, and remember, this is still RNG's side of the map. This is their blue buff. They've got all the vision inside the blue quadrant. You want to continue to play off your side of the map that you have pressure on. And they're doing just that, continuing to bully double lift under the turret.
But the great adaptation here is they've warded out a jungle camp. There's a pink ward top side of the map. So even if TSM want to cross map them right now, it should mean that Lupa gets out scot-free just by backing away from the turret. So a much more controlled RNG, like the first game we saw against TSM, going back to that slow start.
And this is great for RNG, sucks for TSM. Infernal Drake is going to be the first Drake taken here. RNG continue to snowball. That's going to get all of their damage purchases an extra percentage boost.
Yeah, especially if this game continues to play out. It's a 2,000 gold deficit. Hornsa is doing very well in this top lane. He's plus 35 CS, keeping Lupa down, but poke is not really what's going to help you if Aurelion Sol and Elise decide to jump on you. A little bit of pressure in the top lane, as you can see. Xiaohu making his way up. Down bottom, TSM just trying to fend off Uzi and Mata.
One tiny thing I want to talk about in regards to the Infernal is GLP plus defensive item, not really all that much AP. It's not going to help out Xiaohu. At the same time, Trinity Force user generally into a Blade of the Ruined King, not really going to help out Uzi as well. There are some comps that benefit a lot more from an Infernal Dragon. It's still great, don't get me wrong, but this is not one of those comps that it's just very overbearing to play against.
Well, playing against Aurelion Sol is quite overbearing.
Certainly is.
That's what TSM are trying to deal with. RNG with a great advantage in the early game. Got themselves a lead. Lupa's used his teleport, so Hornsa will have that advantage if opportunities break out elsewhere on the map. And Team Solomid may need to use some map plays to claw back this deficit.
And that's the thing. Opportunities don't just present themselves to you. You have to create your own advantages in League of Legends. And there's no wards down bottom, no deep wards for a deep teleport. Plus, Looper is more than serviceable on this Poppy, even with the CS deficit, taking a huge chunk out of Haunter's health bar. Here comes the rest of RNG.
Yeah, 3 members head towards the top lane. They're trying to force them off the turret.
The Cocoon catches Splyce. Voice of Light not going to kill just yet. Xiaohu's looking for more. Gets it with the expansion. Kill number 4. And TSM's hopes are dwindling away. Hornsa's electing to teleport up. Gonna have the support of Bjergsen as well as Biofrost shortly. Double lift is not there. This is currently a 3-on-3. Lupa looks for the stun. Cleanse used by Bjergsen. The tidal wave thrown out. Couple of summoners exchanged, but Team Solo Mid hold on to their top tower for now.
2 summoner spells burn on Bjergsen for only 1 of Lupa, as well as the teleport, matching that global pressure. Means that now RNG, they're just going to be happy with isolating these lanes, trying to continue to rotate the Aurelion Sol around the map, because as long as Bjergsen can't follow because of the push, they're at a disadvantage.
The American Dream, the #1 Western hope. All of the pressure on Team Solo Mid. And they have to claw it back. The expectations on this team coming into Worlds was the greatest, arguably, of any Western team to date. There's been some debate about whether or not Fnatic last year had higher expectations, but for Team Solo Mid, with support staff, with how dominant they were in summer, with the talent they've drafted, this is a tough situation to be in.
They're definitely going to have to dig deep to pull this one back. First step, though, in taking back vision control of their blue quadrant has been taken by Biofrost. Cleared out a few of the wards and placed some defensive vision of TSM's own. RNG quickly go to remedy the situation, though.
And this is where it gets tense, because you can see playing bottom side versus playing top side, they want to be able to pressure Lupa. That is where the gold disparity is right now. But making plays onto the full tank Poppy all tournament long has been so difficult to execute upon.
TSM setting up a counter here, but they have to be so wary.
Hornsa's in trouble. He's got a flash available. Gonna need to use it shortly. Can't when he's in the steadfast presence. Knocked up into the air. Celestial expansion doesn't get a kill. Cornered. Can flash over. Voice of Light gets the damage down. Lupa uses the buckler. Manages to stay alive. Slowed down by Biofrost. Ignite is out. That's Team Solo Mid's first kill. Splyce is running for his life. A level 7 double lift is being tagged by the stars. And Xiaohu wants to send them packing. A Kalik is interrupted by the Cocoon. Knock up on MLXG. Second kill for TSM, but it's a 2 for 2 in favor of Royal Never Give Up. Xiaohu's going to continue to back away, and Mata and Uzi are low. A lot of damage on that outer turret.
Finally, they back away. RNG playing on the knife's edge there, and great response, especially out of Biofrost, taking the bullet. stepping in front of this tidal wave.
All right, let's look at Looper catching Hanser on the wall. Gonna get the flash out of him as well, but man, that was so close for the cocoon landing as well. Here comes the ult from Xiaohu over the wall, and everybody goes for the dive. Biofrost does have the kill secured, and Svenskeren also forced to flash away.
But this is where it gets really dicey because it looks like double lift is zoned. It looks like this is going to be a 3-man wave, and Biofrost tanks it up for his team. Huge ulti, and MLXG went too deep.
Yeah, exactly. The rest of the team, the DPS behind MLXG trying to get there, slowed down by Biofrost's ultimate and not quite able to answer in time. It almost looked like Bjergsen and Double Lift wanted to create something else after that play too, but disengaged from RNG, and they hold on to their lead.
Thanks to all the action in the top lane, Team Solomid able to secure their blue buff. Bjergsen grabbed that one. Xiaohu grabbed his own. GLP picked up along with those Merc treads. Items starting to be completed for TSM. Black Cleaver for Hanser, but Bjergsen still waiting for his first big pickup. Rune Prison comes down, throwing out those overloads as many as he can, and Xiaohu opts not to use his W.
And now there is a small window where teleport is available for Looper, but not available for Hanser, so they're playing opposite sides of the map right now. If TSM want to defend their top lane turret, they're going to have to give away the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, 5 seconds until that one spawns. And if there were dragons to fight over, Fire and Mountain would be exactly those. Team Solomid have lost control of their vision. They had decent wards earlier, and it looks like RNG are going to start this one. Appears to be no contest. There's a great circle of pinks and invisible wards deep for RNG to play with.
RNG, they do the first step. They lay down all the vision through the blue buff side of TSM so that there's no possibility of TSM coming to contest. They take their relatively free Drake.
But not only that, they just leave the jungler to do it by itself and get all of that chip damage done on the turret, because normally, if you're giving up a Drake, it's a time that you can get a free shop in. But RNG still punished for the maximum.
They are indeed. Hanser's down in the bottom lane with teleport, making his way to Looper, who's in the bottom lane, with teleports available. Didn't take advantage of having that additional global just yet. And for Royal, never give up. They've had a questionable group stage so far today. Really looking out of sorts, and this could justify
There we go.
Comet of Legends coming up. Hanser's the target, no flash available. He should be able to sidestep the tidal wave, but it's such a great zoning tool. A lot of damage onto MLXG, but not enough to kill him. The rest of TSM, can they make a cross-map play?
Nope.
Top and middle are being pushed.
Yeah, I mean, they can keep Double Lift up there to try and trade a turret, but it's not going to be an advantage because RNG can pressure bottom side as well. Actually, they're converting in...
They're actually going to teleport for it.
Wow, they're teleporting on it, and Double Lift should definitely respect that. Okay.
That's actually, I think, a very questionable play there. Maybe RNG, you know, we've questioned their macro before, but not trying to trade objectives, especially when it's an outer, can come back to haunt you when you give up an important flanking tool like the teleport against this composition.
And that is TSM's way back into this game. If they get an extra hero advantage, if they can grab a fight in a 4 versus 5 scenario or a 3 versus 2 scenario, they need the wars to do that though, and it's been such a hard fight to get the vision in place as RNG have shown a renewed focus.
Are we channeling Kamehameha on that move? I didn't see if Xiaohu had started it.
So I actually want to talk about Xiaohu's build, because he's going towards the Rylai's as his second item. Doesn't feel like he needs the MR because he's so far ahead, and it is only really Bjergsen that is going to be doing any magic damage. So I really like this. It keeps Uzi safer, and Uzi is so accelerated that he has to become the target that you're taking out at the start of these team fights.
18-minute Trinity Force and Manamune. There's 9 stacks on Xiaohu's Dark Seal. Tankiness being built for MLXG as well as Looper, just continuing to grow further and further. And for Team Solomid, it is still a 2,000 gold game. Actually, it's a 1,000. No, it is 2. My math is terrible. Too much pressure to count. They've held it even at 8 minutes. But again, it's because RNG got so many advantages so early, the risk increases for pushing deeper.
And it is the item spike that Spawn talked about for Uzi. He's got the double item completion here for Ezreal, and that just provides so much threat in the team fights when you consider all of the zoning of a full tank Poppy on the front line and Aurelion Sol circulating stars.
Bjergsen uses his ultimate just to get into tower. I do not believe RNG saw that. so they may not be the wise. It's a 1.5-minute cooldown ballpark at this stage. Needlessly large rod picked up as well, so there's additional damage coming out for Bjergsen.
This is a really dangerous turret to defend because it's 2 hits away from falling down, and RNG is one of those teams that will collapse on you after the team fight. No teleport available, but TSM, they just give it away. They take the trade.
Definitely encourage equal objective trades when behind like this.
His Haunts are going to get dove.
He's definitely getting roamed on.
Feels like that could be episode number 3 in the Haunts versus RNG saga. Not going to be the option just yet. Comet of Legend forward.
Yeah,
Xiaohu
got it.
looking for Svenskeren. GLP is marginally going to slow him down as he tunnels away to safety. But red buff was secured by TSM there.
And that's a big stacking wave top lane, so now all of a sudden they can rotate Xiaohu up there, keep their 1-3-1 in effect.
And Doublelift, they set Doublelift to try and quickly push this lane. TSM, yes, it is a risky game. They're trying to keep control of the minions so that they don't build up and allow RNG to make one of those power dives on the other side of the map. Bottom, they do have a little bit of pressure, but here comes Looper.
2 minutes until the next Mountain Drake. Team Solo Mid somewhat scattered in the mid lane. Bjergsen almost going to have access to that Realm Warp. And it looks like Doublelift made it out safely from the bottom lane. Keep your eyes on those CS numbers. Still positives for Bjergsen and Horn, so that's keeping them very relevant.
TSM have gotten to the farm for late mentality. They're trying to just continue to farm, and it's a risky game. RNG get a little more damage here on the mid turret as they take their toll for all of these extra moments that TSM are buying here.
And this is what it's about, rotating around the map, getting the chip damage, making sure you're constantly pressuring because sure, the advantages are there. The big one is Rise, but I would say that right now, the Jaces is not big enough because Poppy, 2 kills, starting to come online. One of the only pure tanks in this game. You can see goal deficit definitely isn't there.
Only the 80 carry is truly the one that's feeling it. 1,300 gold, a BF sword separates Doublelift and Uzi thanks to that very, very early triple kill. There's 1 minute until the next Mountain Drake. Vision is pretty poor for both sides in that area of the map, but the wave is pushing towards Team Solo Mid, so that opens it up for Royal to get in there. And Spawn, for RNG, they've really got to help validate the LPL because EDG, the heroes of China, they were so shaky and on the verge of being knocked out yesterday, much like RNG today.
Yeah, cannot echo that sentiment enough, but at the end of the day, this is the game that truly matters. Looper in trouble.
He is indeed. Steadfast Presence comes up. Very good 3-man's keeper. And the verdict is Looper lives.
So he avoids a gank. Heart stop there for a second.
But important, Flash is down, Ultimate's down. If a Dragon is on the cards for Team Solo Mid, crucial abilities not available to Looper.
We will see. TSM need to pick their next battle very, very carefully. They're going to need to start the fight out with some extra damage on a target. Whether it's Rise snaring someone up at range for Hanzo to land his shockwave or shock blast, or it's somebody getting caught out while fighting for vision. The straight up head-to-head is still very difficult for them to maneuver just because of the extra zone control that RNG are bringing, in addition to how fed Uzi currently is.
And I still don't think you fight for it. I mean, right now, you've got the Rise scaling up, you've got Lucian scaling up, Doublelift has shown his proficiency on the champion late game. Just use it to get control back over the side of the map you want to play towards.
Very opportunistic look that you need to take at this from TSM side. And RNG, they're feeling very confident still. They take their extra objective, 3 dragons stacking up as it's slowly built.
Another mountain.
Honestly, though, I need to look top lane. I think RNG should force on this last standing outer turret. Those things are very flimsy. They have the extra power. They can just bully and brute force the extra objective down. That would mean that the entire outer perimeter for TSM has collapsed, but they still have not quite, removed their... Ooh.
Looking for the play here, he's in trouble.
Gets the slow, Haunts is knocked back into the expansion. The star, there's no backwards, but Uzi snipes him. That's his 4th kill of the game. Svenskeren is looking for more. Here comes Bjergsen with the Realm Warp. Not bringing in too much support though. Doublelift might be able to help. Xiaohu's still running for his life. It could be a 4-on-3. The Cocoon catches Doublelift. Biofrost joins. Glacial Fissure might get needed. The wall comes up. The Unbreakable Shield doesn't help Doublelift. He's in trouble. Flashes away with his life. Knocked up by the Keeper's Verdict. Doublelift still trying to run, taken down by the... Oh! The damage onto MLXG. Looper gets Bjergsen, but the cleanser's already tagged. Eat the chair, Looper. He's Rune Prison in place, under the tower, looking to kill Biofrost, but Bjergsen Bjergsen does it! It's a 3 for 3!
Ooh, very close, even exchange right there as TSM do answer the pick, and Hauntzer also has teleport, but man, such an incredibly close team fight. Look at the aggressive move here. All right, they go 2 versus 1. TSM are the ones who actually started that out, and Hauntzer gets sniped. What a beautiful snipe from Uzi. That was very important, as, you know, Jace can still add damage if not finished off, you know, from range. But there it is, though. Bjergsen comes in with the ultimate.
So many summoner spells used prematurely here. Another flash, 1 into 3. The exhaust and flash already used from Mata, and TSM kite back beautifully.
That was a bit uncoordinated there from MLXG, but they knew they had Looper on the way, and you can see him dive so heavily into the turret.
As we jump out of the replay, Svenskeren dodges a potential Aqua Prison. The gold gain is now 1,000. After all of the positives for RNG, it equates to a 3 Dragon lead rather than item and gold lead right now.
Key from the last fight is TSM got the shutdown on Uzi. That's a large amount of gold for them. Bjergsen flanked to the side, got the extra overloads onto Uzi, which are going to be difficult as we look at the team fights in the future. So RNG, they actually need to do a better job of screening for him, or Uzi himself needs to keep that line a bit clear. The thing is, it's kind of difficult because Ezreal himself also wants to have a clear line at the DPS target.
And there is so much power around this map right now. Bjergsen is huge.
He is indeed. Team Solo Mid got a 3-on-1 for now. MLXG's coming in from the side. No teleport for Looper. But there's a flank coming from the jungle. Tidal Wave is available for Mata. Aqua Prison is dodged. Only catches the minions. Look for the Cocoon. Doesn't tag Svenskeren's behind. And he makes it out alive.
But one more time, they don't get the top lane turret. They force them down with double Mountain Drake. Do they go for Baron, or are they just looking for the turret?
TSM have a little bit of lingering vision around Baron. There we go. RNG do clear it out, and that is going to be a bait. TSM have to be so much more careful than they have been in the past. They have no blue trinket available. Very risky situation.
Teleport is up for Hauntzer. And if he can get into position, the poke from those accelerated shock blasts can help onto RNG in the pit. Tidal Wave is used this time around. The target's Bjergsen. He's able to sidestep. Looks like he can get away. Xiaohu finds no targets. And once again, Bjergsen survives with his life. Bjergsen's used Realm Warp. It is not available.
He actually got out of danger before using the Rise ultimate there. We'll see if that actually does cost them. Hauntzer's trying to pressure on the bottom side. That's why RNG are forcing it.
The Baron's going so low. Double Mountain plus Infernal. Hauntzer's not started the teleport. Baron will go to Royal Never Give Up. There's no way of a steal. RNG get it. Sven's pinned against the wall. He will go down. A Baron and a death for a tower. It's not over yet. Doublelift uses the Ghost Blade culling. Voice of Light gonna tag him up. Tidal Wave's not available. GLP slows Doublelift. This might be it. Royal Never Give Up have Baron and a 5-on-3. Hauntzer continues to put pressure down bottom.
Xiaohu is coming up massive this game. Another flash forward. Crucial stun this time onto Doublelift, and they want to push it straight up mid lane.
Haunter did get 2 turrets for their troubles, but a huge cost there for TSM as RNG now with,
He doesn't look like he can. Saves the teleports. Who gives the kill? It should be Xiaohu. It's just a matter of consequence. 4-0-9. Baron and 3,000 gold down.
And RNG should not stop there. With the Baron buff, the last outer on top is easy pickings, and they can try and get some extra gold in their pockets for that victory.
Xiaohu right now, 10 stacks on his Dark Steel. Been there for so long. Bloodthirster picked up for Uzi. The power spikes really are coming out of this team. Matched reasonably well by TSM. However, it's just the fact that they've been picked off before these fights really have begun. Haven't seen a 5v5 since that one in the bottom lane.
The hope for TSM now is the Rise. Bjergsen up so much CS with the 4 kills. All of the money, all of the hopes of TSM and North America channeled into the star mid laner.
But he's in the bottom lane. I mean, right now he's playing the opposite side of the map, so you're saying all this gold is there? They just have to give up topside priority.
That's exactly what Team Solomid are doing. Don't know if they would have been able to win a fight there anyway. A number of pink wards being used by RNG as they put pressure on the inner turret top. Teleport still available for Hauntzer. No real vision to work with. One small ward right on top of Mata. Culling interrupted by the Cocoon, and the tower's under pressure. Celestial Expansion and Star Surge alone allow RNG to get the tower. Look at the damage on Svenskeren. 50% down, without any pressure. Decent shock blast from Hornster. He needs about 17 more of those. Looking to get some poke down, and RNG. 1 minute left on Baron. They're starting to siege the inhibitor turrets.
And this is what you want to see out of RNG. They're not a finesse side. Group is 5, brute force, here we go.
There we go, Keeper's Verdict is thrown out. I think Bjergsen was able to sidestep it. Round warp could be used. RNG, they're knocking down the inhibitors. 30 minutes go down. Good damage onto Xiaohu from the overload. Team Solo Mid are making RNG hesitate. Not anymore. Uzi breaks open the base. Super minions now pouring through. At some point, TSM have to decide to go in. Culling's going to come up shortly. They get some damage onto Looper, and the Shock Blast doesn't do a lot. RNG with a clean hit and run.
So difficult to get around the Aurelion Soul and the Poppy on the front line, just bullying them off of the turret. TSM have to respect both of those owning abilities, and RNG claim the first inhibitor.
And this is why the LPL use Aurelion Soul to protect their carries, because it is so hard to get in on the champion. You can see time and time again, Bjergsen is on the same side as the Aurelion Soul and can't run through to get access to Uzi.
13 minutes into the game, Dragon number 4 rather, for RNG. It'll be the third Mountain Drake and the last Elemental Drake.
Oh, they're trying to steal here.
Sam trying to get it. Sven Skeren is in trouble. The pin gonna get sidestepped away, flashes into a tidal wave. Ends up gifting that Drake to RNG.
Hand caught in the cookie jar there. TSM trying to steal it away as quickly as they could, but one of the little plays that they could go for. Honestly, it's so risky for them now. They have to turtle.
And there is no initiation. I mean, the only thing they can look for is a counter initiate out of Braum, because without Flash, Sven Skeren has no way to get past a Poppy onto the carry.
Honestly, so much credit to RNG. They had the much better game plan coming into this. So much pressure mid and bottom. Again, they focus their in-game play around it as well, constantly going there. MLXG from the very beginning, they push up with Mata. They take control of the jungle. They force all of their plays off that bottom quadrant.
And Skeren still waiting in the bush. Hornster got teleports available. Sven playing with his life. Biofrost plays a little bit of baseball and catches that true shot barrage, but the rest of RNG setting up on the side lane. Xiaohu, no flash available, but no real threat onto him. The Culling used to try and wave clear, but Double Lift is going to force to dash himself to safety. Tower number 7 falls in favor of RNG.
And one more time, the brute force is still there. No Baron buff, but they still want it.
Yeah.
Poppy ulti zone.
Yeah, very effective. Team Solo Mid concede yet another turret. At what point do TSM say go? Maybe it's now. Biofrost is in trouble. He gets down the Fisher. Bjergsen and Hornster on the side lane. They're interrupted. The hammer comes down. They've got to kill it to one. Xiaohu's down. Xiaohu's down. Royal, they're running. They're dead. They're taken out. And Team Solo Mid, they turn onto Lupa. Team Solo Mid, Ace, Royal, never give up.
They pull the trigger, and TSM fight back!
Bjergsen comes up huge in that team fight, able to get on the backline for the first time, and he torches Uzi.
Look at this, it's RNG pulling the trigger before the inhibitor's down. Sven Skeren flanks around right into the middle. Then you see all the DPS, Hunter and Double Lift, go melee range in there to destroy RNG. They still did lose 2 members, but they barely defended their second inhibitor. That second inhibitor falling means so much for RNG, and TSM still have life in them yet.
They absolutely do. This buys enough time. This should get their top inhibitor to respawn. Baron is up in 45 seconds, and Team Solo Mid have around a minute on that inhib left. They are still very far behind and cannot afford any mistakes.
They have bought themselves more time to look for an opportunity to punish a mistake from RNG. And around Baron, those have come from this team. If TSM are patient and they try and get the vision, there is a chance, but RNG still in control. They've got 4 Drakes, Baron up in 15 seconds. Let the dance begin.
Comments of legend. Xiaohu's looking for Bjergsen. GLP comes out in the jungle. MLXG's a little bit of the target. Bubble onto Biofrost. Glacial Fisher may get needed. Sven's still running for his life. Sven may go down. Eats the chair. Sven will die. Keeper's Verdict knocks him out along with the rest of TSM. Double Lift is dead. Bjergsen and Hornster running for their lives. Biofrost Frost is trying to catch as many as he can. Uses stand behind me to jump to Bjergsen. It's a 1-for-2. Bio's still in trouble, running away. Mystic shot after Mystic shot, gonna fall short. RNG win another team fight.
That should be the Baron for them, unless there's some miraculous play from TSM. And RNG, with the Baron buff, will come marching for that second inhibitor.
Bjergsen is still alive. This 5-0-5.
Shock blast. There's a ward inside for TSM. They know this. They already know that they're trying to bait. TSM have a ward inside Baron Pit.
So TSM, by process of elimination, no.
And now Sven Skaren has ultimate, is going to be able to get... Oh, there's no tunnels, actually. They're going to start it up.
They are indeed starting it up. Royal never give up on the objective. Hornster, you need to hit those shot blasts. Sends it flying, 2,000 HP. Biofrost looks for the steal, but it's Royal that secure it. Bjergsen and Hornster looking for something on the way out. Teleport not available for Luba, but a gigantic minion wave down bottom. And just after, faith and hope is given to TSM. Royal never give up. Squash it. They have control.
TSM should grab that Scuttle Crab. What you want to do is delay the Scuttle Crab take as long as possible so that the extra vision lasts long, but you want to be able to get it before ING obviously arrive.
And it's huge out of Lupa. I mean, watch Lupa here. Flashes, stops the tunnel, and gets the pin.
Beautiful there, interrupt from Looper. They also get the extra kill off it, and even though he sacrificed his life, that sacrifice so worth it as it opens up the Baron and the game.
And Lupa isn't a flashy top laner, but he does the team thing. He's down 70 CS, but time and time again with this full tank Poppy is able to get the crucial stun.
Exactly. That's the role you take when you take the Poppy into Jace matchup. Yes, he's down a whole bunch of CS, but he just builds full tank. You go as the playmaker, and you shine later.
The damage onto Sven once again. Uzi, Mercurial Scimitar added to the collection.
And he's pretty much 6 items. I mean, he's going to upgrade the Last Whisper, but right now 2 full items nearly above double it.
This is it. Last stand of TSM. Poppy ultimate here for the zoning, and they push him off the turret again.
It is fine. Nobody's knocked away, but it's not needed. It's just a zoning verdict. The tower falls. Round one in from behind. Nobody takes the ride except for Sven Skaren, but he might be left out to dry. Forced to flash instantly. Cocoon onto Hornster, blocks off any more damage. Sven's running for his life. That's Hornster down. He's caught on the flank. This might be the last fight. Biofrost is down. RNG looking for more. That's a triple kill. Bjergsen's running out. Uzi's looking for the quadra. Uzi gets himself. No, that's a shutdown as MLXG picks it up. It's a 5-on-1. Baron buff is available. The inhibitor's being dropped. Once that goes down, Royal never give up. Look to set their sights on the Nexus. Uzi gets himself the 4th. The Nexus is going down, and Team Solo Mid, their hopes, their dreams, they're done. Royal advance to Chicago.
Marta said, give me Uzi, I will take you deep into Worlds. And that is an Uzi game if I have ever seen one.
Royal never give up. Make it out of the group and send TSM back. Now, North America's hopes shift to tomorrow and Cloud9.
And so many questions about this Royal lineup. Xiaohu, horrible tournament so far. Lupa being left out to dry. But a gut check, a last-ditch effort, and both players come up huge.
And Xiaohu deserves the credit. I mean, so much of their previous loss to Samsung was him, mistake after mistake. Yet the Aurelion Soul was a giant part of this game. Mid-lane pressure, roaming that down into the jungle, into the bottom lane. They absolutely took TSM's bottom lane out of the early game.
RNG's most impressive games at Worlds have been against Team Solo Mid, both of which convincing victories. Now they have to step their game up. They advance to the quarterfinals as the 2nd seed, joining EDG from the LPL as a 2nd seed. This is going to be very difficult for every other group who could potentially draw them and could potentially go up against that level of RNG.
And I'm still not sure what we'll get for the team that does draw RNG, right?
Yep.
You're still a bit worried as to...
Roll the dice.
Thank God you're not the only one, because I've been watching them all year, and this team is just so confusing. When they're at their best, the raw talent, the skill, they can match anyone. And you can see they can play, disciplined play when they have to. It's just that they don't at times. If they're at their best, they can take anyone down to the wire.
What does this mean for Team Solo Mid, the NALCS, and Western fans? Europe and North America joined behind TSM.
Hey, we all did.
Unfortunately, they didn't show up in groups.
Yeah, we all did. I mean, TSM this year was such a powerhouse, such a classy team. You could see Bjergsen and Svenskeren to the very end were trying to battle their way out of that one. You hate to see them go, really.
Definitely. I mean, they put everything into this year, and you could tell the dedication, all the hours that they put in, and it did not work out, though, as RNG are able to take that ticket.
Yeah, they absolutely are. RNG, of course, joining Samsung Galaxy, who Samsung Galaxy looked phenomenal today. Incredible threat going forward as one of those Pool 1 seeds that's going to draw one of the other groups. But just so many question marks. Again, even Samsung Galaxy, week 1 to week 2, if you took name tags off, you wouldn't know it was the same team.
Definitely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the improvements this week were very, very impressive. Also, moving forward, I think they did convince everyone of Crown's Victor if that needed any clearing up.
As if anybody needed more information to work with.
And I think 2 subs this week have come through. Pawn will most likely start because he looked more impressive. And Core JJ, man, the support player that was a former AD carry, stepping up huge on the world stage. That has got to be one of the best stories coming into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, absolutely converted, especially the fact that he's got some local history here. A lot of the fans and viewers, I'm sure they are going to be aware of him. We're going to have to find out how he performs later on in the tournament. For now, though, we're going to join Shox for an interview with Royal Never Gives Up superstar AD carry.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Indeed, joined here by Uzi after RNG secures that spot in the quarterfinal. Uzi, what of a relief is it that you guys made it here after you had to play that do or die match? When did you feel the momentum changing in this match?
你们今天打的是起伏的很不定嘛，然后呢，就是今天最后一场也是生死战。你们今天赢了这场之后呢，对你来说是一个多大的放松？然后你什么时候发现说你们可以翻盘赢的呢？
首先能赢非常开心，然后也出现了嘛，因为今天我们的状态说实话不是特别好，在前面2场比赛也是，就是给人的感觉就是已经被淘汰了吧，就最后一场能够找回状态，非常的开心。
So we're really happy that we actually made it out of group stage today, because our team wasn't really in the best condition to play today. And after our first 2 games, everyone saw that we're probably already heading home, but we won. We won.
Well, you mentioned it there. It was do or die. Why do you think the group stage was so up and down for your team?
Sorry?
Why do you think the group stage was so up and down for their team?
他刚刚也说，你之前也提到说你们今天这场是生死战吗？你觉得你们在小组中为什么打得这么艰辛呢？
就首先可能就我们小组的其他队伍也非常的强，然后我们的状态也没有就是保持到很好吧，就可能中途出现了点失误什么，就会导致我们后面就打得没有往常那么好。
So first of all, I think all the teams in my group, they're really strong teams. And personally for our team, we just weren't at a very consistent performing stage. We weren't really in this right mental state. So we made a lot of mistakes in game, and that's why we had you saw.
Yes. Well, RNG now has time to recoup and go into the quarterfinals. Uzi, you have a huge legacy already at Worlds, 2-time semi-finalist. How big is the hunger and the pressure on you personally to go far here at Worlds?
你本身你亲自已经来过了，就是世界总决赛2场，反正都打到了总决赛嘛。然后今年对你来说的话，你想要走多远呢？
非常能够就是继续进总决赛，因为如果就是再进总决赛的话，就是连续3次，也就是非常好的一个就是成绩吧，就非常的开心会。
First off, I want to definitely make it into the finals, because then I would be in finals for 3 times already, and that is a really good score for any player.
Yeah, good previous place. It is indeed 3 times finalists that would happen, but you guys are through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Uzi, and congratulations, RNG, making it through here out of Group D.
Thank you, Shox. A smile on Uzi's face, and much deserved as they make it through here in this last game to grab that 2nd seed for the group. But gentlemen, I mean, what a game, because surprisingly back and forth based on the way it started, but we have to start in Champ Select where it really looked like that Aurelion Sol pick threw TSM off.
Yeah, and I personally have been attacking RNG almost all day for some of the pick and ban phases, lack of flexibility and so on. I didn't believe in Xiaohu going into this game, but him getting Aurelion Sol and actually having saved that. This was the first time he's ever played that champion in a professional match, so he's clearly saved it for a very, very important moment. He's using it right now. And if you have a struggling mid laner, give him a pick like Aurelion Sol so he can impact other lanes, and he did. He played such a good game on this Aurelion Sol.
They had a great game plan. Start in the top side, go to the bottom with the pushing lane. 2 pushing lanes as we were talking about before. Control the blue buff and just put all the pressure to the bottom lane. Eventually, TSM just could not handle the pressure. They stuck around a little too long. They refused to give up the bottom lane. And from that point on, RNG just played a pretty clean game to finish the game off.
Yeah, one of the things about the pick and ban phase that was so surprising for me was that Bjergsen was not on a pushing mid laner. And this tournament alone, every time Bjergsen hasn't been able to shove in the lane and roam and assist his team's always gotten pulverized in the early stages. And one of the weird things for me is, even though we saw Rise into Aurelion Sol earlier on, I think Twisted Fate is one of the missing picks at this Worlds against Aurelion, because not only can he shove to match Aurelion, he can also match his roams pretty strong.
Yeah, and and I was going to say, we saw that lack of ability to follow in the very first replay, which only comes 7 minutes into the game. Triple kill for Uzi in the bot lane, but based on the fact that Xiaohu was able to continually push that mid lane.
And this is basically everything they were building towards with the pick and ban phase, going Nami as well to that, pushing bot lane. Here he roams down, and it's such a good play. First kill comes in, and then here, Svenskeren doesn't see the cocoon over the wall, so he doesn't flash it, and that means he has to flash after, and he's now too low to really do anything. And even the last auto attack gets double lift, so really well played by RNG. And a few key moments there for TSM where each player probably will look back at that one replay and be like, if I just risked it, if I saw the cocoon, I would have flashed it. That one auto attack as well on double lift. Super, super close, but honestly, super well played.
Yeah, after that moment, you just got to pour one out for TSM. After that moment, just RNG moved across the map, 4-man unit everywhere, and there's nothing you could do with that composition like what they had. It's very difficult to find a team fight that you can actually win, and they were able to pull one off, but it's not enough.
But here's the thing, we still had a game, LS, and now I want to kind of identify how it was that TSM was able to keep themselves in it here. And of course, it all started with Bjergsen on that Rise.
Yeah, I mean, the TSM's team fighting was really immaculate, and I think that RNG really got overzealous with a lot of their team fights, especially in the bottom lane later on. In Haunter's Jace, even though it wasn't really going off, he did have a pretty big CS advantage, and so that was something that they could have relied on moving into the mid and late game. And honestly, RNG did look a little bit shaky. Had they not RNG'd 3 Mountain Drakes and got the Baron, I don't know if this game turns out the way that it did. I think TSM could have pulled it out through team fights.
I think it is important to highlight Hansel like you just did, because while he had like 0-3 or 1-3 score in the end, he got so many towers in the side lanes, and that is still one of the big problems for RNG, is they go for this poppy pick so often, they just surrender top lane completely, and while, yes, you're winning on the bottom side, if the enemy top lane is 50 CS up, is already taking a tower, that's a lot of extra gold you give to someone who is behind in the bottom lane. So it is a problem for RNG, definitely, but because they played so well around Uzi, and with, of course, Xiaohu roaming, they actually got a big enough advantage from that.
All right, well, now I want to take a look at that base defense put together by TSM. This ace brought to you by Acer here. It's what made the game really close and gave our fans a little bit of hope.
Just keep your eye on Bjergsen. Flashing the Aurelion Sol ultimate combo with the knockup from Splyce. He's going to be able to dish out so much damage. And as soon as the carry goes down for RNG, you know that TSM can win this fight because the carries are untouched. And this is the fight that you were really hoping that TSM could do something out of it. They were able to push down mid lane, get 2 turrets, and really shrink that gold lead.
It is not often you have 5 members standing right next to each other, and you just have all your carries positioned just around them. Even Hans on Jace was down the bottom of your screen, shooting them from one side, Bjergsen from another one, double it from a third angle. That was just perfect, you know, just hammer everything in that little corner. It worked for that one fight. Sadly, they were too far behind.
That's the thing. You only get that fight once a game at most, usually, where everything's positioned perfectly. But now I want to push us ahead to the game winner, because ultimately RNG was able to hold on to their victory. The Mountain Drake's doing a huge job in helping them secure those Barons so they could make pushes like this.
Yeah, this was the final endgame siege, and they went for a little bit of mistiming there, trying to get Rek'Sai into the back to knock up, but without Rek'Sai going down so early or him getting removed from the fight, you don't really have a way to peel against RNG's team comp, and they just bulldoze through, and at this point, the gold leads too much. They have too many items over TSM.
Yeah, and also, I think RNG's composition just is better in these late-game team fights. The fact that TSM managed to win some was, you know, credit to them, but also maybe some criticism towards RNG in the late game, wanting a little bit too much in these fights. Because the way this fight was started was kind of the only way to engage for TSM. Normally their composition is built around having like Ryze in one lane, Jason in another one, and they push up and like flank in. They could never do that because they were so far behind.
And now, Crumbs, we had some discussion here on the desk about who to give player of the game to, and we're like, well, is it Xiaohu for showing up with this pick? Or after seeing the damage graphs there, Uzi, over 42k damage for his team. That's insane. That's who it's going to go to this time around. And I mean, it all was set off by that early triple kill.
And absolutely, while Xiaohu enabled him, he was able to do so much with the resources, and that was the story for Uzi coming into the tournament. The guy gets all the gold, and he's able to put it all to perfect use. And with the zone control from the Aurelion Soul, with the Poppy on top of it, and Nami to heal him and keep him protected, how are you going to get to him with a comp like that? And he makes it work, and that's what you want to see out of a superstar player.
Yeah, the other thing about it is, even though they were up against three sources of physical damage, he actually went Trinity Force. And so Uzi's build was really accelerated off of that triple kill, and the Trinity Force just makes him that much more slippery to try to handle inside of team fights. And again, you know, pointing out TSM's team composition, they don't have a way to get to the back line.
Well, RNG prevails, and another Chinese team moves on to the quarterfinals. With Group D's games completed, we're sending 2 more quarterfinalists on to the next round. Group A, Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox are going to Chicago. Group B plays their final matches tomorrow. SKT and Cloud9 hold the lead currently. H2K and Edward Gaming are the winners of Group C. Samsung Galaxy and Royal Never Give Up will move on from Group D and head to that knockout stage. Now, our final group battles it out for the remaining quarterfinal slots tomorrow. Tune in at 1 p.m. Pacific time as IMA takes on Flash Wolves. Now, the 4 teams in Group B will each play their 3 remaining games tomorrow. Any ties that remain at the end of the day will be played immediately out in tiebreakers. And right after the last Nexus falls, we'll have our quarterfinal draw live on stage. So clear your calendar because you won't want to miss that. All right, gentlemen, looking forward to tomorrow's matches. Key matchups that you're looking at, teams that you're looking to make a surge and maybe make a statement game.
I think Cloud9 against Flash Wolves is really what it's going to come down to. SKT looks like a clear favorite in this group, even though they did drop that game into the Flash Wolves. They did say they felt like they got lucky by taking that win off the game or out of SKT, and just whoever can really get that head-to-head in that matchup will likely see a similar result to what we just saw today.
Yeah, I completely agree with Crumbs. I think it all comes down to Flash Wolves versus Cloud9. I feel like SK Telecom is the clear favorite to get first out of this group, and it's really just going to come down to that battle in mid lane, Jensen versus Maple.
I look at Flash Wolves SKT, because I think Flash Wolves can actually beat them again. They really understand how to play against them because it's all about Mabel and Kasa. They can camp Faker, who always plays a little bit over-aggressive, take him down and get the advantage. If they get a 2-0 there, that's a lot of wins C9 won't be able to find because they would have to beat SKT themselves, and that obviously didn't work last time. So we might be in a situation where 3 teams once again are really fighting for the top 2 spots. I may, sadly, not expecting anything.
All right, and if the last 3 days are proof of anything, it's that we know nothing. So that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Desk. Stick around for another edition of Worlds Tonight featuring Shox, Jat, and Freak. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Here we go. Day 7 of Worlds begins now as Samsung Galaxy takes on TSM. The health bars are so low. Sven, what's he gonna choose? Is it Baron or is it the fight?
오케이, 나이스.
Buys him some time, the undertow lands, and he falls Juke, and Wonder gets away. They get the suppression. He's gonna burn down. A slow and Uzi. A root. That's gonna be a dead Caitlyn. A double kill for Kami, and down the mid lane they go. Wonder looking for the play end of Bjergsen, but now a chase over Hanser, but he's gonna try to pick up the mid lane. Can't even do it. The damage is too high.
I'm recalling. Let's fight this. Okay, release. 44 still. Release flash. Run to me.
That duel gonna go. Dodges 1 Q. Looks to dodge the next. One more shot will kill him. The flash.
Okay. All right, guys. If any of you get solo killed in your lane, please remember to do the TSM icon when you're dead.
Yeah, well, you're dead.
Okay, I want to do it every time I die.
Proto Belt forward, that's a 3-man stand. Juve goes down but takes 2 with him. It's not going to be enough. That's the ace. And Samsung Galaxy top Group D at Worlds 2016.
We have come to our final match for Group D. Royal Never Give Up versus TSM. Now the winner continues their pursuit of the Summoners Cup in Chicago, and the loser is out of the tournament.
Biofrost puts up the unbreakable, sidesteps the stun. Voice of Light doesn't kill him because Uzi does. First blood secured for Royal. Never give up. Svenskeren follows. Naughty not going to go down yet. That's a double kill for Uzi. Double F's in trouble. Triple kill. Team Solo mid. Their hopes, their dreams, they're done. Royal advance to Chicago. fastest game of Worlds 2016. They've got to kill it to Martin. Xiaohu's down. Xiaohu's down. Royal, they're running. They're dead. They're taken out. This might be the last fight. Firefrost is down. RNG looking for more. That's a triple kill. Bjergsen's running out. And Team Solo Mid, their hopes, their dreams, they're done. Royal advance to Chicago.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Worlds Tonight. I'm Efe Supporter here with Joshua Jat Leesman and David Freak Turley, and we just closed the book on Group D here at the 2016 Worlds Group Stage, and unfortunately also as, on TSM rather, which has kind of created a lot of silence in the arena, notably so.
Yeah, definitely deflating for the crowd that was here. But the nice part is we can talk as much crap on TSM as we want because the true TSM fans probably turned off their stream in frustration when they lost that game to RNG.
Yeah, well, we will see. The day in any case started with TSM Royal Never Give Up and Samsung Galaxy tied at 2-1, while Splyce was still looking for their first win, and they did eventually get on the board, but that is all they have to show from their Worlds run. But it was a nice victory at that. Samsung Galaxy, however, had a perfect day, starting with their win over North America's TSM, and they never stopped going today.
Yeah, Samsung Galaxy looked really amazing. They lost one game the entire group stage. That was last week at TSM, but this one started beautifully, killing off FLICKR like this one.
Yeah, and this was probably the closest game we had all day, right at the very start. Crown had a critical outplay on Bjergsen there, dodging the double bomb. Bjergsen was getting too aggressive, not respecting him, and then it stretched and stretched and stretched, and it ended up getting pretty close, but it was Samsung time and time again coming out superior in these fights.
Yeah, even that Baron steal was a quarter of a second away from Sven himself being in range of the steal, but didn't happen. And then finally, this Baron attempt, we kept waiting for Hanzo to actually go for the flank on Kennen, but he was waiting for his ultimate to come off cooldown, which just meant it took too long, and Samsung got the steal, got the team fight.
Yeah, Samsung got a ton of momentum off that, but as said, Splyce also got on the board because they faced off against RNG, and they earned the win. They dialed up the pressure on the entire group, and especially on RNG.
Yeah, honestly, there was a huge amount of excellent gameplay from Wonder. He dodged a lot of games, and we did see him die recently, but these top lane dives because he was already winning his lane started working out, and you just had Splyce playing as the better team.
And I'm really happy that Splyce won this game in this fashion. They really showed their strengths as a team, and this is kind of what they wanted to come to Worlds for. They weren't expecting to get out of groups, but they wanted to have a good showing, and this was a good showing.
They did in this game indeed, but for RNG, things only got worse as they went up against Samsung Galaxy, who put their foot down and secured a spot in the quarterfinals. They had to win this one to do that. And what was it? What turned around here for Samsung today?
I mean, this was Samsung playing as securely as they did against Royal last week. Like, most of Samsung's games actually ultimately looked this good. They are a strong team, but most importantly here in the group stages, they actually had good early games, finally had great games for Ambition and winning lanes.
Yeah, Samsung and H2K, the two most dominant days we've seen so far at Worlds. And the thing that was so good about this day for me for Samsung is not only did they have their pocket picks, or their comfort picks like Crown's Victor, they also brought out the new stuff like this Zyra that just seemed to catch Uzi and Mata completely off guard.
Yeah, definitely, and they secured #1 in the group with that, and that means that it all came down to the final match of the day between Royal Never Give Up and North America's TSM to decide that last spot in the quarterfinals.
And if there's one thing you would never want to do is to give Uzi a triple kill at 7 minutes. When that happened, you knew TSM was in for a rough one.
And even still, Bjergsen himself had some very good plays. You're seeing aftermath of a couple fights here where Bjergsen puts down what damage he can. Many of these fights became very close. You're seeing the overload chain going through there. He gets eventual couple of kills, but the problem is Uzi just could not be stopped. His damage numbers were off the charts. Couldn't be killed. Double life steal. Trinity Force Ezreal killed a lot of people.
And even with that, it's not like this game didn't deliver drama. There's a 14 kill advantage here for RNG when they're in the base, and TSM end up acing them because Bjergsen gets a flank. So at multiple points, you thought maybe TSM would be able to turn it around, but Uzi and the rest of RNG were too strong.
Yeah, and unfortunately for TSM, it doesn't work out. They also gave Aurelion Sol over. Of course, that Poppy was strong, and RNG was too strong. And with that, the end of Group D, let's take a look at how it all ends up. Samsung Galaxy gets the first seed. Royal Never Give Up rather gets the second seed. And unfortunately, TSM and Splyce are out, and they're staying in San Francisco or rather going home.
And just to quickly clarify, though, TSM and Royal are both 3-3. Royal 2-0 TSM over the group stage. They own the head-to-head. No tiebreaker to play. 2-0 means they advance.
Yes, unfortunately for the TSM fans. Well, we'll fill the last two spots in the quarterfinals tomorrow when Group C plays their last 6 games. The action starts with the LPL's IMA versus the LMS's Flash Wolves, followed by C9 versus the reigning world champions SK Telecom T1. Is that the trauma from last year? Is it
C9?
coming up? Did I say
Listen. Last year, NA went 0-10 in week 2. this year we already have 2 wins. It's an improvement, progress. That's all we're looking for.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens with C9 tomorrow. Immediately following tomorrow's games, the knockout stage bracket will be drawn live on stage here at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. And now we are going to take a closer look at our newest quarterfinalists and tomorrow's matchups in just a moment. So if you're watching in client, check out youtube.com/LoLesports for the full version of Worlds Tonight. Well, that gives us a little bit more time to talk about today, which started off being incredibly crazy. I think that Samsung just coming out of the gate swinging was a surprise at that, and then continuing it with a 3-0. Not a lot of people had them as number ones in the seed in their pick'ems.
Yeah, very few. Some did. People who were watching Korea very closely, or a bit of Korean homers, maybe had them as the number 1 here. Some had them getting out of the groups. But I want to touch on what LS said earlier on in the broadcast. He said, we're not even seeing the Samsung that we were seeing in Korea. They're winning early game, they're winning lanes, they're winning mid game. Normally, they're waiting for late, and that's where their true strengths are. So they're winning without using what their traditional strengths were, which was these 45-minute team fights. They're starting, sure. So they're starting Victor, the champions are there, but the way in which they are winning is atypical for them. They look better than they have all year, and this is now a very scary Samsung.
Exactly, they won fast. And it is a little bit of a peculiar group stage for them when you look at it in the big picture. They're 5-1. With their 1 loss being one of the most devastating losses we saw at Worlds. But that's in the past. They're looking forward, and today was completely dominant. They're kind of crushing any naysayers who were saying they were the weak team coming at Korea, or that they shouldn't be respected like other Korean teams. They should be. They're the best team in that group by far.
Yeah, and we have to mention 3 games of Core JJ as well.
Right, and I think that should stay. We kind of saw coming in that their performance tended to be better with him. They won the games compared to the ones that they would lose. And if I kind of do some conjecture here, they look the best of the teams we have seen so far in groups, with, weirdly enough, the exception of maybe H2K, who looks so dominant themselves. So
weirdly enough, give them some praise.
Super dark horses, H2K and Samsung, are the most convincing teams out of groups to me.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's because we're just thinking of who went undefeated most recently. And both of those teams won every single game they had, whereas Rox dropped a game to Albus Nox Luna. That's not super convincing as far as them being a powerhouse.
No, and if you think of most convincing teams coming out of the group stage that secured their spot, RNG still look wobbly, very up and down. Uzi said it themselves in the interview. They still have some issues to fix.
And it's the problem. They have these games where they lose to Splyce, these games where they smash TSM. You're seeing the Splyce one here where Uzi could not dodge a skill shot to save his life. He got hit by several deadly flourishes with flash still up, and yet you've got things like this where Uzi does 40,000 damage in a 37-minute game, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Uzi and Matcha still seem to be the only way these guys win games. When they're not getting triple kills at 7 minutes, they weren't doing very well today. They lost pretty handily to Splyce, and they got dominated by Samsung. So, I mean, coming into that TSM game, if you were just looking at the 2 games they played prior, you thought TSM was going to be able to win. RNG definitely deserved that win. They're moving on because they beat TSM twice, but they look shaky in all other matchups.
And a bit of a shout out to Xiaohu as well, who brought out the Aurelion Soul. Looked like he knew the champion very well, which is good because the MSI, he said he never played the champion before. So in that sort of 5-month span, he got what looks like pretty good at it. And that's good if Xiaohu can get some champions that make him look a bit better. He looked great at MSI, hasn't looked good in the summer split. Maybe he gets some of these good performances again.
We'll see what RNG can do in the quarterfinal, but we have to spend some time on TSM. Of course, fantastic high hopes on their shoulders, and rightfully so, coming off a fantastic season in North America. What was it in the end that didn't come together for them, Jet?
Should we make excuses or should we be real? The thing is, they had the best season they ever had from a regular season perspective, but they had a really bad Worlds. And individual performances from game to game were wildly inconsistent. One game, Bjergsen was the one with 5 kills. Everyone else was a bunch of deaths.
Feeding.
Doublelift had 7 or 8 kills early game on Lucian. The other 2 solo lanes were feeding. They were never able to actually find a cohesive game on a consistent basis. They had a couple of great games. You saw their peak, that one game against Samsung, but you saw a lot of valleys. And it's weird for a team that looked so consistent in North America to come in here and be so inconsistent on an individual basis. One bad game, next game they were great. And to me, that speaks to them kind of buckling under the pressure. Biofrost was a rookie. People were saying he wasn't playing like a rookie the entire year. He played like a rookie here. Haunter had never been to Worlds before. He played like he'd never been to Worlds before. And there was just inconsistent play all across the board for TSM.
And I think some of the weaknesses TSM could have been exposed if I think we had better teams domestically. Realistically, the teams that showed up to Worlds here from North America, like CLG was the 3rd spot with that, and they looked weak the whole time through. I think NA had a pretty bad bottom 5, bottom 6 this year, and TSM got very few real tests.
And I also think it's a little bit tragic because the way these groups have been playing out, COG had one game where if they win, they make it out of group stage. TSM had one game at the very end where if they win, they make it out of group stage. And C9 is going to be the final test tomorrow.
G2 had what?
Hopefully NA can get a team out of groups. I really feel like they did improve from last year. It just doesn't seem like they've improved enough.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Well, against all odds, maybe that happens tomorrow. In about 24 hours, we'll know the last 2 quarterfinal contenders to do battle in Chicago. SK Telecom, Cloud9, IMA, and the Flash Wolves. So who's making it out of the groups? I heard the Fish Show say at the end of the show, well, I think it might be SKT and Flash Wolves with the best cards. Freak.
I'm going to say SKT C9. I know NA keeps disappointing in week 2 here at Worlds, but I really do believe in Cloud9 playing correctly, making the right choices. I think SKT is above them. I think significantly so, but C9 is number 2 for me.
Yeah, and you have to kind of ask yourself, are you punishing C9 because TSM and COG did poorly? Because you shouldn't. They're in the same region. You have to judge within the group because this is clearly a different meta and a different game teams are playing. G2, the #1 team that everyone in Europe was looking up to, went 1-5, and then H2K went undefeated their time. So I'm not going to punish C9 because TSM failed today, which means I still think they can get out of the group with SKT at #1 and C9 at #2.
Yeah, I have to agree. We'll see what happens. We need to sign off for the evening, but we'll be back here tomorrow for the final day of the 2016 Worlds Group Stage. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Worlds Tonight. See ya.
And Samsung Galaxy win the fastest game of Worlds 2016. They've got to kill it tomorrow. Xiaohu's down! Xiaohu's down! Royal, they're running! They're dead! They're taken out! This might be the last fight. Biofrost is down! RNG looking for more! That's a triple kill! Bjergsen's running out! And Team Solo Mid, their hopes, their dreams, they're done! Royal advance to Chicago!